Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TiDV Audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2950. Lords of Shadows. There were too many enemies for Sonny to cut down with his sword, and his best tool for dealing with swarms of enemies, the curse, was sadly useless against this particular one, because even if he channeled his death will to poison the stolen shades with it, they would simply continue to fight as if nothing had happened. The dead did not fear death, after all. They were already in its embrace. So he did the next best thing he could and split into 7 versions of himself, each diving into the mass of shades like a dark hurricane of slaying steel. Sonny's allies were not remaining idle either. Saint summoned her elemental darkness, the natural adversary of shadows, to slaughter the shades and return them to their rightful owner. Slayer assumed the form of a gargantuan spider, summoning a vast web of black silk to break the wings of shadow butterflies. Nephis seemed confused for a short moment, then simply unleashed her flame, melting both those of the shades who were still loyal and those who had been stolen by the vile spawn in its blinding radiance. It was Ananke who turned out to be the most effective in this unexpected battle, though, as a sea of hostile shades surrounded her, all following a command to cut her down. Ananke's azure eyes ignited with a vibrant amber glow, then her long ebony hair moved as if infused with a life of its own. The glistening silken strands slithered like snakes, and when an attacking shade got too close, one of those snakes shot forward, biting the shade on the neck. A stream of Ananke's essence flowed through the snake's obsidian fangs and was infused into the dead warrior, turning to virulent poison a moment later. The shade crumbled into dust, its essence being absorbed by the priestess of the nightmare spell to heal her wounds and make her stronger. That shade was only an outlier, though. The fate that awaited most of them seemed far more dreadful. A cold wind blew above the estuary lake, and as the gaze of Ananke's glowing amber eyes fell on the shades that surrounded her, their movement suddenly slowed down. Then they halted entirely, as if overcome by a peculiar lethargy. Some of them tried to resist, but it was of no use. Soon their black bodies turned gray, ceasing all movement, and Ananke was suddenly surrounded by what seemed like a garden of exquisitely crafted, lifelike statues. The shades did not possess their own will, so they had little defense against her sinister power. In that sense, the dead warriors could not have met a worse adversary than Ananke of Weave, the last priestess of the nightmare spell. Myriad strings of silver silk, so thin as to almost be invisible, stretched from Ananke's figure to the petrified shades, their presence betrayed only by the ethereal glisten in the radiant light of the stolen suns. Soon the statues began to crumble into dust as well, a flood of essence flowing into Ananke's soul. As it did, the glow of her amber eyes became even brighter, and those shades who were further away than their destroyed kin began to slow down and grow still, too. An island of peace and silence appeared around her, dust dancing in the light. In other parts of the battlefield, however, complete chaos reigned. The vile spawn was both elusive and lethal, eviscerating Sonny's shades like a mad butcher. More and more of them were stolen and joined the fight against their former comrades. Shades were battling shades, white flame raged among the darkness, and somewhere out there 7 incarnations of Sonny were sowing destruction on a dreadful scale, and all the while he was losing essence to the damn hatchling. How the hell did this happen? The Shadow Legion was supposed to be his greatest strength, but instead it had become a liability, a threat even. Stealing an adversary's strength and using it against them was quite like what Sonny himself would have done. Considering that and the powers over shadows that the vile spawn wielded, it felt like Sonny had fallen into an ambush set by a twisted, evil version of himself. Only naturally the vile spawn, that young and inexperienced devil, could never hope to match the treachery, deviousness, and sheer spitefulness the original possessed. Sonny had noticed how effective Ananke was in destroying the shades. The youthful devil had undoubtedly noticed it as well. In fact, the vile spawn might have already been familiar with her powers, considering that it had been born and raised in the tomb of Ariel. So it stepped through the shadows to reach the gorgeous priestess. only something was already waiting for it in their dark embrace. Having predicted what the wicked devil would do, Sonny sent one of his incarnations into the depths of the shadows as well. And in that short instant when the vile spawn used shadow step, moving through the dark expanse of their lightless world to emerge near Ananke, a harrowing presence that had waited there, hidden in the darkness, intercepted him. In the plane of shadows, Sonny was vast and formless. The vile spawn, meanwhile, maintained a vaguely bird-like form. Its wings got broken and tangled, though, when Sonny wrapped himself around him like a shroud, 1,000 hungry mouths opening on the nebulous expanse of his true form to bite into the fledgling devil's soul. Confused and frightened, the vile spawn let out a silent shriek and pushed both of them out of the shadows. They rolled on the ground, 6 more avatars of Sonny, appearing from the fierce tangle of the battle to fuse themselves with the one holding the distressed devil by the neck. The vile spawn's face scrunched up, and he let out a loud, bird-like cry. The battle seemed to stop for a moment, and a cold chill ran down Sonny's spine. He could not see it, and he could not even sense it. But at that moment he knew that something frightening was approaching. It seemed like the mother bird was responding to its chick's distressed call. The vile, thieving bird was coming. It was coming directly for Sonny, who still held the vile spawn's neck in his hand. That's great, then. Covered in cold sweat, Sonny let go of the wicked little devil and turned back. He thought that he was acting fast, but apparently he was not fast enough. Neither had his allies been Nephis, Ananke, Saint, Slayer. None of them had reacted in time, failing to perceive the moment the cursed terror left its nest and appeared on the battlefield. By the time Sonny faced the mountain, it was already too late to do anything. All he could see was a vast, harrowing expanse of black feathers obscuring the sky and a single bloodshot, demented eye peering into the very essence of his being. In the next moment, sharp talons pierced his chest. Even though he was 2 entire ranks above what he had been in the 3rd nightmare, a true demigod, the result was just the same. The vile, thieving bird easily ripped through the impenetrable carapace of the jade mantle. It pierced his tenacious flesh and indestructible bones, too. Its talons reached his very soul, shattering his soul cores as if they were soap bubbles, and delved deeper as well. Blood flowed from Sonny's mouth like a waterfall, savagely mutilated and consumed by distressing pain. He twisted his bloodied lips into a vicious smile. "Got you." His voice was no louder than a dying whisper. In the next moment, Sonny activated the 7th enchantment of the curse, one that could only be used when all 7 of its links were connected into a chain. The chain transformed the curse into a compound attribute where 7 links amplified one another when united. Its passive effect gradually increased the curse's power as more incarnations of Sonny fused. But when all 7 of them came together, the 7 links resonated, greatly boosting all enchantments of the curse. More importantly, though, a secondary function of the chain was unsealed at that time. In that state, it could be manifested as a binding force embodying permanence. It could restrain enemies, anchor Sonny himself, restoring his body, soul, spirit, and mind to their prior state, regardless of damage received. It was the latter function of the chain that he used now, consuming a dire amount of his essence. As a ghostly chain appeared around his body, all the damage dealt to him was reversed, returning him to the state he had been in before the vile, thieving bird appeared, to perfect health. While disregarding the fact that his body was still pierced by the talons of a cursed terror. The thieving bird was leaning down, peering at him with its mad eyes. Ignoring the pain, Sonny grabbed a fistful of black feathers, pulled the grotesque terror closer, and drove the serpent deep into its neck. Chapter 2000-51, Abundant Patricide. Why won't you? Die. As the heavenly chain swayed and groaned beneath him, Mordred pushed forward and drove his sword into Astarion's chest. The sharp blade pierced the skin and the muscle, sliding between the Dreamspawn's ribs to cut open his heart and sever his spine. It escaped in a torrent of blood from his back, glistening like a scarlet monument to the vicious act of murder. Astarion simply smiled, grabbing Mordred's wrist and bringing his own sword down. His sword, with a black hilt and a scarlet blade, was the embodiment of Morgan of Valor. Mordred's stubborn sister had walked such a long and thorny path to free herself from the fate of becoming a blade that someone else wielded, and yet here she was, reduced to being an obedient weapon nevertheless, and such a lethal weapon as well. Snarling, Mordred wrenched his wrist free of Astarion's hold and staggered back, avoiding the eerily sharp blade of his sword by a hair's breadth. That blade was sharp enough to cut the world itself, so it made short work of his enchanted armor. Already Mordred was covered in shallow wounds, his black armor shredded and battered. Astarion, meanwhile, just a few moments after Mordred's sword was torn from his chest, followed by a gushing stream of blood, his body seemed as good as new. The ghastly wound in his chest was gone, just as the other wounds Mordred had dealt him. Even his clothes seemed whole once more, pristine and unblemished. The Dreamspawn took a step forward, a cold glint appearing in his golden eyes. "Why do you insist on continuing this senseless game, boy? Come now. It's long overdue for you to see reason." As his golden eyes reflected in Mordred's own, Mordred grimaced and grabbed his head briefly, groaning. "Wouldn't you like to know?" All around them, the battle for the Ebony Tower was raging on. The seven reflections were still drowning in the flood of human soldiers. The champions of the Hunger Domain were still advancing across the celestial chains. Both above and below them, a myriad of winged abominations were engaged in ferocious fight, but the cadence of the battle was changing now. The vessels of Mordred that had attacked the Night Garden were all but wiped out, which allowed the Titanic ship to take a more active role in the siege of the Ebony Island. The two saints of the White Feather Clan had joined the battle for the sky below, leading their warriors into a lethal clash against the detestable vessels that defended it, and now the forces of the Hunger Domain were close to breaking through. Seishan was getting closer to the shores of the Ebony Island, growing stronger and stronger as more blood was spilled around her. Things were not looking good for Mordred, especially because his adversary refused to die. As a supreme titan, Mordred was stronger than Astarion. More than that, he was far more skilled a warrior, and his devious cunning was beyond comparison. However, the Dreamspawn encompassed all of humanity within his domain, and so all of humanity added weight to his will, so existence itself was bending to help Astarion win while working against Mordred at the same time. It was as if he was fighting on the bottom of the ocean, the great weight of dark water pressing him down. His adversary, on the contrary, was supported and protected by the cold currents. And yet, despite that, Mordred had prevailed in the vicious exchanges with Astarion over and over again. He had avoided the fatal edge of Morgan's transcendent form and pierced Astarion's body. He severed Astarion's limbs, cut off his head, bled him until the entire surface of the heavenly chain was slick with blood, split him in two even over and over again, even as his armor became battered and torn, and dozens of shallow wounds littered his original vessel. The vessel the nightmare spell had granted him after the second nightmare at least, to replace the one destroyed by the Knights of Valor. Mordred continued to fight, dealing deadly wounds to the Dreamspawn. It was partially due to his own strength and skill, and partially due to the fact that one of his reflections was still wearing the image of Cassia, and could therefore glimpse a few moments into the future. Thanks to that, Mordred was managing to hold Astarion back despite the dire gap in the weight of their wills. It was all useless, though, because the Dreamspawn could not be destroyed. His body was merely a manifestation of an idea, after all. So for as long as the idea of him still existed, he could manifest himself anew as many times as he wanted. There were probably some conditions involved, such as a steep price paid in soul essence, but since Astarion now commanded all of humanity, his essence was endless, and so, breathing heavily, Mordred commanded his sword to extend into a spear and pointed it at Astarion, forcing a smile onto his pale lips. "Stop trying to poison my mind, old man. It won't work." Taking another step forward and raising his sword, Astarion responded to his smile with his own. "Oh, I think it is working just fine." Mordred did not show it, but he had to agree. The longer they fought, the deeper Asterian's claws pierced his mind. He could already feel a peculiar, irrational impulse to surrender to despair and abandon all caution, challenging the dream spawn to a soul duel, which was indeed a good option, now that he thought about it. No, you fool. Mordred shook his head, as if hoping to get rid of the thoughts instilled into him. Challenging Asterion to a soul duel was a sure way to die, or worse still, become a thrall. After all, Mordred would be completely vulnerable if he invaded the Dreamspawn's vast, sinister soul, and while he would be able to mirror Asterion's aspect there, he would not get the benefit of ruling the hunger domain. More than that, even if Mordred did win and destroy Asterion's soul, gaining control of his body in the process, what was the point of that? The idea of the Dreamspawn would still be intact, which meant that Asterion would simply manifest a new body and a new soul for himself. That was something that Mordred found more and more difficult to remember. Instead of answering Asterion, he simply thrust his spear forward, throwing himself into the fight once more. Indeed, why was Mordred persisting in such a senseless affair? Defending the Ebony Island, facing the Dreamspawn in battle. Why, it was because Mordred had a plan, naturally. It was a desperate plan, no doubt, a gamble even, one where he had to put everything, including his life, on the line. However, he simply saw no other way to emerge victorious in the war against the Dreamspawn. Even if Mordred retreated today and hid himself in the Hollow Mountains, launching raids on the territories of the Hunger Domain from the safety of their endless mists, he would be merely prolonging his death. Asterion was simply too powerful and too diabolical, and having already conquered the world, he was not going to be defeated in the future. The only chance to stop him was now. So, Mordred had set his last desperate plan into motion, without letting Asterion read it in his thoughts. Hiding something from the Dreamspawn was not an easy matter, but because of how vast and fragmented Mordred's mind was, he could barely manage. All he had to do was concentrate on the carnage of battle, on the perspectives of his innumerable vessels, all drowning in a harrowing sea of violence, and on the pain of being cut and torn apart 100 times every moment. For now, at least, Asterion did not seem aware of what Mordred was prepared to do. "I think this is enough, don't you?" The Dreamspawn's voice was laced with a hint of mockery. As Mordred attempted to erase the relaxed smile from his face with the tip of a spear, Asterion's gaze suddenly turned cold and ruthless. Lunging forward with startling speed, he grabbed the shaft of the spear and easily shattered it between his fingers. As the enchanted weapon disintegrated in a rain of sparks, he was already beside Mordred. His palm collided with the black metal of Mordred's breastplate, and an awful shockwave rattled the world. Mordred was sent flying hundreds of meters back, a fountain of blood escaping from his mouth. Bouncing off the bloodied surface of the heavenly chain, he rolled 100 meters more and finally came to a halt, trying to rise to his feet weakly. In the next moment, though, he reeled back and cursed. Asterion was already beside him, delivering a lethal slash with the vermilion blade of his sword. Even though Mordred skirted, the sharp edge still caught him across the chest, easily slicing through the bent breastplate and leaving a deep wound. Blood flowed down Mordred's body, and unlike Asterion, he couldn't simply manifest himself a new one, even if he did have a myriad of spare bodies to choose from. A flurry of destructive blows descended upon Mordred, making the heavenly chain rattle and groan. Asterion seemed to be everywhere, all at once, his dire strength making both the sky above and the sky below shake. Mordred suppressed a groan. In the end, he escaped the relentless assault in one piece, even if just barely. Asterion, meanwhile, seemed calm and collected. He had not even broken a sweat. Mordred smiled darkly. "Ah, yes, it is indeed enough." His smile widened a little, then dimmed, replaced by a somber expression. "Thank you for entertaining me for a short while. But now, if you don't mind, I must depart." Asterion was already upon him, a ruthless glint igniting in his golden eyes. "But I do mind." The scarlet blade of his sentient sword fell down with impossible speed, cutting all ways of escape. more blood spilled on the bloodied surface of the celestial chain. Chapter 2952, All or Nothing. There was a thunderclap and a deafening roar. Cassie felt the ebony island shudder as two supremes clashed on one of the heavenly chains. The forces unleashed by their harrowing battle were fearsome enough to make an entire realm quake. The chain isles were all connected to each other, so the tremors running through the ebony island spread through the seven celestial chains to the neighboring islands, and from them to all the rest. The battle between Mordred and Asterion could be felt not only here, but even all the way in the sanctuary of Noctis. All the flying isles were swaying up and down as the chain holding them up drew taut. The sky below was full of violence, and blood was raining from the sky above. The 6 remaining siege armies were pushing their way across the abyss, and by now it seemed that an invasion of the Ebony Island was inevitable. On its shores, those of Mordred's vessels who were not sending annihilating volleys of projectiles into the sky were already preparing for a furious melee. It seemed like the King of Nothing was prepared to defend his stronghold to the last drop of blood. Cassie felt uneasy. In fact, she felt desperate. But still, all she could do was pour her essence into the runic circle to control the defensive array of the Ebony Island, which was slowly failing. The cadence of the battle was growing more frenetic. Far away, the Night Garden had changed course, and was now moving directly toward the last stronghold of the King of Nothing. The Ivory Island as well was descending from the sky, moving through the mayhem of the terrifying aerial battle between the echoes and nightmare creatures like a pristine white mountain. It was aiming for its blackened facsimile as well. The 7 reflections had not been shattered yet, but they were surrounded on all sides, besieged by transcendent champions and ascended veterans alike. Mordred, the array is not going to hold much longer. The closest vessel to Cassie was a giant, eerily beautiful crystalline insect, but it could hear as well. So it made no difference if she talked to Mordred's original body or this grotesque creature. The glass abomination turned its transparent head, its mandibles moving to produce a melodious ringing sound. Cassie did not know what it meant. Then several more monsters of the hive appeared from the mass of abominable vessels, drawing closer to the ebony tower. Most of those vessels that originated in the glass hell were moving away from the shores of the island, in fact. What is he planning? No matter how Cassie looked at the battle, she did not see a way for the mirror domain to win. If Asterion himself could be removed from the battlefield, maybe. But if that was possible, there would have been no need to fight this battle at all. She gritted her teeth and moved aside, evading a great arrow sent from one of the heavenly chains by a transcendent hand. There was a flash, and the arrow shattered against the black of the ebony tower. It seemed that Asterion harbored an obsessive desire to remove her from the board. Still, the bloody cuts left on Cassie's body by shrapnel ached. The battle raged on, growing more and more ferocious with each minute, until eventually its balance was finally broken. Mordred had managed to hold Asterion back, but by shifting his focus to the direct clash of wills and a violent exchange of blows with the Dreamspawn, he allowed the Dreamspawn's thralls to push his countless vessels too far back. Sacian was the first one to step on the black obsidian of the Ebony Island, her monstrous figure awash in blood. In fact, she had to advance across a carpet of ravaged corpses first, before finally having a chance to put her foot on bloodied stone. And once the first of the assault forces reached the shore of the adversary's stronghold, it was as if a destructive chain reaction spread among its defenders. The monstrous vessels that had been waiting on the island rushed forward to push the invaders back onto the heavenly chain or into the black abyss below. But it was already too late. Sacian's soldiers advanced along the edges of the Ebony Island, attacking the vessels, defending the other heavenly chains from the rear. Mordred's defenses crumbled almost at the same time. The barrier of vessels protecting his stronghold from below was breached as well. The forces of humanity sent into the sky below climbed to the surface of the Ebony Island, led by the warriors of the White Feather clan. The ivory tower had already crossed the tier by then, and a wave of invaders jumped from its shores to the black expanse of ancient obsidian. The Night Garden was drawing near. Countless abominable vessels scattered across the wide expanse of Mordred's last stronghold rushed forward to meet the invaders with lethal fury, and the Ebony Island was suddenly drowned in chaos and slaughter. Cassie felt nauseated, feeling too many of her marks being destroyed or suffering terrible wounds. For now the defenders were still keeping the adversary back from reaching the Ebony Tower, but how long would it last? Countless runes carved into the surface of the ancient obsidian were destroyed now, and the runic array lost its power. Cassie took a hesitant step forward, nervously grasping the hilt of her dagger. "I wouldn't recommend that." Mordred's hoarse voice made her flinch, turning. She sensed his presence behind her. She could not see what he looked like at the moment, but the heavy smell of blood told its own story. It seemed that Mordred had not escaped unscathed from the battle against Asterion. In fact, it was a miracle that he managed to escape at all. How had he slipped away from the dream spawn in the middle of a furious duel, and for what reason? Now that no one was holding back Asterion, he would arrive at the shores of the Ebony Island before too long as well. Why is that? Cassie did not see a clear path to victory, but she knew that rain and smile of heaven were behind her in the Ebony Tower. So she had to do everything in her power to prevent the enemy from reaching its gates. Why would Mordred prevent her from joining the fray? He seemed to have smiled, then said in a raspy tone, "It's just that, if I were you, Song of the Fallen, I would retreat inside the Ebony Tower as soon as I could, if I wanted to have a chance to survive, that is." Cassie felt a cold shiver running down her spine, her intuition suddenly warning her to be wary of him, her one and only remaining ally. Why? Mordred remained silent for a few seconds, then laughed darkly. "Because I am about to do something reckless, and I'll need to buy myself a bit of time before that." She sensed him approaching, her nostrils assaulted by the stench of blood. Then he shoved her back toward the gates of the Ebony Tower. "Go. I still have a use for you, so I'm inclined to keep you alive, for now." At that moment, she sensed something else. The reflections appearing silently from the slaughter, moving toward the Ebony Tower as well. Why would Mordred not only retreat himself, but also recall his reflections? What was that madman trying to do? She was suddenly thrown to the ground, the entire Ebony Island quaking, far more violently than ever before. Several seconds in the past, or rather in the present, Cassie turned and faced the direction where the masts of the night garden now obscured the sky. The Titanic ship collided with the Ebony Island, using its great mass to arrest its momentum. The next moment, countless awakened poured from its decks onto the obsidian shore. Cassie remained motionless for a few seconds, then took a step back and turned around. She followed the reflections toward the gates of the Ebony Tower, and as she did, a swarm of crystalline abominations of the glass hell rushed forward from beneath the dark fabric that had been hiding them and scurried up the walls of the ancient tower, covering them like a layer of glass, turning the entire Ebony Tower into a giant mirror. What reflected in that mirror was not the harrowing sight of the cataclysmic battle, however. It was an endless expanse of swirling white mist. And as Mordred smiled darkly and stepped back, limping, the great mirror burst open, an unstoppable flood of nothingness escaping from its shattered depths. Chapter 2953, Fog of War. Cassie stumbled and turned around as the gates of the Ebony Tower shut behind her. She was safely protected from the eerily quiet, deceptively slow-moving mass of white mist that flooded the Ebony Island in the blink of an eye. However, her marks weren't. Suddenly, all she could see was swirling white fog, and all she could hear was the choir of strangely distant, muffled screams that echoed in its depths. She shivered. Nothing. It took her a moment to regain a semblance of composure. Able to think once more, she easily understood what Mordred had done. His aspect allowed him to open paths between reflections. So he had prepared one last trump card to use against the dream spawn in case the tides of war turned against him. Somewhere in the white mists of the Hollow Mountains, there stood a great mirror. Mordred must have created and had been sustaining despite the endless erosion of being exposed to nothing. And now he opened a path between that mirror and the ebony tower, unleashing nothing into the world. No, he did not open a path. He tore a hole in existence, allowing nothing to seep into the chained aisles. Has he lost his? Cassie turned around, listening to the sound of Mordred's limping steps. He was heading to the middle of the great hall of the ebony tower, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The 7 reflections followed, placing a mark on one of the reflections. Cassie was finally able to see Mordred. The king of nothing did not look too good. His black armor was bent and shredded, slowly collapsing into a rain of ghostly sparks. His clothes beneath were soaked with blood, and countless cuts covered his battered body. There was bloody foam in the corners of his mouth, and his pale face glistened with cold sweat. His eyes, however, in the depth of his mirror-like eyes, a feverish determination and a dark, demented kind of glee were smoldering like coals. His lips twisted into a grin, revealing his bloodied teeth. Ah, how improper, how unsightly! Why am I having so much fun? I shouldn't. I really mustn't. Where is my decorum? He let out a laugh. Cassie frowned, suppressing a desire to step back. It really felt like Mordred had completely lost his mind. Of course, she knew that he hadn't. That man was too insidious to be broken so easily. More than that, he had never been sane to begin with. How could one lose something they had never possessed? Right? Why wouldn't he unleash nothing upon his enemies? Normal people could not survive in the white mist of the Hollow Mountains. However, Mordred could. He was kin to the others and the creatures of nothing, after all. So his vessels would be able to prey on the warriors of the hunger domain, moving freely through the mist. That was what Cassie had expected to happen. She had assumed that Mordred would wipe out the weaker soldiers of the Dreamspawn with the help of nothing, then send his vessels to slaughter the stronger ones by using the mist to his advantage. But reality was different from her expectations. What is happening in Cassie's mind? Myriad points of view she had been perceiving the world through were vanishing, as if erased from existence. She was not surprised that many of the human soldiers who had invaded the Ebony Island ceased to exist, the fragile sparks of their lives washed away by the tide of nothingness. However, most of the perspectives she was losing did not belong to the thralls of Astarion. Instead, they belonged to the vessels of the King of Nothing. The winged vessels that had been fighting a calamitous battle in the vast expanse of the sky above were dropping like flies, their corpses raining down and disappearing in the endless darkness of the sky. Below, the vessels that had been arrayed on the black obsidian of the Ebony Island were toppling like broken dolls, their lifeless bodies veiled by the mist. There were no visible wounds on their bodies, no explanation for why they died. It was as if some vast and harrowing force simply snuffed out their lives, leaving only empty shells behind. The hunger domain suffered countless losses due to the flood of white mist Mordred had unleashed, but it was actually the King of Nothing himself who was seemingly being eradicated. The scale and scope of the devastation that had befallen his vast legion of vessels was simply unimaginable. It was as if the Ebony Island and its surroundings had been swallowed by a dark hell of death where finality reigned. Cassie studied the battered figure of Mordred, then asked in a subdued tone, "What is happening? What are you doing?" Mordred turned to her, and his features contorted in a pained grimace for a moment. Then a pale smile illuminated his bloodied face. "Well, Song of the Fallen, Cassia, I am ashamed to admit that I have become somewhat of a degenerate gambler as of late. And as any degenerate gambler would do after being dealt a losing hand, I'm going all in. It's all or nothing for me, I'm afraid, and while I certainly hope to win it all, if that's not in the cards, I'll just have to settle for nothing instead." She frowned. Suddenly, the cuts left on her face by the pieces of shrapnel seemed to hurt more, and the pain pulsing in her empty eye socket was harder to endure. "Stop speaking in riddles. I don't understand." Mordred reached the center of the hall by then and stopped there, breathing heavily. The 7 reflections surrounded him, their stolen forms reflected in his eyes. Then their figures grew vague, and a moment later, 7 identical copies of Mordred were staring back at him, his battered silhouette reflecting in their eyes instead. A violent tremor ran through the ebony tower, and Cassie's frown deepened. She turned her head slightly, as if listening to what was happening outside. Out there in the mist, a short while ago, the vanguard forces of humanity had been rallying around the saints. The invaders had lost many soldiers when the flood of nothingness washed over them, awakened warriors dissolving into mist. As their existence was literally erased from the world, most of them would have shared the same fate, with only the strongest saints managing to maintain themselves through sheer stalwart determination, if not for the fact that they were thralls of the dream spawn, and therefore conduits of his will. As the sea of white mist drowned the ebony island, Asterion had been approaching the end of the heavenly chain. Jumping down into the ghostly embrace of the swirling fog, he looked around with a thoughtful expression, drops of blood still falling from the blade of his scarlet sword. Asterion frowned slightly and unleashed his will, anchoring the existence of his thralls in reality. The litany of distant screams permeating the mist slowly died out, replaced by an ominous silence. Of course, not all of the human soldiers were saved, could be saved, after all. Even if each of them was a conduit of supreme will, not all of them could channel that will in equal measure. The awakened were limited in their capacity as its mediums. The ascended were better suited to be the dream spawn's mortal instruments, their souls able to endure more. But it was the saints who could truly become heralds of his will, unleashing it upon the world. So the saints became beacons for the rest of the soldiers to rally around. Not only could they firmly maintain their existence with the help of their sovereign, but they were also able to allow him to influence the world around them, creating islands of the hunger domain in the devouring sea of swirling white mist. Within the bounds of their influence, the soldiers did not have to fear nothingness. They still had to fear what hid in the nothingness, though. Chapter 29:54, Nothing to Lose. On the edge of the ebony island, Yutra was straining to stand up, the sound of his ragged breath drowning in the mist. Ah, damn it. His hands were shaking uncontrollably, so he couldn't quite pick himself up off the ground. Suddenly, he saw the hem of a crimson dress sway in front of him, the red fabric obscuring his vision. He shuddered for some reason, as if reminded of something frightening, and then a strong hand helped him to stand up. He found himself face to face with an exquisitely beautiful woman, and spent a moment before recognizing her as one of the blood sisters who followed Saint Seishan. The woman helped him regain his balance and said in a somber tone, "Stay close, soldier." He nodded, looking around in search of Rit and Tegrat. Luckily, the two of them were nearby, looking as shaken as he was. There were countless awakened warriors around him, actually all crowded around the banner of Lady Seishan. Yutra's sword had shattered somewhere on the chain. So he inhaled deeply and summoned a spare memory, one he had used in Antarctica before earning a better one during the Eastern subjugation campaign. "I'm still alive, at least." He used the brief lull in the battle to catch his breath and pour some water into his mouth, which was as dry as a desert. Then there was a stir up ahead, and a command to advance resounded in the mist. The soldiers moved forward, Lady Seishan walking in the middle of their defensive formation. The mist surrounded them from all sides, obscuring the world, and a cold sense of fear permeated their hearts. Stay alert. The vessels of the King of Nothing can attack at any moment. The command echoed in the mist, growing strange and distorted as it traveled further and further away. Yutra gripped his sword tighter. Somehow, he and his two friends found themselves at the front of the formation soon. Each step echoes in the swirling fog, making their hearts beat wildly. Sweat was rolling down their faces, making the hilts of their weapons slick up ahead. Yutra raised his shield, preparing to face whatever it was that revealed itself from the mist, an immense dark shape that made the blood run cold in his veins. However, the dark shape remained motionless, not showing any sign of lunging at them. The soldiers approached it cautiously and slowed down for a few moments, full of wary apprehension. What the hell? The enormous abomination resembled a tall hill of black hair, the shape of a grotesque, ape-like body barely recognizable beneath the long fur. It looked tremendously strong, a nightmare creature of a rank that Yutra could never hope to scratch, let alone kill, and yet it was motionless, devoid of life, and utterly dead. Passing the dead monstrosity, they advanced forward. It wasn't long before they encountered another dead abomination, and then another and another. Soon, the abominable corpses surrounded them from all sides, looming in the mist like a forest of misshapen gravestones. Nothing attacked them from the milky white fog. What did this Tegrot? Sounded uncharacteristically subdued. Had they been destroyed by the white mist? But the King of Nothing was its ruler. Why would his own vessels be slain by the fog he had summoned? Forward? The command arrived from the back, forcing them to continue advancing into the mist among the motionless corpses. Only, why did it seem like something was moving in the mist? Something vague, colossal. Alien Yutra felt a cold chill run down his spine as he sensed something gazing at him from the milky white expanse of swirling fog. "Hey, Yutra, won't you look at that?" Tegrot's friendly voice sounded like usual. However, something about it made Yutra feel cold, and that was before he realized that it had come from an entirely wrong direction, even. Following an impulse, Yutra shut his eyes tightly. He did not know it, but at the exact same moment every human soldier on the Ebony Island closed their eyes as well, acting in perfect synchronicity. That was because Asterion commanded them to do so. The Dreamspawn himself, however, kept his eyes open. He peered into the mist, the relaxed smile slowly draining from his face. Then his gaze climbed higher and higher and higher still, as if he was looking at something that towered above him, looming vaguely in the mist. His expression turned somber. In the next moment. That was when Cassie felt the Ebony Island quake. She remained motionless for a second, then faced Mordred once more. The advance of the hunger domain was slowed down, but while the mortal soldiers might be thwarted by the mist, Asterion is not someone who can be stopped by nothing. You know that? So what is your plan? Mordred was breathing raggedly, his face slowly growing even paler than before. He stared into the distance for a while, as if not hearing her question, and then aimed the gaze of his mirror-like eyes at her. Stop him? Ah, no, I wasn't trying to stop him. Just slow him down. Didn't I say that I needed to buy myself some time? Cassie's frown deepened. Time for what? I am your ally, damn it. Shouldn't I know? Staring at her, Mordred smiled. Your usefulness as an ally has all but exhausted itself, Song of the Fallen. Still, I guess it has not run out yet. He remained silent for a short while, then exhaled slowly and looked down. After a few moments, he said in an even tone, This is all your fault, you know. Mordred looked at Cassie with a hint of dark, cold contempt in his eyes. You and your inept owners? I warned them. I warned over and over again, but no. Changing Star and her shadow as well. They just had to give in to their avarice. They wanted too much, valued too many things, and were determined to protect too many people. They weren't prepared to sacrifice anything at all, and where did we end up as a result? Here, at this moment, driven into a corner. His lips twisted into a snarl. Asterion cannot be defeated, but I could have defeated that monster, still. I almost did. If only those fools had not prevented me from doing what had to be done. If only they had honestly admitted that sometimes one has to become monstrous in order to fight monsters. Mordred shook his head and laughed bitterly. Come to think of it, it has always been that way, looking back. I've led quite an unfortunate life, haven't I? Something has always risen to stand between me and achieving my goals. In the second nightmare, in Antarctica, in Godgrave, everywhere, every time. It is almost as if fate itself conspired against me, as if I was fated to lose and end up with nothing. He sighed heavily. As he spoke, Cassie felt pressed down to the floor. The pressure continued to build as Mordred's face grew paler, and at some point, she realized that she was being suffocated by his presence. Mordred's presence was usually difficult to notice. In fact, he did not have a presence at all. He could be sensed by an eerie absence instead. But now it was building and building, seemingly boundless. The air in the great hall of the ebony tower grew frigidly cold, and Cassie felt her hair stand on end. Mordred shook his head, his expression turning calm and steely. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Even if that is the case, I still want to give it my all. Let's see this through to the end, shall we, Cassia? She tilted her head, caught by the fact that his presence seemed to be growing more powerful. Then a flash of understanding hit her like lightning. Her expression changed subtly, and she turned to Mordred slowly. Your vessels? Cassie finally understood what was killing the myriad of his vessels outside the tower. Nothing. Nothing was killing them. They weren't being killed. Rather, Mordred was simply collecting the millions of fragments of his soul he had torn away to inhabit the legion of stolen bodies back. He was assembling himself from those fragments, piecing his soul together like a puzzle. But no, souls didn't work like that. Souls were alive just like bodies were. When wounded, they healed, regrowing lost pieces of themselves with scar tissue covering old wounds. So there was no place for these fragments Mordred had torn from himself in a cruel act of self-mutilation to go, but he was absorbing them nevertheless, forcing his soul to swell to a dreadful, impossible size, making it deeper than even a supreme soul was ever meant to be. Mordred smiled crookedly. Ah, I see you finally figured it out. It is a desperate gamble, I'll admit, but then again, I'm quite desperate at the moment, and I have nothing to lose. Cassie was taken aback. She felt too rattled to fully fathom the implications of what he was doing, let alone express them with words. The battle, the odd choices he had made regarding his reflections, the timing of it all. Her voice shook. Apotheosis. She took a step forward. You madman, you are attempting apotheosis. Mordred studied her for a moment. Then he shrugged with a faint smile. Go big or go home, right? Since I can't beat the dream spawn in this game, the only choice is to flip the board. Well, attempt to flip it, at least. His reflections surrounded him, having assumed his own form. Each of them had been created from his soul cores, but each of them had also grown since then. In this battle as well, they absorbed enough soul fragments to evolve by a class or two. In fact, Mordred had sent them to those areas of the battlefield where they would be able to reap the most bountiful harvest of soul fragments, not where they would be able to impact the battle the most. And Mordred himself had not been idle after creating them either. Even having sacrificed all those soul cores to create his reflections, he still managed to elevate himself to a supreme titan once more. 7 soul cores burned in the depths of Mordred's supreme soul, as many as the soul of a living being could support and withstand. The 7 reflections shared many more among themselves. Some of them were monsters, some of them were demons, some had reached an even higher class. Looking at one of them, Mordred asked in a neutral tone, Do you know what separates gods from mortals, Song of the Fallen? She remained silent, not knowing what to say. Not receiving an answer, he chuckled. Neither do I, but I'm quite curious to find out. With that, Mordred reached forward and shattered one of his reflections, absorbing it, and the soul cores it bore back into himself. In Cassie's mind, the runes describing him shimmered and grew vague. Chapter 2955, Avian Horror. Pierced by the talons of the vile thieving bird and yet saved from annihilation by the curse, Sonny plunged his sword into the cursed terror's neck. A wound like that was not going to kill a being that had outlived the gods. But then again, Serpent possessed the slaying blade ability description. When in its soul weapon form, Soul Serpent embodies the death aspect of Shadow God. As such, it ignores the will of greater beings. In other words, it breached the gap between the potency of Sonny's will and that of the vile, thieving bird. So, even if he was of a lesser rank than his adversary, they were close to being equals when murder was concerned. At least Sonny still did not expect the thieving bird to die from being stabbed in the neck. Even he could easily survive such a wound. So what was there to say about a cursed terror? The deep wound, the sharp blade of Serpent, even its slaying blade ability. Those were merely tools, They were instruments with which Sonny expressed his killing intent. It was Sonny himself who had to become a weapon that would slay the loathsome thieving bird. So, using the blade of his sword as a conduit, Sonny steeled his mind and poured all of the death will he possessed through it. He willed death and destruction upon the thieving bird with more determination, fatal resolve, and uncompromising malice than he had even been able to embody before. It wasn't that hard, really. After all, there was hardly a being in the world who had harmed Sonny more than this odious creature. All the anguish he had endured, all the things he had missed, all the time he had lost, it was all because of the vile, thieving bird. So Sonny wanted to kill it more than anyone in the world as well, perhaps more than he had ever wanted to kill anyone. And if there was someone who could kill a cursed terror out of sheer spite, it was Sonny. He never forgot a grudge, and his grudge against the thieving bird was nothing short of singular. So it was easy to channel his death will into the damn bird. It was almost pouring out of his spiteful heart all on its own. Sonny just hoped that it would be enough to kill the thieving bird. He was almost praying that it would. He had sacrificed his mind, body, and soul to make this attack possible, after all, using himself as bait to create an opportunity to deal the cursed terror a grievous wound, die. But the vile thieving bird did not die, even as Sonny was pouring all of his will into the awful wound. He could feel that it was like trying to drain an ocean with a teaspoon. And despite the slaying blade quality of his sword, the spirit of the loathsome thing was simply too vast and elemental to be rendered powerless in the face of his murderous resolve. It's not nearly enough. The thought made his blood run cold. In the next moment, the thieving bird's beak fell down like the blade of a blood-soaked guillotine, destroying his face and pulverizing his skull. Blood, bone fragments, and brain matter splattered in all directions. Sonny activated the chain once more. His shattered skull was restored, his liquefied brain matter was returned to where it belonged, and his mutilated face became whole once more. He twisted serpent in thieving bird's neck, continuing to pour his death will into the abominable terror. A sobering thought surfaced in the sea of his murderous fury. This won't last. The chain enchantment of the curse could save him from being destroyed, but it was not a panacea. Mostly because it had never been designed for enduring the fury of a being as ancient and powerful as the vile thieving bird. Restoring Sonny's broken body and soul was not even its true purpose. It had been primarily designed for keeping him from losing himself in the formlessness of shadows, to anchor his sense of self in the present and prevent it from dissolving in the harrowing expanse of the future. Such an implementation was ambitious, but would not drain Sonny's reserves of essence. That was because there would be no opposing will acting against the chain, or rather, it would only have to overcome his own will, not that of a superior adversary. Things were entirely different now, though. Now, the chain was not simply restoring his mind, body, and soul, it was repairing what the vile thieving bird had destroyed. And so it was fighting against the consequences of a cursed terror reshaping the world according to its will, which consumed a truly terrifying amount of Sonny's essence. He had rarely been forced to think about running out of essence after becoming a supreme, but he could not ignore the expenditure now. Using the chain twice already cost him an ocean of essence, and the situation was only aggravated by the fact that he had already lost a vast amount of it to the despicable thievery of the vile spawn. The Shadow Legion had lost a great number of shades as well, which meant that there was less spirit essence flowing into his soul now. In short, the chain gave Sonny a fighting chance against the thieving bird, but it was not going to win this battle. Nephis. Great tendrils of shadows appeared behind Sonny and wrapped themselves around his limbs, pulling him off the talons of the enormous, monstrous avian horror and dragging him away. For a moment he beheld the vile thieving bird in all its profane glory. Even hunched, it was as tall as a hill, hideous and terrifying, with a disheveled mantle of messy black feathers and a pair of round, dark eyes that boiled with an unspeakable madness. Its fearsome talons looked deadly enough to rend titans apart, and its long beak looked sharp enough to piece the heavens. Most of all, looking at the thieving bird, Sonny suddenly realized that when a bird of prey reached that size, it looked very similar to a dragon. In fact, the thieving bird looked far more terrifying than any dragon he had seen, tainted by the corruption or not. There was something about the form of its body and the messy mantle of its feathers that made it more frightening than any reptilian nightmare creature. And then there were its eyes as well, the eyes of a creature who witnessed a reflection of the forgotten god, the god of corruption, which had been forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's gorgeous eye. Sonny was pulled back by the shadow tendrils he had manifested, and a split second later a torrent of fierce white flames swallowed the towering figure of the vile thieving bird, obscuring it from sight. He landed on the cracked surface of obsidian he had covered the lake with, grasping his mutilated chest. The stone-like metal of the jade mantle was slowly repairing itself, and beneath it, the wounds left in his flesh by the talons of the cursed terror were beginning to heal as well. But it was still gruesomely painful in front of him. A colossal pyre burned ferociously in the space where the thieving bird had been. Burn. Burn, you hateful bird. He did not know if he was cursing it or praying for it to burn. Very few things could withstand the immolating heat of Nef's flames, and yet Sonny suddenly shivered, feeling a dreadful gaze land on him from the depths of flame. Then two enormous wings rose and fell, raising a hurricane. The white flames were suffocated and extinguished, revealing the giant figure of the thieving bird, entirely unscathed as if it was impervious to fire. The thieving bird jumped back, landing with a thunderclap above the place where its vile spawn was laying sprawled on the ground. The vile spawn threw an angry glare at Sonny, then made a tearful face and dissolved into the cursed terror's shadow, finding safety beneath its wing. The shades it had stolen from Sonny faced the shades that were still loyal to him, and the vile, thieving bird faced the three supremes who had come to kill it, the Lord of Shadows, Changing Star, and Ananke of Weave. What do we do? Do we attack at the same time? Ananke's melodious voice was low and concerned. Sonny hesitated for a moment. What to do? What to do, indeed? Then he shook his head. No, we need to get back right now, quickly. Nephis and Ananke followed his urgent call immediately, leaving all questions for later, and as the three of them dashed back, creating distance between them and the vile thieving bird who seemed ready to lunge at them. Something moved in the shadows in front of it. Then a giant skeletal hand rose from the darkness, its black bones encased in bands of polished gold. Chapter 209-56, Battle of Deities. The vile thieving bird tilted its head and then pecked at the skeletal hand. When its beak collided with the black bone, a deafening thunderclap resounded above the estuary lake, and Sonny was thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Arg. There was blood on his tongue, filling his mouth with the taste of iron. Facing a cursed terror in battle was not something one could hope to escape unscathed. In fact, simply surviving was already a tall task, even for a supreme titan like him. So Sonny had called on a different fallen deity to help him even the odds. Out there in front of them, the wandering Archon was rising from the shadows in all his eldritch glory, the golden bands encasing his skeletal form glistening in the sun. His gigantic form was being woven out of torrents of darkness, a sea of essence draining from Sonny's soul to give him form. Having carried the memory of the deathless spirit within himself for a long time, Sonny was finally summoning him back into existence. Of course, the Archon was not going to become their ally. He was just as likely to attack the three Supremes as he was bound to clash with the vile thieving bird. So it was quite possible that Sonny was simply adding an undying sacred to an already harrowing list of enemies he had to defeat. But desperate times called for desperate measures. The enemy of his enemy was still his enemy, but at least there was a possibility that his enemies would begin fighting each other, allowing him to attack one or both of them while they were distracted. Damn it all. Gritting his teeth, Sonny pushed himself off the ground. Out there in front of him, the vile thieving bird did not seem to have liked the result of pecking at the black bone. It hopped back, observing the rise of the wandering Archon with a predatory madness burning in its harrowing eyes. The Archon, meanwhile, had fully manifested on the surface of the estuary lake. He towered above it like a mountain of black bones, his tattered ivory mantle fluttering in the wind like a burial shroud. The spikes of his crown shone with a blinding golden radiance in the light of the 6 stolen suns, resembling radiant beacons. The thieving bird seemed mesmerized. There was a moment of dead silence and ominous stillness. Then the Archon glanced down, his empty eye sockets peering at the spot where the thieving bird's beak had left a crack on the surface of his black hand. Something moved in the emptiness that nestled in his skull, and then the deathless spirit shifted his crushing gaze at the avian horror in front of him. The vile thieving bird opened its beak and let out a chilling, harrowing shriek. The sound of it made Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke groan, grabbing their ears. The Archon moved then, lunging forward to grab it by the neck. Sunny cursed. "Brace yourselves." In the next moment, the world quaked, a hurricane of black feathers and bone shards obscuring the entrance to the burial chamber of the demon of oblivion, seething water rising through the cracks in the obsidian. The momentary quiet was torn apart and vanquished by the indescribable cacophony, and in the mayhem of the deific clash. The stolen shades lunged forward, colliding with the remains of the Shadow Legion in a chilling bacchanalia of violence. Sunny steeled his will against the coming shockwave, increasing his weight to withstand it. To his left, Ananke raised a rampart of manifested essence in front of her, while to his right, Nephis simply allowed herself to be mangled by the impact and then mended herself in the healing crucible of her flames. All 3 of them moved forward after that, coming together while the vile thieving bird and the wandering Archon battled in front of them. The heart of the stone titan shook from the calamitous violence of the divine clash as if beating anew. Despite the harrowing forces unleashed by the battle of 2 deities, however, the thieving bird did not seem to be taking its enemy seriously. It wasn't trying to take to the sky and utilize its main advantage, at least choosing to fight the deathless spirit on the surface of the lake. It shrieked and cawed, avoiding the devastating attacks of the gigantic black skeleton in a whirlwind of black feathers. The Archon, meanwhile, was on the offensive, pursuing it like an incarnation of death, which he himself had been deprived of. The vile thieving bird was stronger than the deathless spirit. It had to be, considering their difference in class, as well as the fact that the deathless had long lost the most important parts of themselves. However, somehow it seemed like it could do nothing but retreat from the undying horror, its demented eyes burning with a peculiar feverish madness. Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke finally met amidst the carnage of clashing shades. Nephis put her hands on both of her companions, healing them as much as she could in the short span of time they had, at least. Ananke's wounds were relatively light, considering that she had only suffered her life force being stolen by the vile spawn. Sunny, however, was wounded quite severely, despite having used the chain. In fact, he would have been already on death's door, or at least forced to abandon his corporeal form, if not for the tenacious nature of the weave. "What do we do now?" Neph's voice was barely audible in the thunderous clamor of the profane battle. She glanced at the hurricane of black and gold that raged in front of them and shook her head. "We can't take both of them on. We can't even take one of them on, really. Not unless something changes." Ananke glanced at the 2 fighting deities as well, her face pale. I don't know where that second creature came from, but it looks awfully strong." The second creature, of course, had come from within Sunny's soul, but that was not important right now. The important part was that Nephis was right, and things were even worse than she had described. That was because the remains of the Shadow Legion were losing to the shades of the vile spawn, which meant that there would be an army of deadly shades fighting against the 3 Supremes soon, as if an undying spirit and a cursed terror were not enough. The problem was that the vile spawn had obliterated some of the strongest shades Sunny commanded in that first explosion of black flame, and then stole the wolf on top of that. Sunny had yet to summon a second sacred shade to replace the primordial beast, so his shades, despite having a numerical advantage, were slowly losing. In fact, they were only losing slowly as opposed to rapidly because Saint and Slayer were among them, serving as a bulwark protecting the Shadow Legion and a sharp blade that cut its enemies down. Sunny hesitated for a moment, considering whether summoning Abundance Puppeteer or the Rat King would be wise. In the end, he simply glanced at Nephis and Ananke. Ananke, you will have to destroy the shades that vile little wretch stole. You will also have to try to weaken the thieving bird as much as you can. Nephis and I will take on that loathsome thing once it destroys the Archon. There was a moment of silence, and then Nephis asked, straining her voice to be heard in the deafening cacophony, "Are you sure that the Archon will be destroyed?" Sunny lingered for a second, then nodded. "I am," his somber voice was confident. That was because he had noticed something while observing the two deities clash. The deathless spirit seemed to have pushed the vile thieving bird on the defensive, but actually, with each blow he delivered, something about the undying god of the Nightmare Desert changed. It was the bands of gold decorating the ancient bones of the gargantuan skeleton. Each time the thieving bird seemed to barely avoid his obliterating attacks, more and more of those bands disappeared without a trace. His staff was already missing its crystal, and one of his eye sockets had lost its golden frame. The damn thing was not retreating from the deathless spirit. It was simply more focused on stealing the shiny gold off his black bones than on taking him apart bone by bone. Sunny had no doubt that once the thieving bird satiated its avarice, the wandering Archon wasn't going to last long after that. Nephis simply nodded, trusting his words. She had another question, however. How are we going to hurt the thieving bird then? You saw it already. It easily shrugged off both your killing will and my flames. She smiled faintly. Of course, neither of us has gone all out yet. Even if the quality of our wills seems insufficient to slay this terror, quantity might do the job. Sunny looked at her intently, remained silent for a short while, and then said quietly, "This time, our attacks are going to hurt it, because you will weaken its will. All you have to do is speak to it. You must say." He paused for a moment, and then added in an even tone, "Lost from light, I command you to die." Chapter 2957. Lost Memory. The waterfall of poisonous snakes that had replaced Ananke's hair slithered and hissed, their scales glinting like dark jewels, while her eyes blazed with an amber glow. Grasping her harpoon, she threw one last look at Nephis and Sunny, smiled and rushed to join the battle against the wolf and the stolen shades. A vast nebula of silver strings trailed in the air behind her, twisting as each thread of essence silk shot toward the enemy legion. Each infinitely thin string was sharper than a razor, slicing the warriors of the vile spawn apart when Ananke moved the fingers of her free hand to draw it taut. At the same time, a colossal moth descended upon them in a hurricane of ethereal threads of silken darkness, sowing death and destruction among the silent shadows. With Ananke and the puppeteer joining Saint and Slayer, the Shadow Legion was going to turn the tide of battle and eradicate the enemy. Sunny's own damn shades. Soon, especially because of how deadly she was when fighting them. Sunny and Nephis, meanwhile, were meant to confront the vile thieving bird. For now, though, they were biding their time. His dreadful wound was slowly being healed by the soothing warmth of her flame, while her pain was being soothed by the cold sorcery of the cursed chain he had forged. They were not going to wait until the loathsome thieving bird destroyed the deathless spirit, and were instead intending to attack as soon as Sunny was healed. Soon, surrounded by mayhem and carnage, deafened by the thunderous clamor of the calamitous battle, Sunny and Nephis watched two fallen gods fight. The Archon seemed as implacable as ever, but his movements seemed strained. His boundless will, which had been able to reshape Ariel's hell according to his whims, was like a caged beast now, fierce and ferocious, but powerless against the indestructible bars of its cage. That cage was the will of the cursed terror he was facing, an ancient, demented creature who had returned to the world of the living after escaping a nightmare created by the spell. The thieving bird was simply retreating for now, cawing and shrieking as it miraculously avoided the devastating onslaught of the Archon. And at the same time, Its dreadful eyes smoldered with an increasingly dark and terrifying malice. With each moment, the gold encasing the vast expanse of the enormous skeleton was dwindling. His staff was already bare and dim, having lost its radiant crest. His skull was now devoid of adornments, with only the crown still shining in the sunlight like a golden beacon. Sonny's ribs had been mended, and his lungs were not bubbling with bloody foam any more. His heart was beating steadily as well now. Only his muscles needed to be repaired for him to be able to enter the battle in top shape, of course. He had no doubt that his body would become a wreck again by the end of the fight. Sadly, the vile thieving bird did not give him time to recover. Long before Sonny was fully healed, the last piece of gold disappeared from the skeleton of the wandering Archon. The vile thieving bird jumped back, creating distance between itself and the deathless spirit, and then raised its head, throwing something into the air. Catching the golden crown with its beak, the cursed terror cawed in satisfaction, and then aimed the dark gaze of its terrifying eyes at the Archon. Suddenly, Sonny felt a cold chill run down his spine. In the next moment, the world was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying maelstrom of black feathers, the brilliant light of the stolen suns drowning in their frenzied whirlwind. The fluttering ivory shroud of the Archon grew indistinct, his colossal figure almost impossible to distinguish in the descending darkness. And yet, Sonny still saw the dreadful silhouette of the thieving bird colliding with the towering god of Ariel's hell, its talons piercing his chest. Grasping the Archon's ribs with its talons, the thieving bird perched on them and batted his arms away with its boundless mighty wings. Then it thrust its beak into one of the Archon's empty eye sockets. From afar it looked like a crow was pecking at a dead man's eye. Of course, the vile thieving bird was not a crow, and the wandering Archon had no eyes, and yet when the ghastly cursed terror moved its head back, it was as if something dark and slithering was grasped in its beak. The thieving bird raised its head and swallowed the ethereal writhing thing it had stolen from the depths of the deathless spirit's being. In the next moment, the wandering Archon grew strangely still. His arms fell and his shoulders sagged, his skull rolled back lifelessly. And then the enormous skeleton simply crumbled, making the stone titan's heart quake. He became nothing but a towering mountain of black bones buried under an ivory shroud. Your memory has been destroyed. The deathless spirit might not have found death, but he had found annihilation at the hands of a vile thief in the end. That was how the curse of Shadow God had been broken. Looking at the mountains of blackened bones, Sonny could not help to feel his heart turn cold. Damn. There was no more time. He glanced briefly at Nephis and then forced out a smile. Hey, I think it's time for us to go all out. She met his gaze calmly and nodded. A pale smile illuminated her face as well. Why do you sound nervous? It's just a cursed terror. Sonny stared at her for a moment and then let out a chuckle. Indeed. He turned to the vile thieving bird and gritted his teeth. Let's go, as they both lunged forward. A familiar coldness of Weaver's mask obscured his face. Sonny turned into a torrent of shadows while Nephis shone like a luminous star and rose into the sky. The vile thieving bird raised its head and stared at her luminous form. Then it froze for a moment and abruptly turned to look at Sonny. Something moved in its demented eyes, as if it recognized the scent of his blood, and then its eyes blazed with a dangerous glint. Chapter 29:58, Three Curses. Lost from light, I command you to die. The words that would have filled Sonny with terror once now filled his heart with hope. They thundered from the sky, slamming into the vile, thieving bird a split second before it lunged at Sonny in a hurricane of black feathers. This was the gamble he staked his life on. The fact that even if the thieving bird was not a shadow slave, it had stolen the fate of one, and was therefore fated to be beholden to the same bond. If Sonny was wrong, they would die. If he was correct, however, and fate was a blade that cut both ways, then they would gain a vital advantage in the fight against the cursed terror. He did not know what that advantage would entail, whether the thieving bird would truly drop dead or become more susceptible to being killed, But he knew that having stolen his fated attribute, it was prone to finding itself in improbable situations. There was a simple reason he was willing to bet his life on the outcome of Nephis calling out his lost true name. It was that, between the thieving bird killing both of them and them killing the thieving bird, the latter was infinitely more improbable. Come on! As Sonny rushed forward as a river of shadows and the thieving bird was preparing to rip him apart, probably to add his blood, bones, flesh, mind, spirit, and soul to its collection of Weaver memorabilia, a cold wind blew across the estuary lake. And then the thieving bird stumbled. It lost its balance for a moment, shaking its horrid head in apparent confusion. Something was different about it now, something imperceptible, but quite easily felt. Sonny could feel it indeed. Hearing Neph's command, the vile thieving bird did not die, and neither did it offer its neck to be killed. The absolute power of Shadow Bond did not seem to be absolute when it came to the loathsome, cursed terror, but it wasn't non-existent either. Perhaps the thieving bird was simply weakened instead of being killed due to its tenuous connection to the fate of being lost from light. Perhaps it fell under the effect of the command to die, but managed to resist it, was actively resisting it, due to the fact that it only possessed his fate, not personified it. But it was weakened nonetheless. The insurmountable ocean of its terrifying will receded, becoming smaller and more shallow, still far greater than his, but not quite as overwhelming. In his mind, Sonny grinned viciously when his perilous theory had turned out to be true. That was all he needed. A chance. A fighting chance against the creature that even the gods had failed to eradicate. Kill. That was the only thought that remained in Sonny's mind. The thieving bird was already weakened by the need to resist the fate of being bonded to Changing Star of the immortal Flame Clan. But that was not everything Sonny had in store for it. In the next moment, before the loathsome terror had an opportunity to come to terms with its new condition, Sonny unleashed the weakening curse, using all 7 links of the curse to sap its power. Usually there would be little difference between using his shadows to augment himself or to weaken a single enemy. Things were different now, however, because Sonny was not fighting alone. If he had empowered himself, only he would have benefited from that augmentation, but with their common enemy weakened, both Sonny and Nephis could exploit its diminished state. However, that wasn't all either. Just a split second after Sonny enveloped the thieving bird in shadow flame to weaken it from a distance, Ananke unleashed her powers as well. Now that she had assumed her transcendent form, the blessing she was usually able to grant had become a curse. And she placed that curse on the vile thieving bird, weakening it even further. The malediction of Changing Star, the hex of the Lord of Shadows, and the curse of Ananke of Weave. Restrained by 3 supremes, the thieving bird let out a disgruntled caw. And by then, Sonny and Nephis were already upon it. The 3 weakening curses had not only diminished the power of the cursed terror, but also cost it the initiative. So instead of being pierced by the harrowing talons once more, Sonny was the one who gave the thieving bird no chance to react this time. Rising from the flowing darkness as a shadow colossus, he grasped the hilt of his great odachi with both hands and delivered a devastating downward slash, one hand pushing, one hand pulling, just like Nephis had taught him on the Forgotten Shore. This was the very same cut he had practiced thousands of times during their journey through the Crimson Labyrinth, the very first step he had taken as a swordsman at the same exact moment as the black blade of his gargantuan odachi fell down. Akin to a wall of darkness, a radiant plane of pure white light plummeted from the sky. It was the blessing severing the world to cleave the vile thieving bird apart. The loathsome terror pierced Sonny with a frenzied gaze and then shrieked, making his vision blur. Its wings rose to meet the 2 obliterating strikes. Aye. The next thing Sonny registered was seeing Serpent flying into the sky, a net of cracks covering its serpentine blade. The great odachi spanned dozens of meters in length, and yet it was spinning like a feather, soaring higher and higher as it bled darkness. It took him a moment to register that both arms of his shell had been torn off at the elbow. The force of the impact had been so dire that it severely wounded Serpent and completely obliterated his hands and forearms, leaving only a shallow wound on the thieving bird's wing on the other side of the odious terror. The light of the blessing was suffocated and extinguished, barely scorching a few feathers, and leaving a small burn on the other wing. Sent staggering back, Sonny balanced himself and glanced at the thieving bird in grim silence. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. He cursed quietly, and then lunged forward, creating new arms for his shell from the shadows. "I'll still kill you, just you wait." Chapter 2959, Deadly Dance. Sonny could have gotten discouraged after losing both his sword and his hands in a single exchange with the thieving bird. However, he did not. Instead, his heart was burning with wicked glee, his mind drowning in murderous malice. That was because he noticed the change their adversary had undergone. Neff's attack only left a shallow burn on the thieving bird's wing, but it did leave a burn. The cursed terror had easily shaken off her flames before, but it failed to entirely escape harm this time. Its other wing had a small cut on it now, too, which meant that Neff's command, as well as hexes placed on the thieving bird by Sonny and Ananke, were working. The thieving bird was bleeding, so it could be killed. Sonny was going to kill it. I'll admit, the loathsome terror descended upon him like an avalanche of black feathers and grotesque eyes, moving so fast that Sonny could barely follow its movements with his eyes. Its beak shot forward with the speed of a lightning bolt, aiming to pierce the chest of the shadow colossus shell and fish out the shadow safely hidden in its depths. Sonny barely managed to turn his torso, sacrificing the entire left side of his shell to save himself from the frenzied assault of the thieving bird. Most of the responsibility for what happened to me lies squarely on my own shoulders. However, having lost his left arm, Sonny used his right hand to deliver a vicious blow to the vile thieving bird's head. His armored gauntlet bent and his hand fractured from the impact, as did his wrist, and yet he managed to daze the cursed terror, even if only for a moment. Nephis used that moment to deliver another incinerating attack, the colossal blade of white flame slashing the thieving bird across the back, smelling the scent of burning feathers. Sonny grinned viciously. "That doesn't mean that I don't hold you accountable as well, you wretched thing. Do you even know what I have gone through because of you? What? I lost, you're going to pay me for every day that I wasted." The thieving bird's talons tore into the abdomen of his shell, slicing it open. The shadow colossus was damaged too gravely and crumbled, leaving Sonny entirely undefended and vulnerable. But that was fine. Assuming a corporeal form and landing on the obsidian, Sonny threw a hateful gaze at the towering, cursed terror. The shadow lantern was hanging on his belt so he could easily summon more shadows from the realm of death and form a new shell. However, he didn't. There was a reason why his arms had shattered so easily in that first exchange with the thieving bird, failing to hold on to Serpent's hilt. It was because those weren't really his arms, they were merely the arms of his shell, made from manifested shadows. Even if those shadows were infused with the essence of a supreme, they could not compare to the arms of an actual sovereign. So, Sonny did not need to summon a new shell. Instead, he released the constraints of his human form and allowed his true self, a vast, boundless shadow, to flood the world, then manifested a new shadow colossus out of nothing but himself. Weaver's mask expanded to fit his giant face. Now that he was devoid of the protective frame of the shell, each wound he received would deal direct damage to his soul. However, his soul was quite tenacious and difficult to destroy due to soul weave. So Sonny knew that he could endure a lot before being entirely destroyed. He also knew that this battle could not be won by holding anything back. Attempting to save himself from harm would only result in his death, while being ready and willing to harm himself was the only way to survive. Somewhere far above, the cracked blade of Serpent embedded itself in the roof of the inconceivably vast cavern. It shook from the force of the impact, and then rippled, changing form. Far below, a hurricane of flame descended upon the thieving bird, making it beat its wings and cry out in pain. The discomfort it felt due to Neff's attacks was significant enough for the loathsome terror even to forget about Sunny for a moment, turning its head to look at the vicious, radiant being that kept hurting it from afar. The vile thieving bird's eyes narrowed, overflowing with murderous intent. It was about to shift targets. However, Sunny had other plans. He wanted to keep the odious thing's attention on him, and only him. So, summoning the jade mantle back to cover his towering body and the nebulous mantle to cover the fearsome armor, Sunny gazed at the thieving bird and spoke. He said, "I am Weaver, the demon of fate." He glared at the loathsome terror with a dark, smoldering fury and growled, "Where is my eye, you wretched thief?" The thieving bird froze for a moment. Then it forgot all about Nephis. Its demented eyes blazed with a new kind of madness, and it rushed at Sunny with a distressing shriek. He laughed. "You are going to pay for every scar, every nightmare, every moment of despair, every drop of blood, every piece of flesh, every splinter of bone. Sure, it might not be fair to demand all that payment from you alone, but then again, who asked you to steal the fate of an outskirt rat who grew up learning nothing but spite? Who asked you to make an adversary out of lost from light?" The thieving bird descended upon him like a dark storm of madness. An onslaught of blows rained down on him like hail. Its beak, its talons, its wings, the devastating gusts of wind it raised, the mind-shattering shrieks it let out. Sunny was burning with a scathing desire to break, hurt, and kill the loathsome terror. But instead, he was forced to continuously retreat. He danced in the storm of feathers, following the movements of the vile, thieving bird's shadow instead of its own. When he could, he avoided the attacks. However, even weakened by Neff's command and two curses, a cursed terror was still a cursed terror. Sunny did well to survive, but he did not survive unscathed. Every time he failed to dodge an attack and had to deflect or block it instead, a part of him was broken. The harrowing agony of soul damage was ravaging his entire being, but he simply gritted his teeth and continued his deadly dance, because the odious bird was not unscathed either. Every moment that Sunny kept its attention on himself was a moment that allowed Nephis to deliver another attack from the sky. Blinding rays of immolating light fell upon their terrifying adversary one after another, leaving patches of scorched feathers and ugly burns on its hide. The thieving bird paid no attention to its accumulating wounds, but Sunny did. They were relying on quantity in this dire battle, after all. Even if they could not kill the loathsome terror in one decisive blow, a death by 1,000 cuts or 1,000 burns was still a death. In fact, even as terrible agony washed over his mind, Sunny felt a dark sense of delight and satisfaction. He liked this turn of events much better, dying from one blow. That was too good for the vile thieving bird, suffering the pain of 10,000 cuts and burns before finally dying, though. That was about 1/10 of what he wanted to visit upon the loathsome creature. Sunny was going to make do with just that, though. Chapter 2960, Stolen Thunder. Kill, kill. Chanting the word over and over again in his head, Sunny struggled to stay alive as the vile thieving bird assaulted him with a hurricane of devastating attacks. He was using that word to stay sane, or rather to drive himself into the right kind of madness. The battle madness that took over the minds of those who gave themselves completely to the stark world of combat, stepping into a state that went beyond the usual trance of clarity. A state of mind so clear that it eradicated all things and concepts that did not have something to do with the singular purpose of killing the adversary. The ghastly agony he was enduring was actually of help in that regard. It washed away most of what would have gotten in the way of combat, leaving behind only the primal bestial determination to destroy its own source. The vile thieving bird. Sunny could not help but let out a thunderous bellow when its talons tore open his side. He gritted his teeth when its beak destroyed a part of his shoulder. He groaned when its wings struck him in the chest, the black feathers cutting him like razor blades. The jade mantle was being shredded like paper. His soul was being shredded as well. It had already sustained plenty of damage, but luckily it could sustain numerous times more. Sunny was slowly realizing that luck was actually on his side in this harrowing battle. He knew it because the vile thieving bird was only using its beak, talons, and boundless madness in its attempts to destroy it. Even though it was capable of much more, it was capable of stealing his aspect, for example. It could steal his resolve or his reason. It could steal something bizarre like his ability to know the difference between right and left, or his memory of having learned swordsmanship. It could even steal his skill as a warrior and use it in his stead. However, it didn't. Not because Sunny was powerful enough to resist it, but simply because... I can't even believe it. Simply because the vile thieving bird liked shiny things, and nothing about Sunny was shiny. In fact, everything about him was the opposite of shiny, dark, lightless, and dreary. And so, the thieving bird had no interest whatsoever in taking any part of him. The thought simply never crossed its demented mind. So, in a sense, Sunny was the worst possible opponent for the loathsome terror to fight. That was the reason he had managed to stay alive for so long while enduring the fury of the cursed terror. He wasn't going to stay alive indefinitely, though, and Nephis was not dealing enough damage to the vile thieving bird to kill it before Sunny was completely destroyed, which meant that Sunny was going to have to abandon his elusive dance and go on the offensive soon. And Nephis was going to have to get serious about delivering as much punishment to the cursed terror as possible, throwing everything she had into the fight without looking back. For now, for a few moments more, they were testing the limits of the vile thieving's bird will and vitality, searching for a way to make their final assault count, waiting for the right moment. And soon, that moment finally presented itself. Or rather, there was a moment that, as both of them felt, was as good as it was going to get. As Sunny's soul received another harrowing wound, a monstrous form fell from the sky and scurried in a crescent around the cursed terror, lashing out at him with 1,000 scythe-like legs. That was Serpent, wounded and bleeding, having assumed the form of the Ember Queen, the great tyrant who had ruled the Black Millipedes once. The Ember Queen was not the most lethal form among those Serpent could assume, but she was the most elusive, existing in the moment between the present and the future. And since Serpent was already severely wounded and faced an adversary that could easily destroy it, defense meant more for it at the moment than raw offensive power. Serpent wasn't the only one who joined the fight against the vile thieving bird, though. Sunny had bought enough time for Ananke to finish wiping out the stolen shades. So first, a black arrow suddenly pierced the fabric of the world and buried itself in one of the thieving bird's eye, the force of the impact making its head sway. That was Slayer releasing the string of her bow. At the same time, a towering knight whose armor seemed to be forged from black jade slammed into the side of the cursed terror, her shield producing a devastating shockwave. A vast web of silver silk fell from above, entangling the terrifying nightmare creature, each thread biting into its hide like razor wire. The thieving bird halted for a split second, and as it slowed down, momentarily rattled by the assault of 3 supreme beings, an avalanche of shades threw themselves at it, flooding it from all sides. It was as if a wave of darkness collided with the thieving bird, threatening to bury it under the crushing mass of silent warriors. The shades were far too weak to survive in a battle with a cursed terror, so they were staging this suicide attack to deal as much damage as possible in the short time before all of them were vanquished by the thieving bird. But in the few moments before that happened, the loathsome terror was at its weakest. Its will was not focused anymore, spreading thin to press all its enemies, the 3 Supremes, Saint and Slayer, and an army of shades into the ground. That was the moment Nephis chose to deliver its most devastating attack, as well as the point of no return for all of them. High in the sky, the radiant figure of Changing Star, the Star of Ruin, suddenly blazed with a blinding radiance. That was Nephis detonating all of her remaining soul cores bar one. She called upon the true names of fire and destruction, as well as whispered the true names that Sunny did not know, was forbidden from knowing, to eradicate the fallen deity below her. To cleanse its traumatic corruption from the world, the estuary lake was momentarily drowned in blinding white light, turning into a boundless white abyss, Then a colossal pillar of white flame fell from the depths of that abyss, swallowing the thieving bird whole. Sunny's shades, those who had not been vanquished by the loathsome terror yet, were obliterated. The web Ananke had woven turned to ash. Saint hid behind her shield, its tenebrous surface igniting with an angry white glow. Sunny covered his face, sensing waves of immolating slamming into his tattered form like a flood. He was blinded for a few moments, and when he could see once more, he saw the vile, thieving bird wreathed in flames, its feathers burning like dry grass. The fire was burning its skin and flesh, making it open its beak and cry in pain. My turn. Sunny prepared to throw himself into one final devastating blow. However, before he could deliver it, the vile thieving bird cawed loudly and soared into the sky. The movements of its burning wings raised a hurricane, sending Saint and Ananke tumbling to the ground. Sunny was left on the ground, while the loathsome terror shot toward where Nephis hovered in the air, her radiant wings shining brighter than the stolen sun's. The thieving bird rose higher and higher, as if aiming to swallow Nephis whole. Before it could, however, Nephis dismissed the limits of her partial transformation, and assumed her true form, that of vast, ferocious mass of white flames. She descended upon the thieving bird like calamity, surrounding its body in a shroud of annihilating white fire. The thieving bird shrieked once more and folded its wings, plummeting toward the estuary lake like a dreadful comet. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Water. He understood what the thieving bird was trying to do. It was trying to dive into the water to extinguish the flames burning it to a crisp. He growled and lunged forward. Oh no, you don't. That odious thing was not going to escape from him. Just a split second before the vile thieving bird and Nephis collided with the surface of the lake. Sunny threw himself forward and grabbed the avian horror by the neck. Then all three of them pierced the thick layer of manifested obsidian and plunged into the lake, the estuary lake, the great lake of time, and as two supreme titans and accursed terror fought each other in its depths, the time shattered. It shattered, and the vile thieving bird, as well as Sunny and Nephis, were suddenly lost among the fragments, falling through time like a dark comet. Chapter 20961. Light as a Feather. As a cold wind rose in the ebony tower, Cassie backed away until her back pressed against the dark stone. There was a somber expression on her bloodied face, making it look even paler than before. Her blindfold had slipped, revealing her beautiful blue eye, and the gaping chasm where the other one should have been as well. He's mad, out there in front of her. Mordred was shattering his reflections. He had already consumed the great legion of his vessels, absorbing the splintered fragments of his peculiar soul. Millions of them. Some were minuscule, some powerful enough to inhabit the stolen bodies of saints and titans. Because of that, his already impossibly vast soul had swelled to a truly unfathomable extent, becoming as boundless and bottomless as the storm sea. And now he was absorbing the soul cores his reflections had nurtured too. Cassie saw it in his runes rank, supreme. Class, Titan, Soul, Cores, 7-7, 9-7, 13-7, 16-7, 21-7, and more. It was pure madness. The souls of humans were not meant to withstand more than one soul core. The strain of supporting just one was already all that they could handle. Creatures were different, capable of evolving to higher classes. But even then, 7 was their limit. There was no reason for that other than that the world was created that way. Number 7 possessed mystical power, after all, because that was the number of gods. 7 divinities had been born from the flame of desire, and so number 7 echoed across all of existence. No soul could accommodate more than 7 soul cores, just like no triangle could possess 4 corners. It was simply the law of existence. Those who attempted to break it perished when their souls collapsed under their own weight. Even now, the weight of Mordred's soul could be felt in the great hall of the Ebony Tower. It had become so crushing that what was meant to be purely metaphysical was manifesting on the physical plane. The winds were howling, and the furniture surrounding him was buckling, its shattered debris sliding slowly across the trembling floor. Myriad small items were rising into the air, levitating above the black obsidian, as if overcome by weightlessness. And all the while, the ebony island was quaking because of whatever was happening outside the tower, where Asterion was making his way through the mist. He lost his mind. Mordred had to have gone insane to attempt this desperate gamble, but then again, a cold shiver ran down Cassie's spine, caused by apprehension or perhaps awe. Perhaps he had not. The skeleton Nephis had found in Ariel's hell, Euries of the Nine, had told Sunny that using brute force to achieve apotheosis was impossible. But Mordred was a unique being, and therefore his path to godhood could very well turn out to be uniquely bizarre. None of them knew much about apotheosis, but as far as Cassie understood it, 2 requirements had to be met in order to attempt it. First, one's soul had to be as vast and endlessly deep as that of a spirit. Secondly, their consciousness had to shed the shell of humanity and be reborn as the mind of a deity. And Mordred. Mordred had a way to cheat at least one of those requirements. His ability to create reflections as well as splinter fragments of his soul to inhabit myriad vessels gave him a unique aptitude for swiftly expanding the depth of his soul. All he had to do was absorb his creations back into himself. At the same time, Mordred's claim to humanity had always been tenuous, and his mind only became more inhuman after he shattered it into a million pieces, all the while managing to maintain his sense of self despite that splintered, broken state. So if someone could remain whole while attempting apotheosis too early, woefully unprepared, it was him. There was an exception to every rule, after all. Connacht had wanted to consume his kingdom to fuel his ascent to godhood. So did Asterion. Mordred, however, was consuming himself, so there was no telling whether he would succeed or fail. If he did succeed, there was no telling what would happen. Cassie's thoughts raced. If the spirit of nothing was born on the Ebony Island, the dream spawn would most likely cease to be a problem. That did not mean a bright future for humanity, though, quite the contrary, in fact. Mordred had already been planning to wipe humanity out to destroy Asterion's domain, and his intentions were unlikely to change even if he became sacred. Sunny and Nephis had left to find a way to defeat the Dreamspawn. Now there was a possibility, however small, that they would return to enter a battle against a sacred titan, Mordred of Nowhere, instead. Should I stop him? Cassie gripped the hilt of her dagger so tightly that her fingers turned white. Usually she would have had no chance to harm Mordred. However, he was in the middle of a perilous evolution at the moment, barely holding himself from coming undone, and he had destroyed all his other vessels as well. The only body he had left was his original one, and that body had been battered and broken in the clash against Asterion. Of course, Mordred was functionally immortal. Cassie had no way of destroying his reflection, so she could not kill him by driving her stiletto into his heart. She would not have been able to kill him in normal circumstances. But at the moment he was attempting apotheosis. So if she pierced his heart now, apotheosis was going to kill him instead. Cassie remained motionless for a few long, arduous moments, and then took a tentative step forward. Then she took another, but after that she stopped. In front of her, Mordred had absorbed the last reflection, the reflection of her, and groaned, swaying lightly. Cassie lowered her head and took a small breath. No, I don't want to. She was tired of betrayal. She was tired of broken promises and calculated lies, of claiming that the end did not justify the means, all the while acting as if it did. She did not know whether Mordred would succeed in becoming a god or not. She did not know whether he would choose to destroy humanity or not. Knowledge was the heaviest thing in the world, and at the moment Cassie felt as light as a feather. So she entrusted herself to not knowing, and remained where she stood, her dagger pointed at the obsidian floor. With the last of the reflections gone, she was blind once again, surrounded by darkness. All she could see was Mordred's runes, and so she could imagine what was happening in his soul as if she saw it. There, in the misty expanse of his mirror realm, dozens of brilliant suns were covered by cracks, the somber sky that surrounded them slowly being devoured by deep fractures. The clouds that obscured the broken sky were in the throes of a harrowing storm, and the vast expanse of swirling mist below was in turmoil, torn apart by howling winds. Mordred's soul was coming undone. The cores that were destroying it were breaking apart too. In the end, the myriad cores broke first. They shattered, exploding into millions of radiant shards, and under the pressure of his inhuman will, those shards were pulled toward a single point, the eye of the storm, slowly forming one enormous radiant sphere. Chapter 2962, Mordred of Nowhere. The ancient tower groaned as impossible forces clashed beneath the surface of the world. Within the King of Nothing, his will and the inevitability of his demise clashed in a ferocious conflagration of force, both his soul and the world around him suffering from the fallout. Cassie was pushed back, slamming into the wall of the ebony tower with enough momentum to make obsidian dust rain from above. In front of her, Mordred was attempting to form a new soul core, a sacred soul core from the vast nebula of luminous shards that spun in the eye of the storm, ravaging his soul sea. His will was like a tyrannical force of attraction, subjecting the shattered cores to an impossible pressure. Crushed by it, the shards were slowly fusing into a diamond-like sphere, and all the while, his soul was crumbling, held together only by his ferocious determination to live to be something instead of dissolving into nothingness and disappearing forever. There had to be more to it, some secret that Mordred knew, some mystery he had discovered in his journeys, while Cassie had not. She could not even guess what it was. All she could do was wait and observe, surrounded by darkness. In her mind, the runes describing Mordred were changing slowly. They read, Rank, Supreme Class, Soul Cores 0717. 07, it was as if even the nightmare spell did not know how to interpret the liminal state of his crumbling soul. Mordred was going to die, he was meant to die, and yet as time passed, he did not. The ebony island continued to quake as somewhere outside. The dream spawn drew closer and closer to the tower of the demon of destiny. Mordred, meanwhile, staggered and sank to his knees, a tortured groan escaping through his lips. The groan turned into a growl and then into a maddened laugh. It sounded like he was greatly amused. The soul storm raging within him only grew more furious as the nebula of brilliant shards spun faster, faster, and faster still, all of them being crushed into the shape of a sphere and reforged under obliterating pressure, solidifying into something new, something vast and unfathomable, into the core of a deity. Struggling to remain upright, Cassie drew a shallow breath. Was he really going to succeed? She did not know. I don't know. But she had a suspicion. His runes continued to change, describing a state of cosmic uncertainty. Rank, Supreme Rank S, me, Rank S, Rank Sa, Kree Rank Red in her mind's eye. It was as if two sets of runes were superimposed over each other, both struggling to outshine the other. But at the same time, the runes describing the number of Mordred's soul cores were arriving at a less ambivalent state. There seemed to be two sets of them as well, but one was gradually displacing the other. The shimmer of these runes was growing brighter, while the glow of the other set was growing dimmer and dimmer, ready to disappear altogether. Soul Cores 07171707 0717 until the second string of runes was completely gone. Cassie forgot to breathe there in the darkness surrounding her. A string of runes blazed with a blinding radiance, its silver glow painted in hues of pale gold. Soul Cores 17. The runes remained the same after that. And there in Mordred's soul, the colossal soul core was almost fully formed. Its outer layers were still in flux, permeated by fractures that were slowly fusing into a monolithic whole, but its heart had already become stable, and as the soul core achieved a state of equilibrium, its presence began to affect his soul in a benign manner instead of destroying it. The force that had been tearing Mordred's soul apart now served to stabilize it, exerting a force that held the crumbling pieces together, serving as a spiritual anchor that prevented it from coming undone. Cassie's eye widened. The runes changed once more. rank, SD, rank, sa, er, and then, after a long moment of shifting ambiguity, the glow of the runes suddenly became firm and brilliant, unshakable. The runes said, rank, sacred. Cassie leaned on the wall, holding her breath. She was stunned. He did it. He actually did it. There was a long moment of silence. Everything in the world seemed to grow still. The invisible force pressing Cassie back seemed to grow weaker, and countless items floating in the air were on the verge of falling down. He did it. Cassie opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But then a terrifying premonition suddenly grasped her heart, and a terrible sense of wariness flooded her mind. And a moment later, a harrowing scream shattered the silence, making her clutch at her ears. It was Mordred. Mordred was screaming, his voice full of such indescribable agony that it cut Cassie like a knife. What could have made the king of nothing, who remained nonchalant while thousands of his vessels were being slaughtered in a myriad of ghastly ways, scream that way? Cassie could not see. But if she could, she would have witnessed a subtle change happening to the enormous soul core shining brilliantly in the somber sky of his inner realm. There was a flaw in its radiance. Now, having appeared there at some point, there was a tiny, barely noticeable drop of darkness in its very heart. However, that drop of darkness did not remain small for more than a moment. It expanded with a dreadful speed, growing like a virulent tumor. The tendrils of the vile darkness pierced the heart of Mordred's soul core like veins and then snaked outward, permeating its entire great mass. The fractures that had almost fused were torn open, and the outer layers of the core began to crumble as its heart was being consumed by the darkness, by the corruption. Mordred's chilling, inhuman screams echoed in the great hall of the Ebony Tower like a deafening litany of curses, making Cassie shiver from a terrifying cold. And in her mind's eye, the runes changed once more. Rank, sacred. Rank, sa, ed. Rank, sup, me. Rank, supreme. Rank, sup, e. Rank, gur, te. And finally, the string of runes describing him as a supreme being began to falter, while a new string began to take its place. Cassie shuddered when she saw the new string of runes, which was gradually becoming the only one. The runes told her something that she had hoped never to hear. They said, rank, great. She froze, feeling stunned, not ready yet to comprehend the meaning of what she saw. It was at that moment that the island quaked one final time, more violently than before, and something broke down the great gate of the Ebony Tower by sending it flying inward and crushing onto the floor. Chapter 296.3 Cast Down. The gates of the Ebony Tower, which had withstood thousands of years of being bathed in divine flame, were violently torn off the hinges and went flying, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Wisps of white mist poured inside, forcing Cassie to stagger away, kneeling on the floor. Overcome by indescribable agony, Mordred looked up. One wing of the gargantuan gate bounced off the stone floor and was barreling in his direction in a cloud of black shards. Gritting his teeth, he raised a hand, and the enormous slab of obsidian exploded into myriad fragments before reaching him. A suppressed groan escaped from his lips. Mordred had failed in his attempt to become a god. His apotheosis seemed to have succeeded, but at the last moment an unexpected variable caused everything to come crashing down. The corruption. The corruption had somehow found its way into his newly formed sacred core, damaging it and casting him down from the empyrean heights of godhood, and now it was consuming him from within. Mordred had not become an abomination just yet, but his end was inevitable. The virulent darkness was already rooted in his soul core, and his very being was already undergoing the profane transformation into a nightmare creature, a broken and demented beast, no different from his former self from the tomb of Ariel. The soul stealer, and because Mordred had shattered his soul cores to fuel his apotheosis, he only had one of them left now, which meant that he could not tear it from the depths of his soul and discard it, thus saving himself from the corruption like he had done on many occasions before. He had driven himself into a corner, and this time there was no escape. If it weren't for the harrowing torment consuming his entire being, Mordred would have laughed. And if it weren't for the terrible strain of suppressing the fundamental transformation, reshaping his mind into something alien and eerie, he would have howled in anger and indignation. He was so close. He had been so close. He had experienced the infinite horizon of being a god, even if only for a few seconds. But now it was all over. This was the end. Filled with indescribable bitterness, Mordred looked across the fractured floor of the ebony tower at the white mist flowing slowly into its great hall. Out there in the veil of mist swirling in the gaping chasm of the broken gate, two golden lights ignited high above the ground, emanating indescribable dread. Cassie could not see them, but she felt it, a suffocating presence descending upon the world and drowning it in insatiable hunger. Then there was the sound of rustling cloth, and a human figure stepped out from the mist, his hands folded behind his back. Walking across the threshold, Asterion stopped, looked around the devastated great hall, and then locked gazes with Mordred. His lips twisted into a smile. For a moment, everything seemed still. Mordred was kneeling on the floor, looking at Asterion with desperation in his eyes. Cassie was still pressed against the wall, reeling, not knowing what would happen next. More figures revealed themselves in the fog, following their sovereign. The army of the Hunger Domain had braved the sea of nothingness and reached the Ebony Tower, ready to conquer it, to end the final war. Cassie drew a shallow breath, finally able to see it all. The ravaged hall, the tall figure of Asterion, the bloodied visage of Mordred kneeling on the floor. Then, it was as if the spell was broken and everything began to move once more. People poured into the Ebony Tower, the battered saints leading the rattled, awakened soldiers. Asterion took a step forward. Mordred stared at him with pain and hatred burning in his mirror-like eyes, then gritted his teeth and disappeared. He vanished without a trace, leaving only a shallow puddle of blood in his wake. Cassie froze. He escaped. Asterion studied the bloodstains for a second, then turned to look at Cassie. She was already running by then. Too many things were happening too fast, and their scope was too great and consequential even for her mind to grasp in an instant. The fate of the world was literally being decided on the bloodied stones of the Ebony Tower, and Cassie could not yet decipher what that fate was. She could not consider all possible choices, determine the best ones, and come up with a plan of action. But she knew one thing. Mordred had attempted apotheosis and failed, and now he was gone. So nothing stood between her and the Dreamspawn anymore, or rather, nothing did not stand between them anymore, leaving her defenseless. More than that, Rain was still on the highest floor of the Ebony Tower, and so was the hollow woman Nephis had entrusted to Cassie. The battle was lost, and the war seemed to have come to a vain end. So all Cassie could do was try to escape. That was all she could think of at the moment, at least. Up there at the top of the Ebony Tower, the portal arch was waiting to be used. Restoring the runic circle swiftly was not beyond the realm of possibility. Of course, it would lead them to the Ivory Island, which belonged to the Dreamspawn. But the runic circle could be modified. Nether had not connected his workshop to the Ivory Island on a whim. He simply made use of a network of archways that had already existed in the Kingdom of Hope, created by the Demon of Desire herself. Most of those archways had long been destroyed, but a few still existed, preserved in a dormant state. If Cassie could successfully rewrite the runic circle, escape was not out of the question, just very, very improbable. The only advantage she had was that the Dreamspawn would most likely pursue Mordred instead of turning his attention to her. That was what she thought, at least. However, Asterion did not meet her expectations. Instead of concentrating on finishing Mordred off, he aimed the chilling gaze of his golden eyes at her retreating back, and as Cassie rushed up the stairs to the second floor of the Ebony Tower, he turned to follow her with unhurried steps, the faint smile still playing on his lips. Faster, faster. She reached the second floor, where divine flames blazed in a great brazier, and continued scaling the stairs without pausing even for a moment. Of course, in the end, she wasn't fast enough. Chapter 2964, Final Mercy. As Cassie reached the third floor of the Ebony Tower, the floor where Nether's workshop had been, the windows suddenly exploded into a hurricane of crystal fragments, and a swarm of black crows poured inside like a torrent of hungry darkness. The crows surrounded her in a deafening choir of cries, a myriad of sharp talons and cruel beaks rending at her face and sinking into her body, making her bleed. Cassie raised a hand to protect her eye and let out a short cry, staggering toward the wall and slamming into it at full speed.
Wake of ruin?
The swarm of crows barred her path, cutting off her only path to salvation. Looking at the stairs leading to the fourth floor, Cassie gritted her teeth and readied her dagger. Her exhausted voice sounded hoarse when she spoke, her tone full of dark determination. "Out of my way, Cor! I don't have time for mercy today!" The crows did not listen. At the same time as Cassie attempted to ascend the Ebony Tower, Mordred escaped from the mirror hidden on its underground floor. He rolled on the cold obsidian, suppressing a scream, and remained motionless for a few moments, his body contorting in painful convulsions. Finally, broken and bloodied, he let out a tortured groan and pushed himself off the black stone. Kneeling in front of the mirror, he drew a shaky breath and then slowly raised his pale face to look at his reflection. His reflection was looking back at him with worry and panic, the concerned world of white mist behind it drowning in vile darkness. "What did you do, brother? What did you do?" The other's voice was shaking. Mordred's soul was being consumed by the corruption, and his mind was drowning in the alien endlessness of the void. He could feel the nightmare spell turning its back on him, abandoning him like a lost cause. A pale smile illuminated his bloodied face, and then he let out a laugh, crimson drops falling from the corners of his mouth. "What did I do?" Mordred paused for a moment, his face contorting in agony. Then, overcoming it, he drew a hoarse breath and said in a bitter tone, "Everything. I did everything. Everything I could." His reflection looked behind it at the vile darkness flooding the concerned expanse of white mist. The face of the other was pale, twisted in terror. Mordred studied him for a short while, then forced out a smile. But what can you do? Doing your best doesn't always pan out. Life is unfair that way. It was so cruelly difficult to keep stringing words together, to keep himself together. The vast darkness was flooding his mind, full of visions so alien that there were no words to describe them, radiant, harrowing, utterly revolting, irresistible, inevitable. Mordred knew that he did not have much time left. He looked down, whispering, "Unfair? It's unfair. Unfair. Why do you get to arg?" He growled, clutching at his face, his nails leaving deep grooves on his skin. Then he grew still, remained silent for a few moments, and said in a hollow tone, "I really hate you, you know." The other Mordred looked at him with a solemn expression. "I know," Mordred grinned. "I wanted to kill you for a long, long time." "You know," he laughed. "Now's my chance, don't you think?" Then his laughter turned into a groan, and he shook his head slowly. "It truly is frustrating, my hateful brother. I wasted so much effort on so many fruitless things, and in the end, I still ended up no better than that pathetic, revolting thing. Soul Stealer. No, that detestable abomination never attained supremacy, did he? So I will be like the Skinwalker instead. Why did I even bother destroying it then? Answer me." The other Mordred remained silent, not knowing what to say. Mordred stared at him for a moment and then scoffed. "Gods, why are you so useless? You can't even." He paled, and then let out a scream, bending down to the ground. A bestial growl escaped from his lips, full of anger and torment. "No, becoming like one of those contemptible things does not agree with me. I refuse the indignity of becoming like them. You wretched fool, I'd rather die." His reflection finally moved, leaning toward the surface of the mirror as the world became consumed by darkness behind it. The darkness coming closer and closer, its tendrils almost reaching his secluded refuge. "Is that why you came here, brother? Do you finally need my help?" He looked at Mordred, and then smiled sadly. In the end, is this the only way I can be helpful? All I can do is help you die. His gaze was mournful as he studied Mordred's broken figure. If so, I am willing. I will help you, brother. All I have to do is destroy myself, right? If that means that you don't have to suffer anymore, of course, I will. His tone was kind and soothing. Mordred stared at him silently for a few long moments, and then snarled through the pain. What are you talking about, you fool? Just as the darkness was about to swallow his reflection, he reached into the mirror and grabbed him by the throat. Pulling his other self from the reflections, Mordred threw him to the ground and growled, "And what were you doing, just waiting there to be consumed by the corruption? Have you no mind of your own, you pitiful worm?" He stared at the other part of himself hatefully for a few long moments, swaying from the strain of keeping the corruption from consuming him whole. He could keep it at bay, still. Just barely. He was already forgetting why he wanted to, though. Mordred inhaled deeply. "You see my loathsome flaw. I am unwilling to become a demented abomination, but I am also reluctant to let the dream spawn win, to let this cursed world win and devour me, to let the story of Mordred of Nowhere come to a meaningless conclusion, nothing more than a side character in the annals of history, a stepping stone for the dreamspawn to leave behind on his path to ascension." So, he looked into the eyes of his other self, a harrowing darkness slowly seeping into his own. "I don't need you to destroy yourself, fool." Mordred lingered for a moment, and then forced out a smile, a hint of amusement finding its way into his pained voice. "I need you to destroy me instead." Chapter 290-65, The Untold. A long time ago, there was a child whom no one wanted. The child conquered a nightmare and was split into 7 fragments, each fragment encompassing a part of the original boy's shattered heart. They were meant to wander the world together, perhaps, and never find themselves alone again. But instead, the fragment who knew no regret killed the others and reclaimed the parts of himself they contained. However, he couldn't kill the last one, because the last one contained their death. And now he was asking that pitiful fragment to kill him instead. Hearing Mordred's words, the other recoiled and looked at him with a terror-stricken expression. He shook his head, as if the thought appalled him. "No, no, I can't." Mordred smiled. "I know." He remained still for a moment, his face contorting, then leaned forward. "I know you can't. You are incapable of feeling all the emotions that I know so well. Anger, resentment, contempt, oh, and hatred, of course. Despite everything I've done to you, you just can't bring yourself to hate me." Mordred gritted his teeth, suppressing a groan. "Ah, but you love me, don't you?" He let out a bitter laugh. "It's funny, isn't it? I don't think anyone has ever loved me, except for the person I hate the most." Drawing a shaking breath, he moved closer to his terrified reflection and grabbed him, pulling him closer until they were face to face. "So, kill me out of love, brother. If you truly love me, kill me before I become a beast." Behind them, the cold expanse of the mirror was almost entirely swallowed by the darkness now. A net of cracks appeared on its surface, and then it shattered with a deafening ring. The shards scattered on the obsidian floor, still reflecting a lightless expanse of a fallen god's soul. Mordred's eyes were now full of darkness as well. He let go of his other self, groaned, and then smiled pleasantly. "Then you will finally know what hatred feels like, too." His voice was cold and vicious. As the other Mordred sat on the floor, frozen, Mordred took his hand and placed a shard of the mirror in it. He sighed deeply. "I'd like to say something profound in honor of this poignant moment, but alas, nothing comes to mind." Mordred remained silent for a moment, then laughed. "Perhaps there is no conclusion more fitting, though." He looked at his petrified other self, the smile slowly draining from his bloodied face. In the end, all that was left on it was a calm and emotionless coldness, an absence of feeling so absolute that it was strangely sincere. Mordred lingered for a few long moments, and then barked in a commanding tone. "Do it." The other Mordred's hand moved. Walking up the steps of the ebony tower, Asterion paused for a moment and looked down in the direction of its basement. There a storm of soul essence was gathering, and something brilliant was slowly forming in the darkness. A new supreme was being born. A look of detached amusement appeared on Asterian's face, and looking away, he continued to ascend the endless stone steps. All around him, the soldiers of the hunger domain felt the ebony tower quake, pieces of obsidian falling from the tall ceiling above. They gave each other uneasy looks and continued forward, ready to carry out their sovereign's commands. On the third floor of the ancient tower, Cassie was drowning in the swarm of vicious crows. She was bleeding heavily and struggling to stand, her dagger having proved useless in the battle against Wake of Ruin, the oldest saint of humanity. She had already destroyed a dozen crows, but their number was only increasing as more and more poured through the broken windows, wisps of white mist trailing inside in their wake. And she could feel it too, a harrowing presence drawing closer and closer, making her blood run cold. Asterion was coming to claim her, and there was not much time left. Enough, Cassie abandoned all pretense of being in control and unleashed herself upon the world, brushing away all the limitations and taboos she had set for herself. She allowed her darker side to take over, and that suppressed side of her was much more vicious and cruel than her usual self. Lunging away from the wall that had protected her back, Cassie ignored the sharp pain of talons tearing into her flesh. She knew that a far more terrible pain was coming after all. Grabbing one of the crows from the air, she grasped its neck and brought it close to her face. Cassie did not break the struggling bird's neck in her fist, however. Instead, she looked into its round onyx eyes and activated her own transcendent ability, diving into the vast sea of St. Cor's memories. This time she did not search for hidden knowledge or handle them with a scalpel, though. Instead, she simply destroyed them. She burned them all to ash, cleansing Wake of Ruin's mind of all the countless years of a storied life that were contained there, eradicating the very notion of him until all that was left in his place was an empty, charred husk. The countless crow all opened their beaks, letting out a harrowing, ear-piercing shriek. Their flight turned chaotic and frenetic, many of them crashing into the walls and the ceiling of Nether's workshop. The crow Cassie had caught fell into a trance at first, but then started to struggle desperately, straining to break free. It was too late, though. There was no escaping the abyss contained in Cassie's eye, even as a terrible pain ignited in her empty eye socket. Pulsing like an incandescent blade, Cassie kept at it until the swarm of crows retreated and coalesced into a human figure, the gaunt man falling powerlessly to the floor. Wake of Ruin, the man who had been Wake of Ruin once, tried to sit up and looked around with an empty gaze, no hint of thought or identity present in his bestial, pained, frightened eyes, blood flowing down her face. Cassie was already rushing toward him, the blade of her dagger glinting in the dim light. However, before she could finish off the husk of St. Cor, a calm voice made her stumble, drowning her heart in despair. That is quite enough. Entering the ancient workshop, Asterion looked at her with a faint smile. This is no way to treat your elders, young lady. How about we have a talk instead? Chapter 2966, Tainted Heavens. Forgetting about Cor, Cassie paled and backed away, holding her dagger between herself and the dream spawn. As if a dagger was going to help her, Asterion's soldiers entered the workshop behind him, crowding at the end of the stairs. However, following his mental command, they all stayed back, giving him and Cassie space to talk. What now? Thoughts swarmed feverishly in her mind. Cassie took another tentative step toward the stairs leading to the fourth floor of the ebony tower, licked the blood off her lips, and asked in a hoarse voice, "There is a whole supreme somewhere out there for you to deal with, and yet you're following a mere saint. I'm flattered, of course. I really am. But to what do I owe the honor?" Asterion looked a little bit worse for wear, his clothes ragged and torn. His face, too, was paler than usual. It seemed that traversing nothingness and battling the beings who dwelled within it had not been an effortless feat even for him. But overall, he seemed perfectly fine, more than fine to destroy Cassie in the blink of an eye at least. Taking a deep breath, Asterion looked around and shrugged. How do I put it? I have already defeated Mordred countless times before, and I can defeat him again, no matter what he does. He is a known variable. The other two wielders of divine aspects, however, are a mystery. Well, I doubt they'll be able to do anything, but at this point my tolerance for uncertainty has worn quite thin. And you, young lady, Song of the Fallen, hold the key to finding out what they are up to. He smiled. I have a bad feeling about you as well. I had it for a while, actually. It takes a lot to make me feel that way, you know? So you should be proud of your accomplishments, young lady. Cassie took another tentative step back. I don't know where they are. Asterion interrupted her in a relaxed tone. Erased your own memories, I know, but I am sure that there are a few clues left in that eerie head of yours, and I intend to find them, even if I have to crack it open to have a good look. He studied her for a moment and then added, Also, you made a mistake. You called Mordred supreme, but he's nothing but a great beast now, is he? Cassie shivered. She knew that Asterion was only humoring her with a conversation in order to give his powers enough time to crawl into her mind and subjugate it. But what else could she do? If she tried to run, he would simply catch her. He would break her legs or cut her tendons in order to have a nice chat without anything getting in the way. So she said, It was you, wasn't it? You did something. You planted something into his mind. That was why he failed his apotheosis and succumbed to the corruption. Asterion laughed. Me? Oh my, you're giving me too much credit. He shook his head. I had nothing to do with his failure. It had already been preordained. He simply never stood a chance. Ah, the arrogance of youth. The boy should not have attempted apotheosis without learning all its secrets first. Cassie frowned. What do you mean? Asterion shrugged. What do you think apotheosis is, young lady? He studied her for a moment and then explained in a friendly tone. Apotheosis is the process of ascending to godhood. More precisely, it is the process of becoming a spirit. But what are spirits? What differentiates them? What differentiates all gods from mortals? He paused briefly before continuing. It might be easier to understand if you limit the scope of the comparison. What differentiates spirits from sovereigns? A transcendent soul expands beyond the confines of their mortal shell. A supreme soul draws on their source element and grows to encompass a domain. A spirit, meanwhile, a spirit is an embodiment of their source element. They are beings whose souls encompass an entire realm, fusing with the laws that govern it. A divine being, meanwhile, a true God, is someone whose essence encompasses all of existence, woven into the universal laws that rule it. Asterion looked at Cassie and smiled. Do you see the problem here, young lady? He shook his head. Mordred failed to achieve natural apotheosis because that is the fate awaiting all of you, children of the War Realm, if you dare to try. That is because your own realm denies your existence, so you are left with no choice but to attempt it here in the Dream Realm. But what do you think will happen to someone who tries to fuse their soul with the laws of the realm of corruption? Asterion scoffed. He wasn't ready to become a god. He wasn't even ready to withstand the darkness nestled between the roots of this cursed realm. So, as much as I'd like to take credit, the fault is all his. The failure is all his as well, even if it was inevitable. Cassie took another step back, almost reaching the stairs, and raised her chin slightly. Are you planning to do the same? Won't you end up just like Mordred then? Asterion laughed. Unlike all of you, I was born in the dream realm. I belonged to this world. I saw its darkness already, and emerged unscathed on the other side. I am a dream spawn after all. The nightmare you all fear so much was my cradle. Looking behind Cassie, he paused for a moment, and then sighed. Now, it's time to see what is hidden inside your head, young lady. Oh, and I made a promise to you, didn't I? I promised to take your second eye as well. I think I'll fulfill that promise first. It wouldn't do for the ruler of humanity to become a liar, would it? Looking at the hollow-eyed figure of St. Cor, the soldiers grasped their weapons tighter. Asterion threw an indifferent gaze at the one standing closest to him, and then said evenly, Restrain her. The command echoed in the workshop that had once belonged to the demon of choice, making Cassie flinch. Sick bastard! Asterion could have restrained her himself, but he chose to send an awakened soldier forward instead. It was a psychological attack meant to weaken her mind. Without doubt, after all, the soldier could not defy the command, and Cassie had no choice but to defend herself. Killing another innocent human was going to weigh on her, and that would shake her mental defenses, even if only a little. She steeled herself for the inevitable, but, to her surprise, the awakened soldier did not move. Asterion seemed surprised, turning to look at the man with interest. It was only when the soldier spoke that Cassie finally recognized him, trembling as if under an immense strain. The man, Yutra, met the inquisitive gaze of Asterion's golden eyes, scowled stubbornly, and then said in a shaking voice, No. His legs buckled, and he would have fallen if not for the two soldiers near him, a man and a woman, who caught and supported him. The three of them faced the dream spawn united in quiet defiance. Asterion studied Yutra intently, then smiled. Curious, Cassie. Meanwhile, could not help but let out a short, desperate laugh. She took one last step back, reaching the stairs, and said in a scornful tone, It seems that even your power is not absolute, dreamspawn. There were those who had fallen to the plague of Asterion, and those who had not, a very small number of them. However, Cassie had never witnessed someone who refused Asterion's command after succumbing to the plague. It seemed that such a feat wasn't impossible, though, and that there was hope in that, somewhere. Cassie just didn't have time to find it. Asterion studied the trembling figure of Yutra for a while longer, then turned away and headed across the hall. Power. Do you want to witness power? Song of the Fallen. Reaching the motionless figure of Wake of Ruin, he paused for a moment and looked down. After observing the hollow saint, Asterion asked quietly, You aren't going to be of much use to me, are you? Then he said in a calm tone, Then die. And hearing his command, the empty shell of Wake of Ruin crumpled like a broken doll. Life drained from his empty eyes, and he fell to the floor motionless. Saint Kor, one of the few remaining champions of the first generation, was dead. Asterion shifted his terrifying gaze back to Cassie and smiled. This is power. He took a step forward. Are you satisfied with my demonstration? Cassie shuddered with her entire body, froze for a moment, then turned around and ran. Asterion's chuckle caught up with her like a terrifying whisper. Where are you going, Song of the Fallen? There is nowhere to run. Cassie knew it. She knew that it was pointless, but she still couldn't stop herself from trying to run away. A bestial panic flooded her mind, and all she could think about was getting away from that terrible man. So she ran and ran and ran. She only stopped on the penultimate floor of the Ebony Tower in the Hall of the Forbidden Runes, because Rain and Smile of Heaven were on the last level, and no matter how desperate and frightened she was, she couldn't lead Asterion to them. Turning to face the stairs, she slowly backed away. Soon enough, Asterion emerged from the darkness and looked at her with a ruthless finality hidden in his eyes. It's over. There is no point in struggling anymore. Song of the Fallen. Won't it be easier to simply give up? Cassie felt that he was right. Giving up would certainly be simpler, easier, and far less painful. It would be comfortable, even soothing, and full of solace. But solace was a sin. So even if there was no hope of winning, she raised her dagger instead of giving up. Chapter 2967. The strength of the wolf, far away, in the dungeons beneath Bastion, Effie had torn apart her cage and walked out of it with unsteady steps. One of her hands was missing, replaced by a bloody stump. She had wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and the bleeding was already stopping. Saints healed fast, after all, and her vitality was especially boundless. Well, at least it had been. Starvation had exhausted most of what Effie was known for. Now that she was out of the enchanted cell, her essence was slowly returning. The more of it poured into her desolate soul, the more it felt like her body was coming back to life. And as it did, the hunger returned with a vengeance, driving Effie to madness. At that moment, she was glad that hers had been a solitary cell. Otherwise, she might have done something terrible in the throes of frenzied hunger. Surely not. Effie wanted to believe in herself, but hunger made beasts out of people, especially an unnatural hunger like hers. Luckily, the food her husband had left in front of the cell to torture her was still there, somewhat spoiled, but still edible. Falling to her knees near the tray, Effie devoured everything that was on it. In fact, in her maddened hunger, she devoured pieces of the wooden tray as well. Not enough. Not enough. The meal had been lavishly generous and scrumptious, so as to torment her better, but it was like a drop in the boundless ocean of her hunger. The water and wine, too, seemed to mock her harrowing thirst. Even after swallowing every last bit, Effie still felt like she could devour a titan. The hunger and thirst were still torturous, but at least she could think now. Effie remained on the floor, breathing heavily, then groaned and rose to her feet. Her wound wasn't being healed by the miraculous white flames, which meant that Nephis was indisposed. Nephis was not going to descend from the sky to save the day like she usually did, which meant that Effie could only rely on herself. The question was, what was she supposed to do? Effie looked around. The broken cage was behind her, its floor smeared with blood, broken chains and stone debris. In front of her was a heavy wooden door that led outside. The door shattered from her kick, and Effie walked into a dimly lit stone corridor that extended in both directions to right, and to her left, with similar doors and metal grates leading to other cells. The stairwell to the surface was somewhere to her left. The storeroom with rations for the potential prisoners was somewhere to her right after hesitating for a few moments. Effie leaned on the wall and pushed her gaunt body in the direction where the storeroom was supposed to be. Whatever lay ahead, she would need at least some strength to face it, so satiating her flaw came first. She slowly made her way deeper into the corridor, surrounded by silence. The dungeon felt strangely empty, as if everyone had gone somewhere far away. Then the silence was broken by the rattling of chains, and a dirty face revealed itself from the darkness behind one of the doors. Pale fingers wrapped around the bars of its window, and a hoarse whisper reached her ears. "Lady Athena, you are a sight for sore eyes, as always." She stopped and looked at the androgynous man locked behind the metal bars. He looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. After a few moments of silence, Effie asked in an uncertain tone, "Saint Thane?" Thane, the dream merchant, had been one of the original government saints, so she knew him well. However, he was also a bizarre and eccentric person, so she only managed to recognize him after mentally adding extravagant clothes, an excessive amount of jewelry, and a thick layer of makeup to his unkempt image. It seemed that the man became inoculated against Asterian's plague due to the horrible treatment Nephis had shown him, and ended up in the same position as Effie thanks to that. She studied him for a moment, and then asked, "Was it you who sent me those dreams?" "The dreams about the war?" He nodded, prompting her to smile darkly. "Mordred and the Dreamspawn are really fighting the decisive battle right now, then." "So, who's winning?" Thane stared at her for a moment, then blinked a couple of times. "I don't know, I'm awake," she chuckled joylessly. "Kind of feels like a nightmare, though, doesn't it?" Effie remained silent for a few moments, leaning on the wall. The piece of cloth she had used to wrap her stump was soaked with blood, a few drops falling on the stone floor. Eventually, she said, "Thank you, though, for saying that I'm a sight for sore eyes. I know that I am less than presentable at the moment, so it's a miracle that you recognized me, actually. Ha, they should call you the Miracle Merchant instead." Thane smiled weakly. No, you are as lovely as always, Saint Athena. A bit of consumptive chic, that's all. An unexpected look for you, but it suits you well." Effie gave him a long look, then asked, "I guess you want me to break you out as well? Then what?" The disheveled saint hesitated for a moment. "Then subdue our captors and retake Bastion? Live happily ever after?" Effie pressed her feverish forehead against the cold stones and let out a hollow laugh. Conquer Bastion? How many times do I have to conquer this damn... Ah, never mind. What's the point? Even if we retake Bastion, the people will still be enthralled by the Dreamspawn. Sure, losing a great citadel will diminish his power somewhat, but do we even want Mordred to win? I don't know. She remained silent for a moment, and then sighed. We might just as well escape to the waking world. The Dreamspawn will have a harder time finding us there, at least. Escape to Earth, find a way back to the Dream Realm, and make it to the Forgotten Shore somehow. Little Ling was somewhere out there, safe and sound. She hoped he was, at least. Thane shook his head. We can't, Saint Athena. We can't just escape. She glared at him from above. Why not? He pointed to the corridor. Because this dungeon is full of people like us, those who have proven immune to the plague. We can't leave them here, can we? Especially because we both know the kind of suffering they will have to endure while the servants of that abominable Supreme try to get them to submit. Effie sighed and closed her eyes. She felt weak. She felt exhausted. She was in pain, both physical and mental. She was even missing a hand, having crushed the bones and torn the flesh with her own teeth. She was being devoured from within by a terrible hunger. Effie groaned. Damnation. Fine. Let's free these people and conquer Bastion, St. Thane. Chapter 2968. Insurgency. On the other side of the hunger domain, Jet watched as Kai leaned on a wall, breathing heavily. They were in one of the endless corridors of the Jade Palace, hidden in an alcove. Some distance away, the sound of footsteps could be heard moving further away. They had just made it out of the runic cell where Kai had been left when Seishan and her sisters departed to fight Asterion's war. Someone had appeared at the end of the corridor as soon as they did, so they had to hide. Jet had a feeling that the day would end in bloodshed, but she wasn't ready to clash with the thralls of the Dreamspawn just yet, not before figuring out her next steps, at least. She leaned out of the alcove carefully and looked around, making sure that there was no one else around. The situation was complicated. The world seemed to be coming to an end. The longing domain had fallen, and Asterion was apparently on the verge of wiping out Mordred, the last obstacle standing between him and a harrowing feast of human souls on the Chained Isles. Naphis and the Lord of Shadows were nowhere to be found, while Cassie had disappeared without a trace. She was either dead or hiding somewhere. Jet doubted that Cassie had become enthralled because if she had, things would have been far more dire for everyone still resisting Asterion's control. After all, what was worse than a Supreme capable of brainwashing people? A Supreme capable of brainwashing people getting his hands on a saint who could whisper into your ear from any distance, serving as a conduit of his vile power, that was worse. As for Jet's own situation, she had found Kai, but he was in a bad state. Not only was he missing his tongue, rendering his most fearsome ability useless, but he was also extremely weak. It looked like he was suffering from severe blood loss even though there were no visible wounds on his body. His essence was almost entirely depleted as well, and only starting to be replenished. What do you think we should do? She glanced at Kai's pale face. He met her gaze, remained motionless for a few seconds, and then pointed in the direction of where the heart of the Jade Palace lay. Jet smiled darkly. An insurgency, huh? Take the Jade Palace while the Dreamspawn is away. Well, I suppose it's an option. We are 1.5 saint strong after all, and let's not forget the little gremlin. I'd say it's more than enough to defeat whatever guards that man left behind. The little devil hiding in the alcove with them stuck out his chest proudly. Jet glanced at him, the corner of her mouth rising faintly. Then her expression turned grim. However, what then? Nephis and Sunny were bound to return one day, but there was no telling when that would be. Until then. Jet's mind raced, trying to come up with an actionable strategy. Eventually, she said, we might as well escape into the waking world instead, make our way to Antarctica, and use one of the Category 4 gates there to challenge the fourth nightmare. Naturally, chances that just the two of us can conquer one of those are slim, but it's better than simply hoping that we'll be saved by some miracle. Kai looked at her for a long while, a slight frown creasing his brow. In the end, he simply pointed into the depths of the Jade Palace once more. Jet studied him, then looked in the direction where he was pointing coldly. A few seconds passed in tense silence. In the end, she chuckled. Well, who says that we can't do both? Let's take this citadel first, and run away to the waking world later. No matter how strong the dream spawn is, losing a great citadel is bound to mess with his power at least a little. And a little mess can go a long way in the middle of a fierce battle. Extending a hand, she summoned the Mist Blade and gave Kai a somber look. I must warn you, though. If you are hoping that I will take Ravenheart like you did, Nightingale, without spilling a single drop of blood, I will have to disappoint you. That is not my style. She paused for a moment and then added in a dark tone, there might not be a single drop of blood, but there will be a lot of corpses. Seeing his frown deepen, Jet pursed her lips. Curse that face. She looked away and added with a sigh. All right. The best I can promise is to make sure that there are as few corpses as possible. Her specialty was destroying souls. That was how she defeated her enemies, and that was how she ensured her own survival as well. Jet was quite a fearsome presence on the battlefield, but one thing she wasn't really good at was achieving victory through non-lethal means. The people Asterion had left behind to guard one of his most important strongholds were innocent, though. In fact, they were probably someone Jet knew and had been on friendly terms with during her stint as the government envoy to the Song domain, so it wasn't like she wanted to kill them either. The Awakened and the Ascended would be easy enough to keep alive, but the Saints, there had to be at least a few guarding the Jade Palace, were a different matter. Depending on who it was, Jet could not promise that she would be able to defeat them cleanly, and there was no telling what other things the Dreamspawn had left behind. He was more than capable of enthralling nightmare creatures as well, after all. So Jet had a feeling that gaining control of the Great Citadel was not going to be as easy as she had made it sound. She remained silent for a second, then looked at the ravenous fiend. I'll make sure to kill as few people as possible. You make sure that the Jade Palace does not burn to the ground, all right? The infernal thing just stared at her with its glowing, fiery eyes, and then shrugged. His meaning was quite clear. No promises. Chapter 269, Broken Eternity. The cold waters of the estuary lake embraced Sunny as he plummeted into their depths, clinging tightly to the thieving bird's neck. A moment later, the water wasn't cold anymore. The loathsome terror was wreathed in an immolating mantle of blindingly white flames that devoured its feathers and scorched its impenetrable hide. The moment the flames came in contact with the cold depths of time, an unfathomable amount of water was instantly vaporized, causing a titanic plume of boiling foam to explode into the sky somewhere far above here in the depths, however. Sunny was blinded by the flash. Sunny was deafened by the indescribable roar of countless tons of water being violently displaced. Even his shadow sense was temporarily rendered useless, since no shadows existed in the immaculate abyss of pure white light. He barely endured the devastating heat and pressure of the underwater explosion. The estuary lake itself, however, did not. What surrounded them was not mere water, after all. It was the material embodiment of time, the heart of the river that the demon of dread had created from the blood of an unholy titan. It had endured an eternity of timelessness, the death of the great river, and the burden of becoming a cursed terror's nest. However, when Thieving Bird plummeted from the sky and crashed into the cold depths of time, locked in a ferocious battle against two supreme titans, time finally reached its breaking point. Time shattered and space shattered as well. Sunny, Nephis, and the Thieving Bird were lost among the fragments. In the dark space between now and before, between here and somewhere far away. That space was not something the human mind could fathom, let alone describe. It was alien and eerie, existing beyond all the preconceived notions of what reality should be. The universal laws of existence were strangely twisted here, and nothing Sunny had known made sense anymore. However, that did not mean that the battle was over. In fact, It meant the opposite. The thieving bird seemed less confused by the bizarre reality of fragmented time. So Sunny and Naphis had to keep up. They had to adapt and keep fighting if they wanted to survive. Luckily, adapting to eldritch oddities was a necessary skill all humans living in the age of the nightmare spell had to master, and both Sunny and Naphis excelled at adaptability above all else. So even if Sunny could not quite describe what he was doing, he continued to fight. As the loathsome terror plummeted through the dark expanse of broken time, Sunny released his human form and manifested himself as a vast, formless shadow. His nebulous body covered the giant frame of the cursed deity like a fluttering shroud, and myriad maws opened in its dark expanse, sinking sharp fangs into the flesh of the thieving bird. At the same time, Nephis abandoned the suffocating limitations of a human body as well, unleashing her true form, a boundless mass of living flame, its pure white expanse emanating a heat so intense that the fabric of the world itself began to melt around it. The fire she had unleashed by detonating her soul had been extinguished by the waters of the estuary lake, but now a roaring ocean of it swallowed the vile thieving bird anew, scorching it. Together, Sunny and Nephis, a formless mass of darkness and a radiant expanse of blinding light, enveloped the cursed terror, ravaging its hideous body and slowly destroying the very foundation of its profane life. The vile thieving bird shrieked, its ghastly voice resounded across the expanse of timelessness, sending a devastating wave of vibrations spreading through the broken eternity. And then, fissures appeared in the darkness that surrounded them. The world shattered, and enveloped by shadows and flame, the vile thieving bird flew through one of the fissures. Suddenly, time flowed normally again, and they weren't underwater anymore. Sunny felt a different kind of heat then, the nurturing warmth of the sun. A myriad of onyx eyes opened in the dark vastness of his nebulous shape, and he beheld the world that was both familiar and strange. All around them was a clear blue sky. Above them, the seven suns moved languidly across its azure expanse. Below them, the great river flowed endlessly, as if Chronos of fallen grace had never dispelled the sorcery that sustained it. There was a city resting on the currents far below. Sunny recognized it, even if the city did not look like it was meant to. It was Verge, however. Its streets were not reduced to rubble, and it was not buried under a sea of bones. There was no grotesque expanse of loathsome flesh permeating it like an endlessly expanding tumor, either. Instead, the ornate buildings stood among verdant gardens, and people wearing garments of vibrant hues crowded the thriving streets, their souls untouched by the defilement. They were all standing still now, looking up and pointing at the sky where a vast seething mass of burning darkness moved across the sky, leaving a trail of scorched black feathers and devastation in its wake. How? It was Verge before the birth of the defilement, before Alethea of the Nine had reached the estuary. Perhaps she was down there right now among the people looking up. Before Sunny could comprehend what he saw, the vile thieving bird's talons tore into him, slicing his material shape, his soul, and his spirit apart. The blinding pain of its vicious attack was both dire and paralyzing. But instead of being paralyzed, Sunny only grew more consumed by the murderous fury, pouring all of that suffering into a dark and vicious desire to maim and destroy the enemy. He tore into the hide of the loathsome terror with 1,000 maws, 1,000 claws, 1,000 piercing tendrils, and finally he sensed it, the vile thieving bird's ichor flowing into his countless mouths. A spark of vicious, frenzied glee ignited in the cold darkness of his mind. A moment later, another fissure opened in the fabric of the azure sky, and they left the visage of untainted Verge behind. Instead, a different view met them. It was the same sky, the same river, the same brilliant suns, only far away, and thousands of years later, moving through the different fragments of broken eternity. Sunny and Nephis continued their desperate fight against the loathsome terror. Chapter 2970, Burning Darkness, different skies, different faces of the great river, night and day. Sunny, Nephis, and the thieving bird plummeted through space and time, leaving a trail of fractured reality behind them. It was a wondrous experience that no one except for them had ever known before, and yet they paid it little attention, wholly preoccupied with trying to kill each other. Sonny tore into the flesh of the vile thieving bird, trying to get to its heart and rend it apart. The vile thieving bird shrieked and cried, slicing him and Nephis viciously with its talons and piercing them with its beak. Nephis burned like a star, annihilating the very air around them, trying to reduce the cursed terror to ash. In this fatal battle, where an enemy far more lethal than any they had faced before was willing their demise into existence, she had to push her aspect to its very limits, inventing new ways of channeling her power on the fly. The white flame enveloped the thieving bird, and was enveloped by a vast and unfathomable shadow in turn. It burned the cursed terror, but it healed the shadow instead of incinerating it. That was how Sonny was managing to survive under the terrifying onslaught of the cursed deity, for now, and why he had not been annihilated by the merciless purity of his companion's radiant soul yet. As their incarnations fought ferociously across the endless maze of fragmented time, their wills were locked in a vicious battle as well. The thieving bird was weakened by the three curses, but its horrid will was still as vast as the sky, as deep as the ocean, tyrannical and terrifying. However, Sonny and Nephis were not powerless in this deific clash either, especially not when they were working toward a common goal in seamless harmony. The sum of their titanic wills might not have reached the immensity of a god's authority, but when it came to killing intent and ruthless determination to kill, they had no equals. They were children of the war realm, after all. They had been forged and tempered by the nightmare spell, having lived a life that consisted of little except bloodshed and strife. Their past had shaped them into killers, into destroyers of things. That was the only way of living they had ever known, and what they were best at. Facing a cursed terror had been a shock at first, but now that they were submerged in battle, walking the fine line between existence and destruction, they were swiftly learning how to fight their terrifying enemy. The thieving bird was ancient. It was unfathomably powerful. Its vitality seemed infinite. And yet it was also mad and bestial, having been driven to insanity by the corruption. Or perhaps it had never been sane, to begin with after all. Why else would it steal Weaver's eye despite knowing that crossing the demon of fate was probably the worst idea anyone had ever conceived of? So even if the thieving bird was so tough that even attacks of supreme titans rolled off it like drops of rain, and even if it showed no sign of being severely wounded despite being assaulted by their combined powers, it was still being diminished. Little by little, the more wounds they dealt it, the more its seemingly boundless vitality flowed out of them, and the more they battered its will, the less insurmountable it became. Even if their own wills felt less and less inexhaustible, as they suffered the dreadful agony of its attacks, driven into a frenzy by the pain, they were barreling through a starlit sky, the great river shining radiantly in the darkness far below. A moment later, they tore through a fissure in the fractured reality and escaped into the blinding radiance of day, moving mere meters above the water. Then they plunged into the cold currents, making the surface of the great river undulate, colossal waves rising from their passing. Then they were suddenly surrounded by utter darkness, still water stretching as far as an eye could see. There was a familiar shape right in front of them, rising from the soil of a vast island like a black steel. It was Alethea's tower. Before Sonny could realize what was happening, the three of them smashed through it, destroying most of its middle floors and sending its top flying down from the hill. A devastating rain of stone debris descended upon the dark island, toppling myriad trees. The top of the tower rolled down and crashed into the forest, destroying a vast swathe of it. A moment later, they were already somewhere else in a different time. The sky was blazing with a million hues of crimson. The air was permeated by the deafening roar of falling water, and a great waterfall stretched in both directions beneath them, a boundless black abyss extending from the plumes of fine vapor into infinity. There were ruins of an abandoned city being drawn toward the edge. Sonny recognized it as well. It was fallen Grace. It was fallen grace after the last river people had abandoned it to seek refuge in the ark that Daron of the Twilight Sea and King Kronos had built. As the mass of living flames ravaging the thieving bird rose, assuming a vaguely humanoid shape, and raised a colossal ray of pure light like a sword to bring it down on the loathsome terror's neck, the first of the island ships fell over the edge, disappearing in the torrents of plummeting water and into the endless darkness beyond. A moment later, they were somewhere else. The dark carapace of an enormous turtle moved through the water beneath them. As Nephis brought the blessing down with all her titanic might, the thieving bird let out a shrill caw and twisted its neck. Somehow avoiding the strike, it should not have been possible according to how space was supposed to work, but Nephis still missed. The blessing plummeted down like a ray of sunlight and cleanly cleaved through the black carapace beneath them, severing the great monster in two. Before its blood mixed with the water, they were already beyond the horizon. Reality fractured once more, and they broke through the widening fissure, escaping into the light. Chapter 2971, Sunless Skies, Sunny, Nephis, and the Cursed Terror. They were trying to kill escaped from the boundless darkness of the great river, which had been robbed of its suns into the light again. Only this time, that light was different from the clear radiance of the azure sky. It was different from the eternal blaze of sunset and the gorgeous lilac tapestry that reigned on the edges of the great river as well. This time, the light was piercing, overwhelming, blinding. Sunny hissed, dismissing the myriad eyes with which he had been beholding the world. But even after they were gone, dissolving into the dark depths of his nebulous body, he still felt as if he could see the incandescent radiance that enveloped the world. A moment after the light came the heat. Sunny had been spared from burning in the immolating white flames of Neph's true form, but now he found himself being subjected to an impossible amount of heat. He was scorched, he was singed, he burned. The vast expanse of his formless body bubbled and boiled, being destroyed bit by bit, rippling as it was turning to ash. The pain was unimaginable, just like the pain of his very being torn apart by the talons of the vile thieving bird was, driving him mad. Sunny burned, and then was healed by Neph's flames, and then burned again. The thieving bird burned, too. Even Nephis was enduring the torment of being burned alive, like she always did, because of her cruel flaw. Sunny screamed with 1,000 bloodied maws, and then he quenched his suffering with blood, sinking his fangs into the charred body of the loathsome terror. He did not care whether darkness or light surrounded them. He did not care whether they were in the future or in the past, or if they would ever be able to find their way back to the present, to Ananke. He did not care about being burned, and truly, he did not care about being in terrible pain either. All he cared about was killing the odious thieving bird, about bringing death upon his enemy, so he did not spend much time trying to figure out where the blinding light and the annihilating heat were coming from.
Die.
As Sunny ravaged the thieving bird, the world became hotter, brighter, heavier. There were no shadows around him, so he could not sense it, but Sunny still felt it. The three of them were swiftly approaching something so vast that it possessed a pull of its own, making him feel like he was being slowly crushed under an immense pressure, and at the same time drawn closer to the source of the invisible pull. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. The sun? In the next moment, the vile thieving bird crashed into the surface of one of the 7 suns illuminating the terrifying expanse of the tomb of Ariel into the soul shard of an unholy titan that Ariel had fashioned into a sun. And then, Sunny had thought that the heat melting his soul and turning his thoughts to ash was overwhelming. As it turned out, he knew nothing. He had not even known what true heat was, and what being reduced to ash meant. Because when the colossal celestial orb that had illuminated the dark world of Ariel for thousands of years shattered, and all that was contained within it was set free, all of it, the light, the heat, the pressure, suddenly descended upon them tenfold, and there was the inconceivable kinetic force of the impact as well. It was not easy to shatter a sun, after all, artificial or not, especially by using yourself as a ram. Sunny seemed to have lost consciousness for a brief moment. Blinded, deafened, surrounded by nothing except light. The only sense he had left was his sense of balance. Because of it, he knew that after the vile, thieving bird pierced the sun, escaping from the other side of it in a fountain of shards while the great crystal sphere behind it shattered and fell apart, he was thrown away from the swiftly expanding field of incandescent debris. He also knew that there was something different about the world, the thieving bird, and himself now. The fragile balance between them was broken, and the cadence of the battle was changing in a way that Sunny could not yet perceive, let alone understand. Damn it. Sunny forced himself to manifest myriad eyes and open them, gazing upon the world through the piercing veil of intense radiance. His eyes only existed for a split second, turning to smoldering coals a moment later, but it was enough for him to see something that made him feel concerned. All around them, myriad shards of the broken sun were plummeting from the burning heaven toward the distant blue ribbon of the great river, leaving trails of flame in their wake. The thieving bird was flying through the storm of heavenly fire, its black wings rending the wings apart and erasing them from existence. Flame was flowing off its black feathers like water, not leaving even a trace on them. The dancing flames were the color of molten gold, not white as they had been before, as they were meant to be. The vile thieving bird had managed to shake off Nephis by barreling straight through the sun. Now it was plummeting toward a fissure in time, about to escape from Sunny as well. He was barely holding on, having lost most of his vast shape in the conflagration of celestial flame moments ago. And at the speed the loathsome terror was moving, Sunny was going to lose purchase and slide off its scorched and mangled body very soon. No, its body was not that mangled anymore. It was healing at a startling speed, a soft white radiance shining beneath its charred hide. This wretched thing. Sunny growled, straining to sink his claws into the flesh of the thieving bird and keep it from escaping. The loathsome terror seemed to have stolen the healing miracle of Neph's flames. They were quite shiny after all, and used it to mend its damaged body. Can't. Hold on. The fissure was already too close, and Sunny was moments away from being left behind, lost somewhere in time. It was at that moment that Nephis, who had been thrown in the opposite direction when they destroyed the sun, assumed the form of the spirit of light and pointed the blessing at the vile thieving bird from a vast distance. A rain of light more brilliant than anything Sunny had ever seen escaped from the tip of the blessing. Breaching the distance between her and the retreating thieving bird in an instant, it reached it at exactly the same moment as it was created, and when it did, the loathsome terror shrieked. Neph's final blow bit deep into the base of one of its wings, cutting a dreadfully deep gash in it, almost entirely severing one of the vile thieving bird's wings. Losing control of its flight suddenly, the thieving bird turned its body awkwardly and plummeted into the fissure a moment later, pulling Sunny with it. While Nephis was left behind, Chapter 2972, Dark Wanderer. No. By the time Sunny reacted, it was already too late. The vile thieving bird plunged into the time fissure, pulling him with it and leaving Nephis behind. Naturally, Nephis could follow them into the fractured expanse of broken eternity. However, that place was like a maze. Entering it was easy, but following it to the same exact moment in the endless tapestry of time as those who had entered earlier was all but impossible. Sunny did not know how they were going to find each other again, but he wasn't afforded the luxury of considering that at the moment. The vile thieving bird was severely wounded, one of its wings barely attached to its charred and mutilated body. The bottomless ocean of its vitality was drained, almost showing signs of exhaustion. Even its harrowing will was not as firm as it had been before, finally betraying a hint of weakness, but it was still alive and full of dreadful, unfathomable power. It was still more than capable of tearing Sunny apart, and now that Nephis was not with him, the traumatic wounds the cursed terror's talons dealt him were not going to heal. In other words, Sunny was on borrowed time now. He could only stay alive by relying on the chain enchantment of the curse, which consumed his essence at an alarming rate. Once his essence was completely drained, Sunny was going to die. So his only chance to survive was to kill the vile thieving bird before that happened. Well, I can also run away. He could at least try to. Sonny smiled darkly. No, he wasn't willing to run away, not after coming this far to reclaim what had been taken from him. Not after tasting the vile thieving bird's blood and learning that the cursed creature could really be killed. He was going to see this battle through to the end, no matter what that end might be, even if it killed him. There were a lot of reasons why Sonny was unwilling to let the thieving bird go. Most of those reasons were prudent and logical, taking into account both the present situation and the future. However, if he was honest with himself, the main reason was that he simply wanted to kill it. He wanted to kill the thieving horror with such intensity that it felt like his mind was being consumed by dark flames. He hated it. He was full of spite because of what it had stolen from him, and he wanted to see it die. Sonny was not going to run away from this fight. It was only going to end when one of them killed the other. It's you or me, thief. They escaped into the azure sky once more. Only this time, the thieving bird did not flash across its expanse like a dark comet. With one of its wings practically severed, it couldn't control its flight anymore. So they plummeted from great heights, tearing each other apart as they fell. Sonny's consciousness was like a dark island in an ocean of pain. He had already been severely damaged by the conflagration of celestial flames that escaped the crumbling expanse of the shattered sun, his nebulous form growing tattered and shrinking in size. And now the vile thieving bird was mangling what was left of him with its dreadful talons, shrieking in fury as he refused to let go. Sonny was not the only one suffering and in pain, though. Even diminished, his true form was still vast and terrifying, hiding harrowing power in its dark depths. He bit into the charred flesh of the thieving bird. He tore at it with sharp claws. He pierced it with adamantine tentacles. Its profane blood poured down like rain. It was just that they were falling far faster than the drops of cursed blood fell, so it actually seemed like the countless drops were floating up past them. Sonny poured his death will into the thieving bird, trying to poison the source of its endless vitality and extinguish its loathsome life. In fact, he had already flooded the soul of the cursed terror with so much killing intent that a whole realm would have been made into a lifeless desert if it were exposed to the same amount. The trees would have rotted, all living things would have died, and even the soil itself would have turned sterile and dry, no different from dust. Quite like the obsidian dust of the Shadow Realm, possibly. And yet, it was not enough. Sonny could feel it. The thieving bird was slowly beginning to feel the burden of his murderous will, but he was being destroyed far faster than it approached the threshold of death. At this rate, he was going to die instead. No, I refuse. At that moment, it was not the thought of being killed that infuriated Sonny. It was the thought of failing to slaughter his adversary, of missing the chance to see the thieving bird bleed, suffer, and die. By then, Sonny could already see the still surface of the broken great river below them. There, far below them, a city was being besieged by a harrowing swarm of nightmare creatures. The abominations had already won the battle, and the humans were retreating. The civilians had been evacuated to the island ships on the outer edge of the city, while the warriors were making a final stand against the horrid swarm, keeping the abominations away from their people. Sonny only caught a glimpse of the conquered city, but he recognized it easily. It was Weave. It was Weave on the day it fell to the onslaught of nightmare creatures and was destroyed by us. The evil omen Ananke had told him about, the Dark Wanderer. The mysterious mass of darkness that countless people had seen traversing the sky of the tomb of Ariel across the centuries, thousands of years possibly. It was them, Sonny, Nephis, and the vile, thieving bird. All of those people had simply witnessed seconds of their harrowing battle in the maze of fractured time. For the river people, centuries passed between the sightings of the Dark Wander, but for Sonny and the thieving bird, no more than a few heartbeats passed, which meant Sonny and the thieving bird plummeted from the sky and crashed into the sprawling landscape of Weave. The impact happened in the very heart of the city, where only nightmare creatures remained. A moment later, the temple of the nightmare spell was completely annihilated, turned to dust, while the nightmare creatures were obliterated by an annihilating shockwave. The shockwave spread, ravaging the core of the abominable swarm and giving the warriors defending the escaping ships an opportunity to retreat. Weave was torn apart, destroyed, erased from existence, while Sunny and the vile thieving bird plunged into the cold depths. There, another fissure swallowed them, and their deific battle continued somewhere far away, in a different time. Knowing that he was losing, Sunny attempted something he had never attempted before. He attempted to shadow another being's ability. Chapter 2973, A Simple Solution. The fundamental problem facing Sunny was simple. He was weaker than the vile thieving bird. That was nothing new to him, since he had spent most of his life fighting abominations that were far more powerful than he was. However, this battle was different because no amount of cunning or clever tricks could help him defeat a being who could literally bend the laws of existence to its will. One needed strength to impose an outcome on a creature like the vile thieving bird, and Sunny was not strong enough. To be more precise, the loathsome terror's determination to live was stronger than his desire to kill it. Sunny called himself the sovereign of death, and death was indeed the most natural expression of his will, its innate element. However, his death will was not potent enough to slay the thieving bird. It was not potent enough to slay the thieving bird before Sunny was destroyed by its talons, at least. So, that was the problem. It had a simple solution as well, which was not to say an easy one. If Sunny wanted to kill the vile thieving bird, he simply had to make his will stronger. Something like that would have been impossible for almost any other supreme, but Sunny was more versatile than all of them. Formlessness and adaptability were in his nature, and he was a master of shadow dance on top of that. He had avoided using shadow dance as much as he could, afraid to lose himself and forget his own identity. However, that did not matter anymore, because Sunny was already using the chain, and it had been created specifically to prevent that loss from happening. Let's try it then. Shadow dance, his aspect legacy, had allowed him to assume the physical form of other beings after mastering the fourth step. The fifth step allowed him to replicate not only the outward shape of those beings, but also to embody some of their attributes. Not all of them, but enough to make a difference. That was how he had defeated the puppeteer in Ariel's game. Sunny had no way of confirming it, but he believed that the sixth step of shadow dance would allow him to shadow aspect abilities and mystical powers of other beings as well. After all, the line between attributes and abilities was at times quite blurry, and it was not always easy to distinguish one from the other, so there was no reason why Sunny would be able to replicate only one. That was what he believed, at least. And since no other authority on shadow dance existed, what Sunny believed was as good as true. So as the wounded thieving bird plummeted through the maze of fractured time, tearing him apart and being torn to shreds in turn, Sunny attempted to use shadow dance in order to use a different being's aspect ability. There were two abilities that could allow him to solve the deadly problem of killing the loathsome terror quickly enough to survive. His first choice was the supreme ability of Slayer. That power allowed her to clearly sense and understand the will of others, as well as express her own more effectively. Needless to say, that was exactly what Sunny needed at the moment. More than that, he knew Slayer well. The difficulty of shadowing someone decreased proportionally to how well Sunny knew them, and having shared their senses, Sunny knew his shadows the best. If he could truly perceive the currents of the vile thieving bird's will, he would be able to counter it with greater precision. And if he could channel his own death will more effectively, it would quite possibly grow potent enough to snuff out the profane flame of the vile thieving bird's life. So even as his soul and body were being shredded and torn, a dreadful agony suffusing his mind, Sunny summoned the memory of what it meant to be Slayer and attempted to manifest her aspect within himself. He was a ferocious shadow that prowled the realm of death, hunting down others like it to sustain its existence. There were indescribable horrors dwelling in the cold darkness of the vast obsidian desert. There were devastating essence storms that destroyed everything in their path, and dark creatures that came from the boundless abyss far above. He was smaller and weaker than most beings in the obsidian desert, but he was also the most deadly. He crafted arrowheads from shards of obsidian and the bones of ancient soul serpents, set up traps, and moved stealthily through the darkness, observing his prey so as not to become prey himself. Then he drew his bow and slew them, silent, relentless, ruthless, malevolent, utterly deadly, and in those moments when his prey fell, he could almost remember it, the being he had been once, a long time ago. The slayer of demons, he could almost remember his name. Sadly, even by channeling the essence of Slayer, Sonny failed to achieve his goal. He could sense that he had managed to shadow her aspect, but only partially. It felt like her dormant and awakened abilities were at the tip of his fingers, while her transcendent ability was only manifested partially. However, Sonny could not quite grasp her ascended and supreme abilities. He could not find a way to shadow them at all. There's no foundation. Sonny realized that he could not shape himself into a being who could use these abilities because both of them were based on Slayer's unique attribute, pure soul. And even though Sonny was somewhat capable of shadowing the attributes of living beings, he was not able to shadow this particular one. No. It felt like something was missing, a crucial element that tied all of Slayer together, making her who she was. Sonny did not even know what that element was, so naturally, he could not shape himself in its image. Fine. If that did not work, there was a second option, too. Sonny decided to channel an ability he knew all too well. Knew better than any other, perhaps. It was the Slaying Blade ability of Serpent. The Slaying Blade was the very ability Sonny had used in his attempt to finish off the vile thieving bird in one unexpected strike. It made Serpent a living embodiment of the concept of death, allowing Sonny to overcome the will of powerful beings and slay them more easily than he had any right to. Sadly, that first strike had failed to kill the thieving bird, and the 10,000 strikes after that had failed to bring the loathsome terror down as well. But what if Sonny himself became the Slaying Blade instead of merely wielding it? He was going to find out. Chapter 274, Vessel of Death. Keeping his identity from becoming lost with the help of the chain, Sonny channeled the essence of Serpent and assumed its form. Actually, the form of Soul Serpent was the opposite of what those words usually meant. It was a state of utter formlessness inherent to the shadows, and therefore the reason why they could take any shape. Sonny found it surprisingly easy to assume that shapeless form. After all, there were a lot of parallels between him and Serpent as well as between the powers they wielded, and for a good reason. Serpent was unique among Sonny's shadows. Sonny had earned the rest of them in a variety of ways, most of them involving slaying the original the Stone Saint, the ravenous fiend, Nightmare Slayer, the mordant mimic. As such, his shadows came from creatures he had met and killed. But Serpent was different. It had been given to Sonny by the Nightmare spell as a reward for mastering the first step of Shadow Dance, and was therefore a remnant from the times when Shadow God ruled the realm of death. It had also been born a shadow creature, as opposed to becoming one after its original was destroyed. As such, Serpent was closer to the ideal of a true shadow than anyone else. And Sonny, as the person who had inherited his aspect from a divine shadow, was walking the path to becoming such a creature himself. So he managed to shadow Serpent with surprising ease. It almost felt natural. The feeling of something vital missing did not bother Sonny this time either, like it had when he was trying to replicate Slayer. Sonny channeled the power of the Soul Serpent, turning himself into a weapon capable of slaying deities. The nameless sovereign of death became the Slaying Blade and wielded himself to kill the loathsome terror who had stolen his name and his fate. "I'm going to kill you, wretch." Driven mad by pain and almost destroyed, his essence running dry, Sonny growled and redoubled his vicious assault on the wounded, bleeding, thieving bird. This time he felt the difference. His will did not change, and it didn't grow more potent either. However, his ability to express it became much more refined and pure, as if his nebulous body had become the perfect vessel for channeling death. As a result, the same amount of effort yielded far greater results, affecting the vile thieving bird and its daunting vitality far more than it had before. The thieving bird shrieked, a hint of discomfort, nervousness even, finding its way into the odious creature's harrowing voice for the first time. And just like Sunny, it redoubled its efforts to destroy the eerie things clinging to its feather. As well, Sunny groaned, feeling his soul coming undone. He laughed, feeling the body of the thieving bird shudder in the deadly darkness of his inescapable embrace. Die, 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 you abominable thing. The two of them plummeted through the maze of broken time, straining to destroy each other. Various eras and places on the great river flashed past Sunny, barely registering in his dazed, frenzied mind. He saw a great city being besieged by an azure sea serpent and his army. He saw a stone island rising from the depths to answer the call of a beautiful philosopher. He saw a delicate body in a flowing silk shroud being lowered into the water as countless people cried, seeing her off on the last journey. Sunny's nebulous body had become tattered and small, seemingly ready to fall apart. But at the same time, the vile thieving bird was growing weaker. Its vitality was swiftly being drained as the poison of death will permeated it, while its strength was diminishing. Its movements had already slowed down considerably, and its attacks grew less confident. But it was still alive. Still alive and not showing any signs of being ready to die. Even, "Damn it, die, die! Why won't you die, wretched horror?" The vile thieving bird answered with a pained, panicked cry. Even if it was not on the threshold of death, it seemed to have grown wary of Sunny. In the next moment, they broke through another fissure and found themselves in a chaos so violent and inconceivable that Sunny almost lost consciousness for a moment. All around them, a fractured darkness was being ravaged by a terrifying storm. Devastating rain fell upon them, and bolts of lightning flashed nearby, making the air crackle. Worst of all, the laws of existence seemed to be broken in this terrifying place. Reality was completely twisted, its sharp edges cutting into Sunny's mind like endlessly folding blades. At first, he thought that they had failed to escape the broken eternity that dwelled in the gaps between the fissures, but this place was much more violent, much more unstable, much more devastating. A time storm. The thought flashed through his mind and disappeared, erased by the maddening wrongness of the terrifying expanse of twisted time around them. All his other thoughts disappeared as well. Thoughts about the past, the future, the present. Thoughts about how close he was to being destroyed, and what would happen if he were killed by the vile thieving bird. Sunny had banished them himself, leaving space for only one thought in his mind, the thought of killing the thieving bird instead. Its body was riddled with wounds by then, just like his. It was in pain and suffering under the strain of the vicious battle, just like he was. Sunny growled and shaped himself into an onyx serpent, coiling around the vile thieving bird's body and sinking his fangs into the deep wound on its neck. Death flowed through them into the very heart of its soul, poisoning the 6 nodes of revolting darkness, pulsing there like abyssal cores. And then, finally, he felt the vile thieving bird shudder. It was finally afraid of him, it seemed. So the thieving bird did what it always did. Even if nothing about Sunny was shiny and desirable, it stole from him. The first thing the thieving bird stole was his desire to kill it. Suddenly, the dreadful fury that had been raging in Sunny's heart disappeared. His bloodlust receded, leaving behind only a cold sense of exhaustion. His hatred was gone, replaced by indifference. What? Sunny still knew that he had to kill the thieving bird and remembered all the reasons why it had to die. But now, there was no emotion attached to that knowledge, no personal meaning, no hope, no fear, no desire. He pressed his jaws tighter together, straining to strangle the vile thieving bird and crush its neck. So the next thing it stole was his reason. Suddenly, Sunny could not remember why he needed to kill the vile thieving bird. There seemed to be no cause to wish it harm, and no possible way to arrive at such an intention logically. No matter how he thought about it, the act of attacking a cursed terror seemed woefully irrational and unprovoked. It was pure folly. His jaws grew slack a little. As the time storm raged around them, Sonny hesitated for a moment, and then tore into the thieving bird's neck once more, his fangs growing slick with blood. This time he was acting on pure instinct, an instinct of a carrier of the spell who was confronted by the nightmare creature. He knew that his enemy had made a mistake. Stupid beast. Even if his desire to kill the vile thieving bird was gone, rendering his killing intent weak and ineffectual, the loathsome terror was in a worse situation. That was because the thieving bird stole things, not destroyed them. So, having stolen from Sonny, it was now in possession of the things it had stolen, his desire to kill it and his logical reasons to do so. So now the thieving bird suddenly wanted to die and was convinced that it had to be killed. As a result, its will to live plummeted, becoming even weaker than Sonny's instinctual impulse to attack the nightmare creature in front of him. Opening its dreadful beak, the thieving bird let out a deafening shriek. It was dying. Sonny was dying as well. The problem was that he was dying faster than the vile thieving bird. Even after everything he had done, his efforts were proven to be not enough. Chapter 2975. His harrowing wings, even after everything the thieving bird had been subjected to, the three curses, the combined assault of two supreme holders of divine aspects, the death will channeled through the slaying blade, the cleansing cruelty of Neph's flame. It was still refusing to die. Its vitality was simply too inexhaustible, and its determination to exist was too deep. Not even committing a blunder and stealing Sonny's desire to kill it and his rationale for doing so, and therefore compromising its own desire to live and rationale for wanting to stay alive, managed to topple the thieving bird's profane will. It was still better off than Sonny. It was wounded. It was hurt. It was on the threshold of facing death, even. But no matter what Sonny did, he simply could not push it over that threshold, and he did not have a lot of time left to continue trying. As the two of them barreled through the eerie chaos of the time storm, he could feel his soul nearing the point of no return. It had been damaged too severely, torn to shreds and mutilated beyond recognition now. Even Soulweave was struggling to keep what little there was left of him together, and as the vile thieving bird's weakening attempts to kill him persisted, he groaned. Sonny was in pain. It was a pain so awful that most people would have chosen to die in order to escape it. Before, hatred and fury had sustained Sonny, helping him endure the agony. But now that the thieving bird stole his murderous wrath, nothing stood between him and the harrowing torment. Sonny wanted to give up. He had no reason not to anymore. After all, his reason had been stolen by the thieving bird throughout the years. He had often survived purely out of spite, out of sheer unwillingness to give his enemies the satisfaction of watching him die. Sonny knew how to hold a grudge, and staying alive was one of the main requirements for making sure his enemies suffered the consequences of harming him. But now that his spite had been stolen, and he felt nothing except cold detachment and exhaustion, how was he supposed to survive? What was he enduring all that awful suffering for the first time in his life? Sonny found himself devoid of anger, malice, and ill intent. He was at peace. And ironically enough, or possibly fittingly enough, that peace was going to kill him. No, that's not right. Sonny suddenly realized that he was wrong. So what if he had no desire to kill the vile thieving bird now? So what if he was not sustained by murderous spite anymore? There were innumerable other things that made him want to stay alive, made him want to survive desperately. There was Nephis, there was Rain, there were his friends and companions, the members of the Shadow Clan that depended on him, and all of humanity that he had chosen to protect, and so much more. All these connections were important to him, were precious beyond compare. So, even if his reason to kill the thieving bird was gone, his reasons to survive were innumerable. So, Sonny invented a new reason to kill the vile thieving bird instead of those it had stolen. It was his desire to return home, to meet all the people who were waiting for his return. How do I get rid of that damned abomination, though? Sonny's power was simply not enough to slay the thieving bird, no matter how close it was to death. The remaining distance could as well have been infinite. At that moment, they broke through the wall of the storm. The change was so abrupt that it dazed Sonny for a moment. The impenetrable darkness was replaced by the radiance of day, and the deafening howls of the wind were replaced by utter silence. Below them, the surface of the great river was like a giant mirror, with not a ripple on its still surface. They had reached the eye of the storm. Something moved in Sonny's mind. For a moment he saw their reflection traveling across the glass-like surface of the water far below. They were like a meteor of billowing and darkness plummeting from the heavens in a mantle of ghostly smoke and black feathers. The vile thieving bird had failed to heal its damaged wing, so it couldn't control its flight. In fact, they weren't flying at all. They were falling, instead. Sonny's thoughts settled all of a sudden, and he moved with a sense of cold determination. His serpentine form rippled, and great wings rose from his back, opening to slow down and guide their fall, turning it into a glide. They moved above the glass-like water at awful speed, drops of profane ichor and divine blood falling into it like dark jewels. Sonny felt the thieving bird turn its head, aiming its awful beak at the very heart of his being. But before it could deliver him the deadly wound, he finally let go of the loathsome terror. He set the thieving bird free, and with all the strength left in his battered body, he pushed it down toward the vast expanse of still, glass-like water below. The thieving bird plummeted with a startled shriek. Only it was already too late, because by then it wasn't they who were reflected on the surface of the great river. Instead, a pale figure was moving across it with calamitous, killing intent, shrouded in innumerable layers of fierce darkness. That rippling darkness was boundless and unfathomable, containing within itself an infinite number of choices. The features of the dreadful figure were vague and obscured, and all Sonny could see was a pair of terrible wings, their feathers black like those of a raven. They spread vast enough to devour the sky and drowned the world in howling mist. It was a reflection of Nether, the demon of choice. A reflection of him moving across a battlefield of the war against the gods, his furious heart overflowing with killing intent. Simply catching a glimpse of that reflection had almost killed Sonny once. He smiled darkly. His own death will was not potent enough to kill the vile thieving bird. Well then, why not borrow the murderous will of someone far more powerful? Wounded and bleeding, the thieving bird struck the surface of the great river and plunged into the reflection of the demon of destiny, and as it did, the echo of Nether's killing intent enveloped it like an annihilating crucible, adding to the fatal burden of deep wounds delivered to it by Sonny and Nephis. Finally, the endless vitality of the vile thieving bird had reached its limit. Chapter 2976. Confluence of Fates. The glass-like surface of the water was broken when the vile thieving bird plunged into it, sending a towering plume of foam into the air and erasing the reflection of the demon of destiny from the surface of the great river. However, the damage had already been done. The thieving bird would have easily endured being exposed to the echo of a demon's killing intent on any other day. But not today, because today it had already been weakened by the curses of 3 supreme carriers of the nightmare spell, burned by the soul flame of changing star of the immortal flame clan, which was especially devastating when it touched anything tainted by the corruption and poisoned by the death will of the Lord of Shadows. Nether's killing intent was the last drop. The thieving bird's fierce desire to live had already been compromised by stealing Sonny's murderous determination to kill it, and now it was finally overwhelmed. He could sense it. The boundless ocean of the loathsome creature's will receded, broken at last by a succession of deadly blows. The loathsome terror was not dead yet, but it was not immune to being killed anymore either. It's up to me now. Sonny himself was one blow away from being destroyed, so it was a fair game. Either the thieving bird would deal him one final wound, or he would manage to deliver it a fatal strike before being killed. Below him, the burned and ravaged body of the loathsome terror was plunging into the depths. Sonny allowed himself a split second of stillness. He collected himself, steeled his mind, and then dismissed his wings, falling toward the rippling water like an immense spear made from pure darkness. His serpentine body pierced the great river like a blade, and continued to plummet through the mass of water, breaching the distance separating him from the sinking thieving bird in an instant. He reached it in the blink of an eye and moved nimbly, evading the harrowing talons of the loathsome terror, to coil himself around its battered body. It was fitting, really, that he would finish this battle in the form of the onyx serpent, the form he had inherited from Daron of the Twilight Sea. Sonny coiled himself around the thieving bird and constricted his coils, immobilizing it, strangling it, pulling it into the dark, crushing depths of the great river. The thieving bird struggled, but by now its will to break free was not strong enough to shatter his will to destroy it. Sonny held tight, using whatever strength he had left to crush his enemy. His fangs sank into the torn neck of the thieving bird, straining to break it. He willed its death into existence. Then one final fissure swallowed them, pulling them apart. Sonny rolled on something hard and assumed his human form, rising shakily to his feet. This time they landed on something solid. He smiled darkly behind Weaver's mask, realizing where they were even if he did not know when they were. It was the heart of the stone titan, the outer shell of the estuary, floating silently in the endless darkness. The battle was going to end where it had started, just like the great river that flowed endlessly into itself. The vile, thieving bird was lying on the dark stone a small distance away, towering above it like a hill of charred feathers. A lake of black blood was slowly spreading outward from its motionless form, but it was still alive. Sonny could sense the profane flame of its accursed life burning, even if it had become feeble. "Ah, you look great, thief." Sonny looked terrible as well. The jade mantle was all but destroyed, and blood was seeping slowly from countless wounds on his mangled body. Some of those wounds were terrible enough to reveal white bone, and some of his bones were broken in turn. He looked like a corpse, and an unfortunate corpse at that, one that had either experienced a disastrous death or was viciously mutilated after succumbing to it. But Sonny was alive too. And at the moment, finally, he was a little bit more alive than the vile thieving bird, so manifesting a dark blade out of shadows, he swayed and took an unsteady step forward. His voice was quiet and frail. Nothing personal, buddy. You know how it is." By which he meant that it was extremely personal, of course, and that the vile wretch had no idea, but really, Sonny was just masking the fact that he was struggling to take another step. The thieving bird stirred at the sound of his elusive voice and turned its head, looking at him with a glassy, demented eye. Sonny took another step, his mangled body tensing like a spring. "Where's that adorable spawn of yours? Ah, I really hope it shows up." Sonny smiled weakly, knowing that if the vile spawn attacked him right now, things would get ugly. Well, he wasn't without recourse either. His shadows were not strong enough to face the thieving bird itself, but the odious spawn had not yet matured enough to become an overwhelming threat to them. Sonny could call upon one or two. The thieving bird just stared at him, madness seething in its tired round eye. Sonny inhaled deeply. "Give it back." He took a step forward. "Give back what you stole from me." He pushed himself into a rapid lunge, and at the same time he activated the "Where is my eye?" enchantment of Weaver's mask. The enchantment that had been created and received such a peculiar name because of the very creature lying on cold stones in front of him. Instantly, the unfathomable tapestry of fate unfurled in front of him, behind him, all around him, permeating all of existence and the void as well. Its endless expanse was just as harrowing as he remembered, and beholding it put just as much strain on his mind. So Sonny focused on only a tiny stretch of the great tapestry, only on the part of its infinite complexity that had to do with the vile thieving bird, and he saw it, something that he had never seen before. He saw the true nature of the fated attribute, woven out the strings of fate. Most living beings had a single string piercing their heart, representing their fate. The string extended from the past into the future, touching countless threads and making connections with them, some brief, some lasting and profound. The vile thieving bird had its own string of fate as well, even if its future was not attached to anything, unmoored and unclear, just like the rest of them now that the future was no more. However, there was also something else. Sonny's eyes widened in horror as he beheld his stolen fate. Myriad strings of fate converged on the thieving bird, attached to something hidden deep within its being, so many of them. In fact, that they obscured the world entirely, painting all of existence in a dark hue. The thieving bird was terrifying and mighty, but in front of the untold myriads of endless strings, it looked tiny like an ant. It looked like a powerless marionette tangled hopelessly in an infinity of endless strings. That was fated. A point of convergence, a nexus. A confluence of fates, it was awesome and ghastly enough to give Sonny pause. Almost the thieving bird moved to meet his reckless attack, but it was a little bit too late. Sonny reached into its soul like he would reach into a memory to weave its enchantments. Only this time, he did not stop at that, and reached deeper still until his fingers wrapped around the nexus of all the countless strings of fate, grasping it tightly. And with the other hand, Sonny drove his slaying blade into the thieving bird's burning, demented eye, killing it. Chapter 29:7-3, A Simple Solution. The fundamental problem facing Sonny was simple. He was weaker than the vile, thieving bird. That was nothing new to him, since he had spent most of his life fighting abominations that were far more powerful than he was. However, this battle was different because no amount of cunning or clever tricks could help him defeat a being who could literally bend the laws of existence to its will. One needed strength to impose an outcome on a creature like the vile, thieving bird, and Sonny was not strong enough to be more precise. The loathsome terror's determination to live was stronger than his desire to kill it. Sonny called himself the Sovereign of Death, and death was indeed the most natural expression of his will, its innate element. However, his death will was not potent enough to slay the thieving bird before Sonny was destroyed by its talons, at least. So that was the problem. It had a simple solution as well, which was not to say an easy one. If Sonny wanted to kill the vile thieving bird, he simply had to make his will stronger. Something like that would have been impossible for almost any other supreme, but Sonny was more versatile than all of them. Formlessness and adaptability were in his nature, and he was a master of shadow dance on top of that. He had avoided using shadow dance as much as he could, afraid to lose himself and forget his own identity. However, that did not matter anymore because Sonny was already using the chain, and it had been created specifically to prevent that loss from happening. Let's try it then. Shadow dance, his aspect legacy, had allowed him to assume the physical form of other beings after mastering the fourth step. The fifth step allowed him to replicate not only the outward shape of those beings, but also to embody some of their attributes. Not all of them, but enough to make a difference. That was how he had defeated the puppeteer in Ariel's game. Sonny had no way of confirming it, but he believed that the sixth step of shadow dance would allow him to shadow aspect abilities and mystical powers of other beings as well. After all, the line between attributes and abilities was at times quite blurry, and it was not always easy to distinguish one from the other. So there was no reason why Sonny would be able to replicate only one. That was what he believed, at least. And since no other authority on shadow dance existed, what Sonny believed was as good as true. So, as the wounded thieving bird plummeted through the maze of fractured time, tearing him apart and being torn to shreds in turn, Sonny attempted to use shadow dance in order to use a different being's aspect ability. There were two abilities that could allow him to solve the deadly problem of killing the loathsome terror quickly enough to survive. His first choice was the supreme ability of Slayer. That power allowed her to clearly sense and understand the will of others, as well as express her own more effectively. Needless to say, that was exactly what Sonny needed at the moment. More than that, he knew Slayer well. The difficulty of shadowing someone decreased proportionally to how well Sonny knew them, and having shared their senses, Sonny knew his shadows the best. If he could truly perceive the currents of the vile thieving bird's will, he would be able to counter it with greater precision, and if he could channel his own death will more effectively, it would quite possibly grow potent enough to snuff out the profane flame of the vile, thieving bird's life. So, even as his soul and body were being shredded and torn, a dreadful agony suffusing his mind, Sunny summoned the memory of what it meant to be Slayer and attempted to manifest her aspect within himself. He was a ferocious shadow that prowled the realm of death, hunting down others like it to sustain its existence. There were indescribable horrors dwelling in the cold darkness of the vast obsidian desert. There were devastating essence storms that destroyed everything in their path, and dark creatures that came from the boundless abyss far above. He was smaller and weaker than most beings in the obsidian desert, but he was also the most deadly. He crafted arrowheads from shards of obsidian and the bones of ancient soul serpents, set up traps and moved stealthily through the darkness, observing his prey so as not to become prey himself. Then he drew his bow and slew them, silent, relentless, ruthless, malevolent, utterly deadly. And in those moments when his prey fell, he could almost remember it, the being he had been once, a long time ago. The slayer of demons, he could almost remember his name. Sadly, even by channeling the essence of Slayer, Sunny failed to achieve his goal. He could sense that he had managed to shadow her aspect, but only partially. It felt like her dormant and awakened abilities were at the tip of his fingers, while her transcendent ability was only manifested partially. However, Sunny could not quite grasp her ascended and supreme abilities. He could not find a way to shadow them at all. There's no foundation. Sunny realized that he could not shape himself into a being who could use these abilities because both of them were based on Slayer's unique attribute, pure soul. And even though Sunny was somewhat capable of shadowing the attributes of living beings, he was not able to shadow this particular one. No, it felt like something was missing. A crucial element that tied all of Slayer together, making her who she was. Sunny did not even know what that element was, so naturally he could not shape himself in its image. Fine. If that did not work, there was a second option too. Sunny decided to channel an ability he knew all too well, knew better than any other, perhaps. It was the Slaying Blade ability of Serpent. The Slaying Blade was the very ability Sunny had used in his attempt to finish off the vile, thieving bird in one unexpected strike. It made Serpent a living embodiment of the concept of death, allowing Sunny to overcome the will of powerful beings and slay them more easily than he had any right to. Sadly, that first strike had failed to kill the thieving bird, and the 10,000 strikes after that had failed to bring the loathsome terror down as well. But what if Sunny himself became the Slaying Blade instead of merely wielding it? He was going to find out. Chapter 2974. Vessel of Death. Keeping his identity from becoming lost with the help of the chain, Sunny channeled the essence of Serpent and assumed its form. Actually, the form of Soul Serpent was the opposite of what those words usually meant. It was a state of utter formlessness inherent to the shadows, and therefore the reason why they could take any shape. Sunny found it surprisingly easy to assume that shapeless form. After all, there were a lot of parallels between him and Serpent, as well as between the powers they wielded, and for a good reason. Serpent was unique among Sunny's shadows. Sunny had earned the rest of them in a variety of ways, most of them involving slaying the original. The Stone Saint, the Ravenous Fiend, Nightmare, Slayer, the Mordant Mimic. As such, his shadows came from creatures he had met and killed, but Serpent was different. It had been given to Sunny by the Nightmare spell as a reward for mastering the first step of Shadow Dance, and was therefore a remnant from the times when Shadow God ruled the realm of death. It had also been born a shadow creature, as opposed to becoming one after its original was destroyed. As such, Serpent was closer to the ideal of a true shadow than anyone else, and Sunny, as the person who had inherited his aspect from a divine shadow, was walking the path to becoming such a creature himself. So he managed to shadow Serpent with surprising ease. It almost felt natural. The feeling of something vital missing did not bother Sonny this time either, like it had when he was trying to replicate Slayer. Sonny channeled the power of the soul serpent, turning himself into a weapon capable of slaying deities. The nameless sovereign of death became the slaying blade, and wielded himself to kill the loathsome terror who had stolen his name and his fate. "I'm going to kill you, wretch." Driven mad by pain and almost destroyed, his essence running dry, Sonny growled and redoubled his vicious assault on the wounded, bleeding, thieving bird. This time he felt the difference. His will did not change, and it didn't grow more potent either. However, his ability to express it became much more refined and pure, as if his nebulous body had become the perfect vessel for channeling death. As a result, the same amount of effort yielded far greater results, affecting the vile, thieving bird and its daunting vitality far more than it had before. The thieving bird shrieked, a hint of discomfort, nervousness even, finding its way into the odious creature's harrowing voice for the first time, and just like Sonny, it redoubled its efforts to destroy the eerie things clinging to its feather as well. Sonny groaned, feeling his soul coming undone. He laughed, feeling the body of the thieving bird shudder in the deadly darkness of his inescapable embrace. "Die, die, die, you abominable thing!" The two of them plummeted through the maze of broken time, straining to destroy each other. Various eras and places on the great river flashed past Sonny, barely registering in his dazed, frenzied mind. He saw a great city being besieged by an azure sea serpent and his army. He saw a stone island rising from the depths to answer the call of a beautiful philosopher. He saw a delicate body in a flowing silk shroud being lowered into the water, as countless people cried, seeing her off on the last journey. Sonny's nebulous body had become tattered and small, seemingly ready to fall apart. But, at the same time, the vile thieving bird was growing weaker. Its vitality was swiftly being drained as the poison of death will permeated it, while its strength was diminishing. Its movements had already slowed down considerably, and its attacks grew less confident, but it was still alive. Still alive and not showing any signs of being ready to die even. Damn it. Die, die. Why won't you die, wretched horror? The vile thieving bird answered with a pained, panicked cry. Even if it was not on the threshold of death, it seemed to have grown wary of Sonny. In the next moment, they broke through another fissure and found themselves in a chaos so violent and inconceivable that Sonny almost lost consciousness for a moment. All around them, a fractured darkness was being ravaged by a terrifying storm. Devastating rain fell upon them, and bolts of lightning flashed nearby, making the air crackle. Worst of all, the laws of existence seemed to be broken in this terrifying place. Reality was completely twisted, its sharp edges cutting into Sonny's mind like endlessly folding blades. At first he thought that they had failed to escape the broken eternity that dwelled in the gaps between the fissures, but this place was much more violent, much more unstable, much more devastating, a time storm. The thought flashed through his mind and disappeared, erased by the maddening wrongness of the terrifying expanse of twisted time around them. All his other thoughts disappeared, as well. Thoughts about the past, the future, the present. Thoughts about how close he was to being destroyed, and what would happen if he were killed by the vile thieving bird. Sonny had banished them himself, leaving space for only one thought in his mind, the thought of killing the thieving bird instead. Its body was riddled with wounds by then, just like his. It was in pain and suffering under the strain of the vicious battle, just like he was. Sonny growled and shaped himself into an onyx serpent, coiling around the vile thieving bird's body and sinking his fangs into the deep wound on its neck. Death flowed through them into the very heart of its soul, poisoning the 6 nodes of revolting darkness pulsing there like abyssal cores, and then, finally, he felt the vile thieving bird shudder. It was finally afraid of him, it seemed. So the thieving bird did what it always did. Even if nothing about Sonny was shiny and desirable, it stole from him. The first thing the thieving bird stole was his desire to kill it. Suddenly, the dreadful fury that had been raging in Sonny's heart disappeared. His bloodlust receded, leaving behind only a cold sense of exhaustion. His hatred was gone, replaced by indifference.
What?
Sonny still knew that he had to kill the thieving bird and remembered all the reasons why it had to die. But now there was no emotion attached to that knowledge, no personal meaning, no hope, no fear, no desire. He pressed his jaws tighter together, straining to strangle the vile thieving bird and crush its neck. So the next thing it stole was his reason. Suddenly Sonny could not remember why he needed to kill the vile thieving bird. There seemed to be no cause to wish it harm, and no possible way to arrive at such an intention logically. No matter how he thought about it, the act of attacking a cursed terror seemed woefully irrational and unprovoked. It was pure folly. His jaws grew slack a little. As the time storm raged around them, Sonny hesitated for a moment, and then tore into the thieving bird's neck once more, his fangs growing slick with blood. This time he was acting on pure instinct, an instinct of a carrier of the spell who was confronted by the nightmare creature. He knew that his enemy had made a mistake. Stupid beast. Even if his desire to kill the vile thieving bird was gone, rendering his killing intent weak and ineffectual, the loathsome terror was in a worse situation. That was because the thieving bird stole things, not destroyed them. So, having stolen from Sonny, it was now in possession of the things it had stolen, his desire to kill it and his logical reasons to do so. So now the thieving bird suddenly wanted to die and was convinced that it had to be killed. As a result, its will to live plummeted, becoming even weaker than Sonny's instinctual impulse to attack the nightmare creature in front of him. Opening its dreadful beak, the thieving bird let out a deafening shriek. It was dying. Sonny was dying as well. The problem was that he was dying faster than the vile thieving bird. Even after everything he had done, his efforts were proven to be not enough. Chapter 2975, His Harrowing Wings. Even after everything the thieving bird had been subjected to, the three curses, the combined assault of two supreme holders of divine aspects, the death will channeled through the slaying blade, the cleansing cruelty of Neph's flame, it was still refusing to die. Its vitality was simply too inexhaustible, and its determination to exist was too deep. Not even committing a blunder, and stealing Sonny's desire to kill it, and his rationale for doing so, and therefore compromising its own desire to live and rationale for wanting to stay alive, managed to topple the thieving bird's profane will. It was still better off than Sonny. It was wounded. It was hurt. It was on the threshold of facing death, even. But no matter what Sonny did, he simply could not push it over that threshold. And he did not have a lot of time left to continue trying. As the two of them barreled through the eerie chaos of the time storm, he could feel his soul nearing the point of no return. It had been damaged too severely, torn to shreds and mutilated beyond recognition. Now, even Soul Weave was struggling to keep what little there was left of him together, and as the vile thieving bird's weakening attempts to kill him persisted, he groaned. Sonny was in pain. It was a pain so awful that most people would have chosen to die in order to escape it. Before, hatred and fury had sustained Sonny, helping him endure the agony, but now that the thieving bird stole his murderous wrath, nothing stood between him and the harrowing torment. Sonny wanted to give up. He had no reason not to. Any more, after all, his reason had been stolen by the thieving bird. Throughout the years, he had often survived purely out of spite, out of sheer unwillingness to give his enemies the satisfaction of watching him die. Sonny knew how to hold a grudge, and staying alive was one of the main requirements for making sure his enemies suffered the consequences of harming him. But now that his spite had been stolen, and he felt nothing except cold detachment and exhaustion, how was he supposed to survive? What was he enduring all that awful suffering for? For the first time in his life, Sonny found himself devoid of anger, malice, and ill intent. He was at peace. And ironically enough, or possibly fittingly enough, that peace was going to kill him. No, that's not right. Sonny suddenly realized that he was wrong. So what if he had no desire to kill the vile thieving bird now? So what if he was not sustained by murderous spite anymore? There were innumerable other things that made him want to stay alive. made him want to survive desperately. There was Nephis, there was Rain, there were his friends and companions, the members of the Shadow clan that depended on him, and all of humanity that he had chosen to protect, and so much more. All these connections were important to him, were precious beyond compare. So, even if his reason to kill the thieving bird was gone, his reasons to survive were innumerable. So, Sonny invented a new reason to kill the vile thieving bird instead of those it had stolen. It was his desire to return home, to meet all the people who were waiting for his return. How do I get rid of that damned abomination, though? Sonny's power was simply not enough to slay the thieving bird. No matter how close it was to death, the remaining distance could as well have been infinite. At that moment, they broke through the wall of the storm. The change was so abrupt that it dazed Sonny for a moment. The impenetrable darkness was replaced by the radiance of day, and the deafening howls of the wind were replaced by utter silence. Below them, the surface of the great river was like a giant mirror. With not a ripple on its still surface, they had reached the eye of the storm. Something moved in Sonny's mind for a moment. He saw their reflection traveling across the glass-like surface of the water far below. They were like a meteor of billowing in darkness, plummeting from the heavens in a mantle of ghostly smoke and black feathers. The vile thieving bird had failed to heal its damaged wing, so it couldn't control its flight. In fact, they weren't flying at all. They were falling instead. Sonny's thoughts settled all of a sudden, and he moved with a sense of cold determination. His serpentine form rippled, and great wings rose from his back, opening to slow down and guide their fall, turning it into a glide. They moved above the glass-like water at awful speed, drops of profane ichor and divine blood falling into its like dark jewels. Sonny felt the thieving bird turn its head, aiming its awful beak at the very heart of his being. But before it could deliver him the deadly wound, he finally let go of the loathsome terror. He set the thieving bird free, and with all the strength left in his battered body, he pushed it down toward the vast expanse of still glass-like water below. The thieving bird plummeted with a startled shriek, only it was already too late, because by then, it wasn't they who were reflected on the surface of the great river. Instead, a pale figure was moving across it with calamitous killing intent, shrouded in innumerable layers of fierce darkness. That rippling darkness was boundless and unfathomable, containing within itself an infinite number of choices. The features of the dreadful figure were vague and obscured, and all Sonny could see was a pair of terrible wings, their feathers black like those of a raven. They spread vast enough to devour the sky and drowned the world in howling mist. It was a reflection of Nether, the demon of choice, a reflection of him moving across a battlefield of the war against the gods, his furious heart overflowing with killing intent. Simply catching a glimpse of that reflection had almost killed Sonny once. He smiled darkly. His own death will was not potent enough to kill the vile thieving bird. Well then, why not borrow the murderous will of someone far more powerful, wounded and bleeding? The thieving bird struck the surface of the great river and plunged into the reflection of the demon of destiny. And as it did, the echo of Nether's killing intent enveloped it like an annihilating crucible, adding to the fatal burden of deep wounds delivered to it by Sonny and Nephis. Finally, the endless vitality of the vile thieving bird had reached its limit. Chapter 276. Confluence of Fates. The glass-like surface of the water was broken when the vile thieving bird plunged into it, sending a towering plume of foam into the air and erasing the reflection of the demon of destiny from the surface of the great river. However, the damage had already been done. The thieving bird would have easily endured being exposed to the echo of a daemon's killing intent on any other day, but not today, because today it had already been weakened by the curses of 3 supreme carriers of the nightmare spell, burned by the soul flame of Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan, which was especially devastating when it touched anything tainted by the corruption and poisoned by the death will of the Lord of Shadows. Nether's killing intent was the last drop. The thieving bird's fierce desire to live had already been compromised by stealing Sonny's murderous determination to kill it. And now it was finally overwhelmed. He could sense it. The boundless ocean of the loathsome creature's will receded, broken at last by a succession of deadly blows. The loathsome terror was not dead yet. But it was not immune to being killed anymore either. It's up to me now. Sonny himself was one blow away from being destroyed, so it was a fair game. Either the thieving bird would deal him one final wound, or he would manage to deliver it a fatal strike before being killed. Below him, the burned and ravaged body of the loathsome terror was plunging into the depths. Sonny allowed himself a split second of stillness. He collected himself, steeled his mind, and then dismissed his wings, falling toward the rippling water like an immense spear made from pure darkness. His serpentine body pierced the great river like a blade, and continued to plummet through the mass of water, breaching the distance separating him from the sinking thieving bird in an instant. He reached it in the blink of an eye and moved nimbly, evading the harrowing talons of the loathsome terror to coil himself around its battered body. It was fitting, really, that he would finish this battle in the form of the onyx serpent, the form he had inherited from Daron of the Twilight Sea. Sonny coiled himself around the thieving bird and constricted his coils, immobilizing it, strangling it, pulling it into the dark, crushing depths of the great river. The thieving bird struggled, but by now its will to break free was not strong enough to shatter his will to destroy it. Sonny held tight, using whatever strength he had left to crush his enemy. His fangs sank into the torn neck of the thieving bird, straining to break it. He willed its death into existence. Then one final fissure swallowed them, pulling them apart. Sonny rolled on something hard and assumed his human form, rising shakily to his feet. This time they landed on something solid. He smiled darkly behind Weaver's mask, realizing where they were. Even if he did not know when they were, it was the heart of the stone titan. The outer shell of the estuary, floating silently in the endless darkness. The battle was going to end where it had started, just like the great river that flowed endlessly into itself. The vile thieving bird was lying on the dark stone a small distance away, towering above it like a hill of charred feathers. A lake of black blood was slowly spreading outward from its motionless form, but it was still alive. Sonny could sense the profane flame of its accursed life burning, even if it had become feeble. Ah, you look great, thief. Sonny looked terrible as well. The jade mantle was all but destroyed, and blood was seeping slowly from countless wounds on his mangled body. Some of those wounds were terrible enough to reveal white bone, and some of his bones were broken in turn. He looked like a corpse, and an unfortunate corpse at that, one that had either experienced a disastrous death or was viciously mutilated after succumbing to it. But Sonny was alive, too. And at the moment, finally, he was a little bit more alive than the vile thieving bird. So, manifesting a dark blade out of shadows, he swayed and took an unsteady step forward. His voice was quiet and frail. Nothing personal, buddy. You know how it is, by which he meant that it was extremely personal, of course, and that the vile wretch had no idea, but really Sonny was just masking the fact that he was struggling to take another step. The thieving bird stirred at the sound of his elusive voice and turned its head, looking at him with a glassy, demented eyes. Sonny took another step, his mangled body tensing like a spring. "Where's that adorable spawn of yours?" "Ah, I really hope it shows up." Sonny smiled weakly, knowing that if the vile spawn attacked him right now, things would get ugly. Well, he wasn't without recourse either. His shadows were not strong enough to face the thieving bird itself, but the odious spawn had not yet matured enough to become an overwhelming threat to them. Sonny could call upon one or two. The thieving bird just stared at him, madness seething in its tired round eye. Sonny inhaled deeply. "Give it back." He took a step forward. "Give back what you stole from me." He pushed himself into a rapid lunge, and at the same time he activated the "Where's my eye?" enchantment of Weaver's mask, the enchantment that had been created and received such a peculiar name because of the very creature lying on cold stones in front of him. Instantly, the unfathomable tapestry of fate unfurled in front of him, behind him, all around him, permeating all of existence, and the void as well. Its endless expanse was just as harrowing as he remembered, and beholding it put just as much strain on his mind. So, Sonny focused on only a tiny stretch of the great tapestry, only on the part of its infinite complexity that had to do with the vile thieving bird. And he saw it, something that he had never seen before. He saw the true nature of the fated attribute woven out the strings of fate. Most living beings had a single string piercing their heart, representing their fate. The string extended from the past into the future, touching countless threads and making connections with them, some brief, some lasting and profound. The vile thieving bird had its own string of fate as well, even if its future was not attached to anything, unmoored and unclear, just like the rest of them now, that the future was no more. However, there was also something else. Sonny's eyes widened in horror as he beheld his stolen fate. Myriad strings of fate converged on the thieving bird attached to something hidden deep within its being. So many of them, in fact, that they obscured the world entirely, painting all of existence in a dark hue. The thieving bird was terrifying and mighty, but in front of the untold myriads of endless strings, it looked tiny like an ant. It looked like a powerless marionette tangled hopelessly in an infinity of endless strings. That was fated. A point of convergence, a nexus, a confluence of fates. It was awesome, and ghastly enough to give Sonny pause. Almost. The thieving bird moved to meet his reckless attack, but it was a little bit too late. Sonny reached into its soul, like he would reach into a memory to weave its enchantments. Only this time he did not stop at that and reached deeper still, until his fingers wrapped around the nexus of all the countless strings of fate, grasping it tightly. And with the other hand, Sonny drove his slaying blade into the thieving bird's burning, demented eye, killing it. Chapter 29:77. Familiar, Sonny drove the sharp blade of his slaying will through the vile thieving bird's eye, piercing its brain. If Weaver could see it, they'd probably feel darkly amused by the morbid justice of that lethal blow. Sonny did not care about justice, though, and neither did he care about Weaver. All he cared about was making sure that the loathsome terror died and regaining his fate. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the thieving bird's towering body shuddered, and its frenzied, demented gaze slowly grew cold. The burning madness was finally gone from its eyes, replaced by glassy emptiness. It was dead. Sonny swayed heavily, the last of his essence being consumed by the burden of sustaining the powerful enchantment of Weaver's mask. The boundless tapestry of broken fate disappeared, and the crushing pressure that had been tormenting his tired mind lifted. But he was still holding it in his grasp, his fate. He exhaled slowly, feeling something penetrating the very foundation of his being. Something too vast to be perceived, too deep to be fathomed. Something that came from outside, yet felt natural and familiar, as if it was meant to be. Sonny shuddered. Before now he had not even known. He could not even grasp how much he missed it, being himself. Weaver's mask crumbled into a whirlwind of sparks, and he offered his face to the wind. A sigh that was full of quiet, indescribable relief escaped from his bloodied lips. At the very core of his being, a familiar weight was taking root once again. It connected all of him into an unbroken whole, holding the distant parts of his vast self together like an anchor. Or perhaps like a radiant beacon that shone in the boundless darkness. Don't relax just yet. Rieb, Minleb. Sonny tried to remind himself to stay vigilant, looking around with a somber expression. It was only now that the battle was over that he noticed the details of where he was. It was the estuary, yes, the outer shell of the stone titan's heart. However, it looked very different from how it had been. The ancient stone was weathered and worn down. Everywhere, Sonny looked deep fissures that had not been there before broke its black surface, nestling with deep darkness. It was as if the heart of the estuary was broken and dead, shattered by the weight of eternity. It felt old. Sonny knew where he was, but he did not know when he was. Something told him that he had ended up far, far in the future of the tomb of Ariel. Eons after the day they had fought the thieving bird on the surface of the estuary lake. It occurred to him then that he would not be able to summon his shadows. Dismissing a shadow and calling it back could be done from virtually any distance. But what if what separated them was not space, but an endless amount of time? That was a different matter entirely. Sonny was completely alone, hopelessly lost in time, and on the threshold of death, and he did not know what perils lurked in the vast abyss surrounding him. His immediate worry was the vile spawn, but there could be other threats as well. He inhaled deeply. So then, the first thing is, however, before he could finish the thought, a voice whispered into his ear, a voice that made his hair stand on end. "You have slain the vile thieving bird." Sonny froze. He shivered. He gasped quietly, because the voice did not belong to him. The voice was vaguely familiar and soothing, but also chilling and terrifying. It was the voice of the nightmare spell. The spell sounded darkly amused. It sounded pleased, which was deeply disturbing. "Welcome back to the nightmare spell, lost from light. Your treachery truly knows no bounds." Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then cleared his throat. "Well, thank you. It's good to be back, I guess. I missed you, too." There was a long stretch of silence which made Sonny quite nervous. The spell did not know how to hold grudges, did it? It wasn't like he had abandoned it on purpose. It had all happened against his will, really. But even as Sonny was tense and unsure of what would happen next, he could not help but feel triumphant, because the spell, it had called him by his name, his true name. I really am back, aren't I? As Sonny staggered and sank to his knees, completely spent, the nightmare spell whispered into his ear once again. "You have received a memory. Your shadow grows stronger." Sonny smiled weakly. "My shadow?" It used to be that these words meant that he had gained a shadow fragment. But now that all 7 of his cores were fully saturated, the spell seemed to have used them to describe a new shade joining the Shadow Legion, the sacred shade of the vile thieving bird, and a memory, a sacred memory at that. After all these years of not receiving rewards from the spell, Sonny had almost forgotten the feeling. It felt great. It felt amazing. His smile widened. "That's great. But, you wouldn't happen to have a backlog of rewards I've earned, would you? That'd be great too, you know?" Perhaps testing the spell's patience was unwise, but Sonny could not help himself. He might have been battered and bloodied, low on essence and half dead, but his greed was alive and well. In fact, it felt better than ever. The spell did not answer immediately. When it did, however, there was a hint of ominous amusement in its voice, which sent a cold shiver running down Sonny's spine. It said, "You have lost a memory." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Huh?" The voice of the spell resounded in his ear once more. "You have lost a memory. You have lost a shade. You have lost a shade." A choir of whispers exploded in his head, deafening him. The voice of the spell thundered like the roar of a stormy sea, the same words repeating over and over again. "Huh?" Sonny tried to jump to his feet, but failed and sprawled on the cold stones instead. A groan escaped from his lips. "What? What the hell do you mean? What do you mean I lost a memory?" The spell did not explain. It simply continued to speak, its voice echoing in his head like a deafening bell. "You have lost a shade. You have lost a memory. You have lost a shade. You have lost a citadel." Sonny finally managed to stand up. "What?" He froze, staring into the darkness with wide eyes, and then, as if realizing something, he grabbed his head. The bird! That damn bird! That vile, loathsome, despicable lunatic of a deranged deity! Why? Why had he thought that allowing a shade of that wretched thing into his soul was a good idea? It was a damn cursed terror. No, it was sacred terror now, once again. A shadow of one, at least. Had using Sunny to cleanse itself of the corruption been its plan all along? Who cares? That was not important right now. Suddenly feeling light-headed, Sunny hurriedly dove into his soul sea, but it was already too late. The vile thieving bird had already absconded, taking whatever it pleased with it. There was no trace of it, or of its ill-gotten gains left. Well, there was one trace, so to speak. As if to deliver Sunny one final blow, the nightmare spell whispered helpfully into his ear, "You have gained a shadow." Chapter 2978. The vile, wicked, loathsome, despicable, no-good bird, sprawled on the ground and holding his head with both hands. Sunny let out a tortured groan. What the hell? What the actual hell? No, but what the hell, really? It seemed that in his feverish desire to regain his fate and be remembered by the world, Sunny had forgotten one vital detail. He had forgotten what it meant to be fated. It only took a few moments of having regained the fated attribute, and Sunny had already been robbed blind by a deranged god. What kind of crap was that? Sunny groaned again. But no matter how much he wanted to deny reality, there was no denying the fact that he had been had. The vile thieving bird seemed to have planned to use him in order to cleanse itself of corruption. And after accomplishing its goal, the damn thing vanished into the night, taking a good chunk of Sunny's possessions with it. It was sort of brilliant if he thought about it. Death was a weapon against corruption, after all. Having been cleansed, the shadows of those who died traveled to the shadow realm, where they were destroyed by its merciless laws or preyed upon by the awful beings that dwelled in the darkness. There was only one exception to that rule as far as Sunny knew, being killed by him. So after getting itself killed by him, the vile thieving bird, its shade at least, gingerly made its way into his soul sea. There it somehow made itself into a shadow creature and escaped. Sunny was baffled. He had not anticipated that. Although he should have, in hindsight, it was just that very few shades had ever given him trouble. There was the shadow of condemnation, whom he had not been quite able to control, and there was Slayer, too, who had to be bribed with blood and only later came around to acting like a proper shadow. The wolf Abundance, puppeteer, none of his sacred shades had disobeyed him before, so Sunny did not even consider that the vile thieving bird would be different. Or maybe he had, and the loathsome creature stole that thought out of his head. In any case, the gall of that damned thing. The vile thieving bird had not only broken out of a nightmare, bringing itself back to life, but also immediately proceeded to escape the corruption by dying, only to escape death as well. If there was a greater escape artist in the world, Sunny did not know of them, and now there was a deranged sacred terror loose somewhere out there, in the dream realm. Sunny had no doubt that the vile thieving bird would make it out of the tomb of Ariel somehow, and even if he did not know what era would have the misfortune of welcoming that scoundrel back, he had a feeling that numerous powerful beings would have an awful headache sooner or later, including himself. In fact, Sunny had an ominous feeling that he would suffer more headaches than most, because it seemed like the vile thieving bird's tastes had changed when it became a shadow creature. Otherwise, why would it steal so many of his dark and dim possessions? Remembering all the things he had lost, Sunny couldn't help but groan again. The damage was substantial. It was tragic, really. The first thing Sunny had seen when he dove into his soul sea was that there were fewer shades there than he remembered. The vile thieving bird had not taken them all, instead picking and choosing the ones it liked. It had expensive tastes, though. Many shades Sunny had collected over long years of bloodshed across many battlefields were gone. The Rat King, defiled seeker of truth, and many more, thousands of them, if not tens of thousands. Also, he vaguely remembered hearing that one of his shades had been destroyed, not lost, so it seemed like the vile thieving bird ate abundance. It must have been truly delighted to find such a fat, delectable worm in his soul. Goddamn thief. Sunny gritted his teeth. The shades were not the only thing the loathsome terror had helped itself to. Some of Sunny's memories were missing as well. Handy bracelet, quintessence pearl, definitely not me. It even stole Nightmare's overpriced saddle for some reason. What hurt the most, however, was that the damn bird had taken Sonny's chair. The shadow chair was gone, which dealt Sonny a heavy blow. Noctis gave me that chair, damn it. Well, it was more like Sonny had taken one of the eccentric sorcerer's lavish chairs without asking. But still, he loved that chair. Curse that vile bird. Sonny ground his teeth, infuriated. And then there was the disappearance of his citadel. He had ruled 2 citadels. The vile thieving bird left the nameless temple untouched. Possibly the guardian scared it away, but it took the citadel Sonny had conquered in the burned forest. Its replica was gone from Sonny's soul sea now. In fact, everything about it was gone. Sonny could not even remember what it had looked like or where it was located. It was like the war against the Black Millipedes had never happened at all. He did not know how that was possible, but suspected that his precious citadel was being converted into one of the vile thieving birds' nests at the moment. Fine, take it. I had no use for that citadel anyway. It is not like it had been meant to become the staging ground for further conquest of the burned forest. Not at all. So who was the fool now? Sonny closed his eyes with an exasperated sigh. What frustrated him the most was the fact that the vile thieving bird had stolen something else from him. It had stolen the poignant moment of reclaiming his fate. Sonny had been waiting to regain what he had lost for so long. He had braved the nightmare desert and the tomb of Ariel, challenged a cursed terror in battle, all in order to gain back the right to call himself lost from light once more. And just as he had been basking in the bittersweet feeling of becoming himself again, just as he allowed himself to imagine what it would feel like to be remembered by the people he cherished, he was hit in the face with the infuriating crisis of having his soul burglarized by a dead deity. Now, every time he remembered the moment he became fated again, he would have to remember being robbed by a loathsome bird. Sonny could not help but let out a low growl. That hateful, odious, vile bird. In response, there was the sound of rustling fabric, and a friendly voice resounded from above him. Vile, Sonny opened his eyes and glanced up. Right, and there was that thing as well. His new shadow, the devil child left in his care by its deadbeat mom. It was the vile spawn. Chapter 2979, Seventh Shadow. Sonny looked up and saw his own pale face looking down on him, a bright smile plastered on his lips. The smile might have been bright, but there was something off about it which made it look chilling and sinister. The vile spawn was standing there, having assumed Sonny's form and waiting patiently for him to do something, or perhaps contemplating how to kill him. Sonny had no idea what was happening in the creepy thing's head. The thieving bird had left its fledgling behind for Sonny to look after. Perhaps it had judged that its spawn was ready to leave the nest and spread its wings. Or perhaps it wanted the Lord of Shadows to show the young devil the ropes of being a proper shadow creature. In any case, that thing was now Sonny's 7th shadow. He stared at the vile spawn in resignation. Well, let's look on the bright side. Sure, there was now a new devil living in Sonny's soul. A psychotic kid who loved nothing more than to steal life force from other beings, and had almost single-handedly driven the nightmare creatures of the great river to extinction. But what of it? Now that the vile spawn was Sonny's shadow, it at least couldn't finish him off. On top of that, the shades it had stolen, including the wolf, were now back under Sonny's control, so that was something. Plus, wasn't it a good thing for him to command another supreme devil? And one as deadly as the vile spawn at that. Sonny sighed and peered into the vile spawn's soul. There, 4 dark embers burned in a vast and lightless void, no different from his other shadows, except for Slayer. Maybe that's why. Sonny knew that his shadows were incomplete, even if he did not know how to remedy that. Maybe the thieving bird could not complete its spawn either, so it left the creepy thing to someone who had the authority to do so one day. Or perhaps it just wanted its vile spawn to grow up by feeding on Sonny's soul from within, until there was nothing but a lifeless husk left of him in any case. Cut it out. Sonny did not like the fact that the vile spawn was wearing his face. It was eerie to see a copy of himself that he did not control, and in the tomb of Ariel, of all places. This was where the sin of Solace had tormented Sonny while hiding behind his own face, so he would really prefer it if the vile spawn assumed some other shape. Sadly, the damned thing refused. Instead, it crouched, poked Sonny in his chest with a finger, and smiled wider. Vile, Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. The vile spawn did not really have its own shape to return to. It was a true shadow, taking the shape of anything that cast it. Well, rather, whatever it chose to be cast by. In other words, it could assume the form of anyone it saw and whose life force it absorbed, just like it had done with Sonny, Nephis, and the wolf. Naturally, even if the vile spawn assumed the shape of a sacred being, it would not magically become sacred itself, so there was some limit to its power. The transformation was also complete, including the flaw of the being casting the shadow. Sonny had seen that as well when the vile spawn personally experienced the horrid agony of Neph's flaw. The other power of the vile spawn was the very ability to steal the life force of living beings to add to its own. Sonny had experienced that sinister ability as well. Actually, he wasn't entirely sure what the life force in question referred to. On the surface, the vile spawn stole the soul essence of its victims, but Sonny felt like the essence was merely the surface manifestation of a much deeper process. It wasn't a soul attack, and it wasn't a physical attack either. If anything, it was a spirit attack, which was not something Sonny had encountered often before. Defending oneself against the vile spawn's malevolent ability was exceedingly difficult. The only limitation of that power was the young devil's own capacity. If a being possessed an especially strong spirit and a boundless ocean of vitality, draining it to death would become a very slow process. And in the meantime, the vile spawn's prey was free to retaliate. Apart from these two potent abilities, the vile spawn could use its own forms of shadow step and shadow incarnation, switching effortlessly between being an intangible shadow and manifesting itself into a solid form. Sonny studied his immature copy with suspicion. He must possess a form of shadow manifestation as well. Otherwise, where did that cheap knockoff of the nebulous mantle come from? The vile spawn's mastery of shadow manifestation seemed instinctual and rudimentary, but it was enough to conjure a passable garment out of shadows at least. Sonny remained silent for a long while. In truth, he was too severely wounded to move or think really. The damage was not only physical, since his soul had almost been destroyed as well. The weaves had prevented him from dying, and his supreme constitution was already healing him. But even with his titanic vitality, it was going to take some time before he was in a presentable state. What Sonny needed right now was a long period of rest. He needed to find a safe space and fall into a deep, dreamless slumber. Sadly, it was the worst time to rest. Sonny was lost in time, not knowing what dangers lurked nearby. He needed to find Nephis, and then they needed to return to Ananke. Beyond that, Asterion was still poised to conquer the world, and killing the vile thieving bird did not present a solution to that problem as they had hoped. Not that Sonny was aware of, at least. He sighed tiredly and looked at the vile spawn. Say, you wouldn't know how to get inside the estuary without becoming defiled, would you? The thieving bird and its spawn had come and gone freely to and from the heart of the stone titan. So Sonny had a faint hope that his new shadow would know of some secret passage that would allow him to reach the estuary lake in this unknown era of the tomb of Ariel. Granted, he suspected that it was the thieving bird who allowed the young devil to enter and leave its nest safely, and indeed the vile spawn shook his head with the same wide smile. Vile, Sonny sighed. Damn. Don't you know other words? The vile spawn stared at him in confusion for a few moments, then smiled again and nodded. Damn, Sonny groaned. Chapter 2980. Good old runes. Still lying on the cold stones, Sonny stared into the boundless darkness above them. There, high above the ground, the fabric of the world was torn, and the fissure he and the vile thieving bird had arrived through could still be seen. He could not enter the heart of the estuary without Nephis, and was not sure that there was a point in trying to get inside either. So it was all but certain that he would have to enter the labyrinth of broken time once more in order to return to his companions. It was just that. That labyrinth was infinite in a very literal sense. It was a maze of eternity. Sonny did not want to find out how long one could remain lost in eternity. Delving into the fissure without some sort of guidance was no different from suicide. He closed his eyes. Fine, I'll just rest a little bit. Then I will think of a way forward, or at least of a way to find the way forward. He remained motionless for a short while, then sighed and opened his eyes again. His body needed time to heal enough for him to move freely, so he had to wait a little bit longer. In the meantime, Sonny summoned his runes to occupy himself. They shimmered into existence, and their familiar glow made Sonny experience a peculiar feeling. It was subdued, but also deep and intense, making him take a shaky breath. He had tried to emulate these runes as best he could with the handy bracelet, but nothing beats the real thing. Sonny inhaled deeply and looked at his runes, the real runes, as opposed to the close approximation he had been able to create himself. Name, sunless, true name, lost from light. He had to stop right there. Just reading those 3 words, lost from light, made the intense feeling of seeing the spell's runes again seem mild and insignificant. It's me, I'm me again, he gritted his teeth. After all these years, it took Sonny a good minute to compose himself and continue reading. Rank, Supreme Class Titan, Shadow Cores, 7-7. Shadow Fragments, 7,000, 7,000. Memories, Silver Bell, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Shadow Lantern, Weaver's Needle, Nebulous Mantle. He paused for a moment, looking at the pitifully short list of the memories he still possessed. That damn bird, it had really cleaned him out. Sonny sighed heavily, damnation. The vile, thieving bird even stole the memory he had received for killing it. The audacity! He glanced at the shimmering runes with a dark expression. At least I still have the rock. So if he wanted to talk to someone, there was always a great conversation partner waiting for him within his soul. Sonny smiled faintly, shook his head, and glanced back at the runes. They read, Echoes, Shadows, Jade Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Shadow Fiend, Marvelous Mimic, Veil. Sonny's gaze lingered on the end of the list. Slayer did not get to be named by the Nightmare spell. She did not even get to be called Unknown, as if the spell denied her the right to possess a name. Any name. Not only the name of Orphne of the 9, it was a little peculiar, but Orphne had killed Weaver twice, so in a sense the spell had been born from her blade. It didn't really make sense that the spell refused to acknowledge her, but Sonny was in no mood to ponder its attitude. The vile spawn was simply called Vile. It was as good a name as any for that loathsome thing, so Sonny just took it in stride. There was a lot about his shadows. Sonny wanted to study in detail. He had been filling in the blanks himself after losing the Nightmare spell, after all. Even with Cassie's help, the descriptions could not approach the level of insight the spell possessed, but there would be time for that later, when he was reunited with Nephis and Asterion was not devouring humanity anymore. For now, there was only one important detail that had Sonny's attention. Most of his shadows were supreme by now, and the spell. The spell did not offer streamlined ways of elevating them to an even higher rank anymore. Perhaps creating deities was beyond even its ability. Or possibly it was simply rationing its resources. Conjuring 1/5 nightmare and nurturing one sacred being had to cost it more than millions of awakened after all. In any case, it did not seem possible to push any of his shadows past the supreme rank and apotheosis. At least for now, with the exception of Serpent, if Sonny truly mastered the 6th step of Shadow Dance, Serpent was bound to become sacred. And speaking of Shadow Dance, Sonny's eyes jumped to the corresponding string of runes and he ground his teeth once more. That damn. He was already tired of cursing the thieving bird. Apparently, he had not mastered the 6th step just yet. However, he had mastered the 5th, and the legacy relic he was supposed to receive was missing. The runes describing it said that it had been claimed, and there was no trace of it anywhere. The loathsome bird took it with the rest of the treasures it had stolen. Suddenly, Sonny was glad not to have mastered the sixth step yet. He looked at Vile, then cursed under his breath. "If I ever catch that damn thief." He distracted himself by turning his focus back to the runes. The runes read, Domain, Shadow, Shadow Domain Subjects, Dark Dancer, Promise of a Distant Sky, Aiko, Kim, Luster, Quentin, Tamar of Sorrow. All the members of the Shadow Clan were listed there, and if Sonny concentrated on a name, he could read their runes, no different from his own. That was a greater amount of information than what Sonny could receive by visiting the soul sea of his agents or sharing in their perception, which was quite convenient. Below the members of the Shadow Clan, a different and far greater as well, list was shimmering in the darkness. Shades, Mountain King's larva, Imperial Slaver, Mountain King Carapace Scavenger. If he concentrated on the list, all the soldiers of the Shadow Legion, myriads of them were listed there, and if he concentrated on any particular one, a short description appeared as well. Naturally, the list of his shades would be too long to just be shown like the rest of them. So the spell somehow made it appear both compact and nearly infinite, existing in both states at the same time. It took Sonny a bit of time to get used to that peculiar sight, but he quickly learned how to navigate the vast field of runes with no more than a thought. He could probably spend a year, or a few, simply studying the description of each shade. It was like suddenly gaining access to the descriptions of 100,000 echoes, each containing an intriguing piece of information. His hands were already itching to start working on a new exploration report, but for now, Sonny simply glanced away and continued to read the runes. Attributes, Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Flesh Weave, Soul Weave, Mind Weave, Spirit Weave, Jade Shell, the Curse. Fated, the fated attribute was back for better or for worse, or both, most likely both. Sonny read further. Aspect, Shadow Slave. Aspect rank, Divine. Innate ability, Shadow Bond. He lingered for a long while and then finally read the next string of runes. They read, Master, Changing Star. Chapter $2.91, different meaning. Sonny stared at the last string of runes, waiting to feel something. The sight of it, he still remembered the deep well of complicated, irreconcilable emotions that seeing it had made him feel, anger and indignation mixed with love and longing, pain, resentment, fear, hope, comfort, and numerous other things he could not quite name. They had been potent enough to make him feel like he was suffocating at times, so he expected to sense the familiar ache. But no matter how long Sonny waited, it did not come. He did not feel anything special. Looking at the runes did not move his heart, and he remained at peace. That was because he had made peace with the truth they showed some time ago, and also because that truth was different from what the runes had meant before. Before, these runes signified something that had been forced upon him in violation of his will, something that he had no part in choosing for himself, and therefore resented with all his heart. But even though the runes themselves remained exactly the same, the meaning hiding behind their shimmering glow was entirely different now. Now they were an expression of his own free will. They signified a choice Sonny had made freely, and so, looking at them did not provoke any negative emotions. In fact, Sonny was mostly preoccupied with thinking about the practical implications of what it meant to share the shadow bond with Nephis again. He briefly concentrated on her true name, and her runes shimmered into existence. That was one of the minor benefits of being Neph's shadow. He could check on her whenever he wished. The runes told him that she was still alive, at least. Although he was not sure if the spell was telling him that Nephis was still alive in the time period he had ended up in, or showing him her current status somewhere in the labyrinth of broken time. He believed that it was the latter. Neph's runes looked like he remembered them. Of course, Sonny had seen them last when both of them were masters, so there was a lot of new information written in the shimmering runes as well. Seeing Neph's name glowing in the darkness made him feel the urgent need to find her, somewhere out there. Nephis was probably remembering him, remembering the past they shared, and what they had felt for each other. She was most likely remembering how he had abandoned her in the depths of a nightmare as well. Were the memories rushing in all at once, or were they simply there once again and would only surface when she thought back to those times as memories did? Sunny sighed and glanced away from her runes. Turning back to his own, they read, Aspect abilities, shadow control, shadow step, shadow manifestation, shadow incarnation, shadow legion, aspect legacy, shadow dance, flaw, clear conscience, citadels, nameless temple. And that was it, his life summed up in a scattering of glowing runes. Sunny remained motionless for a short while, trying to distract himself from anxious thoughts by thinking about something else. Right. Being able to check Neff's runes was only a minor benefit of the shadow bond. The shadow bond was not a flaw, after all, even if Sunny had only ever thought about it that way. It was, in fact, the innate ability that lay at the core of his aspect, and a power that he was supposed to have been using both for his own benefit and that of his supposed master throughout his life. The boons of the shadow bond depended entirely on whom Sunny entrusted with being his master, and all the emotional baggage aside, he would have been hard-pressed to find a better master than Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan. Her ability to heal deadly wounds alone was worth more than words could describe, and Nephis was not just any healer, hers was a divine aspect after all. Needless to say, those who possessed divine aspects did not grow on trees, and if he were to choose between Nephis and Mordret, he would choose Nephis in an instant because their powers complemented each other so well. Before Sunny and Nephis had been able to augment each other, with the whole of their combined power being greater than the sum of its parts, there were other benefits as well. But all Sunny knew about the effects of the shadow bond on both of them was from their time as masters. Now that they were supreme, the fusion of their powers would have grown far greater as well. The problem was that the powers of Awakened grew much broader in scope and harder to define in simple terms as they climbed the ranks. Gone were the times when Sunny and Nephis existed in the narrow confines of their abilities and attributes as described by the spell. These days, each of their abilities and all of their attributes could be expressed in dozens of ways, often resulting in secondary powers derived from a combination of several core abilities, made possible by an ingenious application of experience and skill. So Sunny could not immediately predict how the scope of the shadow bond had grown. Would Nephis be able to heal and augment his shades from a distance, like she could heal and augment members of her own domain? Would the shadows of nightmare creatures killed by the soldiers of the longing domain end up in his soul sea instead of traveling to the shadow realm? Would the power of his domain add to Neff's own since he was her shadow? Would her longing ability now protect him as well? What about their will? Would it also fuse, becoming greater than the sum of what each of them wielded individually? Would Neff's will gain an inherent affinity to death just like his own? There were too many questions and not enough answers. It was obvious that there was a lot they were going to have to discover, one step at a time. Sunny knew that the shadow bond made them dramatically more powerful, though. If the two of them had faced the vile thieving bird united by the shadow bond, the battle would have ended quite differently. The same went for Azarax, the flesh of Connacht, the wandering Archon, which was a good thing considering the kind of enemies they would have to face in the future. Sunny inhaled deeply, then sighed. Time to go. Chapter 2982. Lost in Time. Sunny was done resting. He had not recovered from his wounds yet, but that did not matter. What mattered was finding his way back to Nephis and Ananke, who were somewhere out there right now, lost and alone. How could he rest, not knowing where they were and what was happening to them? And there was the world beyond the tomb of Ariel, too. Cassie, Rain, Effie, Jet, Kai, Aiko, and all the rest. He needed to return to them as well. So, even though Sunny's battered body protested, he fought against the exhaustion weighing it down and slowly sat up, wincing from the terrible pain. He was still in rough form, but had healed enough to move freely, somewhat freely at least. It was not going to be pleasant, though. In fact, it was going to be torture. Just as he thought about it, however, a soft radiance ignited under his skin, and his wounds began to heal much faster. A soothing warmth enveloped his shredded soul. Sonny drew a shaky breath. Vile, meanwhile, was startled by the sudden outpouring of light and jumped away, pointing at Sonny with a finger. Damn, Sonny could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Nephis had discovered the shadow bond as well, and she indeed could heal him from a distance, as if he were a member of her domain. How nice. Supremes were incapable of being beholden to another supreme by nature. Sonny was an exception to that rule, due to shadow bond, however, which allowed him to reap the benefits of two domains. While his body and soul were being slowly mended by the miraculous flames, Sonny stared at the distant fissure, wondering how he was going to find their source, how he was going to find Nephis. He could summon Weaver's mask and activate Where Is My Eye, again tracing the string of fate that connected them back to her. However, that enchantment consumed a dreadful amount of essence, and in his current state, Sonny would only be able to sustain it for a brief moment. One moment was not enough to navigate eternity, so it was another dead end. What the hell am I supposed to do? He remained motionless for a while, trying to come up with a solution. No matter how he tried, however, nothing came to his mind, nothing that offered a reliable result at least, and Sonny really wanted to be certain before delving into the fissure. The price of failure was simply too high this time. It was not even the threat of death. Rather, it was a threat of something much worse than death, of spending eons lost in time, slowly losing his mind and turning into something even Sonny would not recognize, let alone Nephis. Curse it all, he grimaced. Just when Sonny was considering whether he should plunge into the fissure anyway and spend an eternity trying to find his way back to his lover, quite like that damn Odysseus, the stories of whom had been following him like a stalker throughout the years, he suddenly felt something. The sensation was faint, but persistent. It was as if something was pulling him subtly on the wrist. Looking down, Sonny raised his hand and studied it, trying to determine the source of the subtle sensation. And there, in the soft radiance of Neph's healing flames, freed, mauve, and he saw a string of silver silk wrapped around his wrist, shimmering in the light. The thread was so thin that it cast no shadow and was all but invisible to the naked eye. There was an ethereal quality to it, as well as if it were not entirely real, but it was. It extended from his wrist into the darkness, rising into the black abyss above and stretching in the direction where the fissure loomed in the distance. Sonny stared at the string in confusion for a moment. Then his eyes widened a little. A Nanki? Sonny sighed deeply, then let out a quiet laugh. Crap, I can't believe it. It seemed that a Nanki had connected a string of her mystical essence silk to him, back on the surface of the estuary lake. And now that string was there to lead him through the maze of eternity, back to the beginning of it all, just like Ariadne's string had led Theseus out of the labyrinth. Suddenly, Sonny did not feel tired anymore. Instead, he felt full of energy. Looking at Vial, he smiled. Get your things, waif. We're going home. The thieving bird's spawn stared at him in confusion for a few seconds, then grinned. Crap. The corner of Sonny's eye twitched. He let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his face. Why is it only repeating the bad words? Just what kind? Never mind. I should probably start watching my tongue around the brat. A young and impressionable devil like that could easily develop bad habits after all. Luckily, with a role model like me around, that thing is bound to grow up well. Nodding to himself, he gave Vial a benevolent smile. The brat shivered and took a step back for some reason. Soon enough, they were ready to leave the heart of the stone titan behind and delve into the maze of eternity to return to the heart of the stone titan far in the past. And while Sonny was preoccupied with thoughts of returning to Nephis and of Nephis remembering him, unbeknownst to him, someone else was remembering him as well. Fate was a far greater force than time, after all. So when its tapestry was changed, the change was felt all across existence, even beyond the great walls of the tomb of Ariel. By those who were sensitive to that, at least, far away on the chained isles, Cassie swayed, her remaining eye widening inside her ruined mind. The great gaps that had been empty for numerous years were suddenly not empty anymore. And as the fog that had been permeating her mind cleared, the spell whispered into her ear. Chapter 2983, full circle. It's over. There is no point in struggling anymore. Song of the Fallen. Won't it be easier to simply give up? Asterian's words echoed in the dark expanse of the empty hall, reflecting from the walls that contained the forbidden truths Nether, the demon of destiny, had carved. Cassie raised a trembling hand, the sharp tip of her dagger pointed at her enemy. She knew where the dream-spawn was because he had spoken, allowing her to aim her weapon at the source of the calm, chilling voice. Otherwise, all Cassie could perceive was darkness. Her body was battered and bruised, and her face was bloodied. She was covered in countless cuts. She was exhausted. Fatigue was pressing her down to the ground, and her mind was aflame with the terrible, pulsing pain that nestled somewhere in the depths of her empty eye socket. And there seemed to be no hope left. The longing domain was lost. The mirror domain was lost as well. Her only option was to run, but there was nowhere to run anymore. Her back was against the wall. It was all going to end here in this dark hall with only the forbidden runes littering its walls left to witness her defeat. So, maybe Asterian was right. Maybe it would indeed be easier to give up, but against all reason, Cassie held her dagger up and prepared for one last hopeless act of resistance. Her voice sounded grim and steady. What to do? Struggling is the point. Such was life. Life was a desire. It was a desire to be alive, and since the world always strived to end it, life was a constant struggle. It was war. Asterian chuckled. This time, when his voice resounded in the darkness, it sounded closer. As you wish. He prepared to subdue her, while she prepared to defend herself. But then, something changed. Something changed about the world. It was as if a gust of ethereal wind blew across the dark hall, and suddenly something imperceptible was different about it. About everything. Cassie froze. Asterian seemed to have felt it too. He looked around, frowning, and then asked in a somber tone, "What was that? What did you do?" But Cassie did not answer. She couldn't answer because at that moment she felt that countless new memories suddenly poured into her mind. No, not quite. It was as if they had always been there, but she was not aware of them until now. Most people would not have known it immediately, but she was sensitive to memories. She knew immediately when her own were changed. What? A torrent of familiar sounds, scents, and sensations flooded her mind. The hum of voices in the auditorium of the awakened academy, and a silent presence by her side. The feeling of the golden rope tied around her waist going slack. A young man's voice resounding quietly in the darkness, asking why anyone would bother keeping her alive. That voice, Cassie swayed. Sunny. It was Sunny, the Lord of Shadows. It was lost from light. How could she have forgotten? As if summoned by his true name, the memories filled the empty vastness of her fragmented mind, making it whole again. The forgotten shore where he had cared about her like an older brother, and all that followed. The torment of having to abandon one of her friends in order to save another. The agony of having chosen wrong, of being wrong to have chosen. And then all those years of watching, quietly, preparing and planning, pushing and pulling to see how the currents of fate changed, but remained the same until fate was broken. The chained aisles, the suffocating cage in the night temple, the splendor of its past tranquility in the kingdom of hope, the radiant days spent in the sanctuary of Noctis, the battle for the ivory tower, the cold dread of Antarctica, the incinerating terror of the nightmare desert, the endless expanse of the great river, the tomb of Ariel. The final resting place of the demon of oblivion, where their memories of Sunny had been buried. Those memories were unearthed now. It was From the forgotten shore to Godgrave and beyond, they had always been walking side by side, sometimes willingly, sometimes against their will. But it was them. It was Cassie and Sunny. They had broken fate. Sunny was the blade that cut it, and Cassie was the hand that had aimed the blade. What did you do? Cassie shifted slightly, turning in the direction of Astarion's bark. He must have known of Sunny's existence once as well. And now the man who built his kingdom by manipulating human minds was confronting the truth that his own mind had been tampered with as well. Cassie opened her mouth, intending to say something, anything, but no words came. She was too overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation, and by the emotional charge it delivered, blasting open all the doors she had built in her mind. Tears streamed from her remaining eye, mixing with blood covering her face. It was then that the spell whispered in her ear, making Cassie flinch. Its voice sounded pleased. Triumphant, even. The spell whispered, "You have performed an act of defiance. You have defied fate. The fifth seal has been broken." Cassie's eye widened, but before she could process the proclamation of the nightmare spell, the vaguely familiar voice spoke again. "You have received an aspect legacy, Song of the Fallen. Prepare to receive the bequeathment." An aspect legacy? What? Just then, the nightmare spell presented her a boon, one worthy of her aspect. A harrowing boon that Cassie was not prepared to receive, her aspect legacy. It was memories. It was a boundless chronicle of memories that belonged to different people, different beings, both great and small. A chronicle of the world as it had been witnessed by those who populated its vast and terrifying expanse across countless eons, from the dawns of time in the age of God to today, to what was happening right now, somewhere else. And if Cassie had thought that her own memories flooding back were too overwhelming, then this calamitous boon was simply devastating. It was a burden that no human mind, not even a transcendent mind, could endure. Only the mind of a supreme demigod could. Cassie wanted to scream, but found herself paralyzed. She wanted to close her mind to the obliterating torrent of memories, but couldn't. And so her mind shattered. That was the last thing Cassie remembered before finding herself in the ocean of broken memories, before attempting to assemble herself back together from the countless shards. Right. That was how it had happened. That was how she had been broken. Drifting in the ocean of memories, Cassie finally knew who she was, how she had ended up in this state, and what she had to do. The tendrils of her will plunged into the vast maelstrom of memory shards, drinking them all in, assembling her into a creature that could endure the burden of her aspect of her domain. Making her supreme. Chapter 2984. The Sword of Theseus. Cassie found herself at the epicenter of a ferocious, roaring maelstrom of memories. They were like a vast nebula revolving in the great darkness of space, pulled toward a radiant core, toward her freshly rebuilt, settling mind. It felt like it had taken an eternity to pick up the fragments of her shattered mind and piece them all together. To remember who she was, to separate her own memories from those experienced by someone else, to endure the crushing weight of remembering it all. But in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. It was still happening. Time did not exist here, after all, in the dark mindscape of her broken self. There was no past and no future, only the present moment. There was cause and effect, though, and the distance between them was far less malleable and forgiving than time. By now, Cassie had reclaimed all of her own memories and finished rebuilding herself. She was absorbing the vast ocean of memories bequeathed to her by the nightmare spell, the chronicle of existence as it was witnessed by the mysterious being who had collected them all in the past, then expanded upon by the spell to encompass its own era. The speed with which Cassie assimilated these memories was already tremendous, and grew faster and faster with each revolution of the glimmering nebula. The more memories poured into her, the firmer her will became, and the firmer her will became, the better she was able to fathom the memories. Two things were happening at the same time, having become inseparable. Cassie was absorbing her dire aspect legacy, but she was also attaining supremacy at the same time. In fact, she had already attained it. Her body had not been reforged by rising to a new rank yet, but her spirit was already infused with the power of a supreme. It had to happen in order for her to survive the crushing weight of the inherited memories, for her to will herself into surfacing from their dark depths instead of drowning in them, instead of crumbling and ceasing to exist as a person 5-ment oval. There was no surprise that it had happened now either. After the fog permeating Cassie's fragmented mind cleared, and she remembered everything about herself once more, after she remembered Sunny, she understood the reason for her supremacy as well. Natural supremacy demanded one to commit an act of supreme defiance, and there was nothing more defiant than breaking an absolute law, fate. Fate was not an absolute law, though. It was something that existed above even the universal rules that governed existence. Unlike these universal laws, fate had not been created by the gods. It dwelled on a plane of its own, one higher than all the rest and overlooking them all from up high, so even the gods had to bow in front of fate, and the creatures of the void did as well. Needless to say, breaking fate was quite an astonishing act of defiance. Why had Cassie not attained supremacy earlier then? It was because breaking fate alone was not enough to become a supreme. Imposing one's will upon the world did not matter if the source of that will was destroyed in the process, if all their defiance accounted for was being broken and defeated. And that was what Cassie had become after the tomb of Ariel. She was broken and destroyed, walking the earth as a ghost of a person who had once been Cassia, Song of the Fallen, as a shadow of her former self. But now that Sunny had defeated the vile thieving bird and reclaimed his true name, weaving himself back into the tapestry of fate, Cassie's broken mind was restored to its former state, which meant that her act of defiance did not end in defeat and self-destruction after all, that her will prevailed against the tyranny of fate, and she emerged on the other side triumphant. That was great. But even if Cassie had grasped supremacy and rebuilt herself from the memory shards, using her will to absorb and assimilate them, even if she was well on her way to completing the process of mastering her aspect legacy and becoming supreme, the merciless inevitability of cause and effect was still there to doom her, because in the process of regaining her memories, she had glimpsed a few that were meant to stay forever hidden as well. She had remembered being torment, and so the forbidden knowledge of the defilement was planted into her mind, giving birth to corruption. There was a seed of darkness in the radiant heart of the glimmering nebula, and that darkness was spreading swiftly, devouring more and more stars. It was already too late to cleanse the memories it had come from, and there was nothing Cassie could do to save herself from succumbing to the same fate Mordred had succumbed to, from becoming nothing more than a vile, abominable great beast. Can't I? Transcendent Cassie could do nothing. Supreme Cassie, however, perhaps she could. Continuing to absorb the vast nebula of memories and resisting the spreading corruption at the same time, Cassie listened to her intuition and silently assessed her aspect. Her domain had not fully formed yet. Her soul was frozen in a transient state between transcendence and supremacy, and her flesh was still that of a saint. However, the fifth seal of her aspect had already been broken, and she could already wield her supreme ability. She just needed to learn what it could do, and what it could do was simple. It allowed Cassie to manifest anything she remembered into reality, anything or anyone. So Cassie called upon her aspect and destroyed herself. After destroying herself, she manifested herself back into existence, a version of herself that did not remember the vile secrets of the defilement yet, and was therefore untainted by the corruption. The last of the glimmering memory shards were absorbed into her nebulous mind, and she exhaled slowly, finally regaining her senses and control over her body. Cassie opened her eye and faced Astarion with a cold, detached expression. He seemed to have studied her with a curious smile. Natural supremacy. Fascinating, and just in the nick of time as well. Astarion took a step in her direction and added in a calm, insidious voice, "However, you don't really think that a newborn supreme can threaten me, do you?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then tilted her head a little. A frail smile illuminated her face. "You sound confident, Astarion. The Minotaur must have been just as confident when he faced Theseus, hasn't he? Chapter 20, 985. One is enough." Cassie outstretched her hand, and a slender rapier appeared in it, glinting dangerously in the dim darkness of the vast hall. It was the quiet dancer, manifested into reality by the power of her aspect. Feeling the familiar weight of her loyal rapier lying in her hand, Cassie inhaled deeply and pointed its tip at Asterion. Her dagger was pointed forward as well, ready to deflect a blow. You say that I am a newborn supreme, but my domain is already deep and vast. It is as vast as the sea and as deep as the ocean. Everything I remember becomes the source of my power, and I remember everything. It was true. Nephis ruled those who were inspired by her, while Sunny ruled those who were killed by him. Cassie's domain, however, consisted of memories. Every being she remembered made it stronger, and she remembered a lot, especially so because of the aspect legacy bestowed upon her by the spell. Granted, the memories of those who were far more powerful than she was were an exception to that rule, but even the memories of those whose rank was lesser than hers were a legion, and so Cassie's domain was vast and powerful, despite having been formed only seconds ago. She cast her will into the world and marked Asterion, finally becoming able to see the world through his eyes. Doing so before would have opened the gates of her mind and exposed it to his manipulation. More so than it was already being manipulated, at least, and that was still the case. However, Cassie was a supreme now, and her mental defenses were far more potent than they had been. Even if Asterion managed to erode them eventually, that was not going to happen in a short amount of time, and by the time it did, one of them would already be brought to their knees. She sensed his lips twisting into a smile. That might be so, but have you forgotten that I can read your mind, Song of the Fallen? He shook his head. So I already know that your grandiloquence is nothing but a smokescreen. In fact, you are only talking to me to stall for time, because you know that you cannot defeat me. Isn't that right? Cassie remained motionless, silently pressing her lips together. At the same time, her will poured down the stone steps of the ebony tower and beyond, reaching toward the soldiers of the hunger domain and marking each of them one after another. Asterion laughed. Nothing to say, that is all right. There is no need to. I have already seen everything that is hidden in your mind. I have already heard everything you had to say and found it wanting. He took a step forward. Let's see. At the moment, you are trying to embrace all of humanity with your powers, to erase the idea of me from their minds and destroy my domain, to weaken me so that someone else could defeat me. But you need time to accomplish that, don't you? Which means that you need to survive for a while longer. He shook her head. But how can you survive me, Song of the Fallen? Even though Cassie remained motionless, the tip of the quiet dancer trembled faintly. Asterion studied her with interest. Your domain is indeed a fascinating one. Your supreme ability is also quite something, however. Nothing about it can augment your personal strength in combat. All you can do is borrow the strength of those you remember by summoning them into existence. But even that has its limits, does it not? Cassie's expression turned concerned. Asterion smiled. Trying to hide it? Come now, what's the use? You can't hide anything from me. As he took another step forward, his smile turned cold. Ah, so these are the restrictions. Makes sense, really. Even if you remember beings of immense power, you can only manifest those of the same rank as you, or those of a lesser rank than yours. Even that power has its limits, though. At your current strength, you can only manifest, what? One supreme being. The cold smile widened, and his golden eyes glinted with a hint of amusement. And your capacity to manifest supreme beings is already exhausted. Because you are manifesting yourself, if you stop, you will cease to exist. So there is no room left to summon someone as powerful as you are, let alone as powerful as I am. Which means, he tilted his head and glanced at her mockingly, that all you can do is summon a transcendent being to fight me, or a corrupted one, I suppose, but Song of the Fallen, do you really think that there is a corrupted nightmare creature somewhere out there in the world that can stop me? That can stall me, even. Cassie gritted her teeth. He was right. She needed to erase the memories of him from the minds of all humans, and to do that, if she could even do it, she needed time. Cassie's supreme ability allowed her to manifest one supreme or great being into existence, and that slot was already occupied by herself. So she could only call upon her memories of beings that belonged to lesser ranks. Her capacity to manifest those one rank below her was more generous. She could summon a corrupted titan, for example, or 7 transcendent beasts, 7 saints. But what was the point of summoning 7 saints when her adversary was none other than Asterion, the Dreamspawn, the man who had subjugated hundreds of them and defeated the King of Nothing? Cassie remained silent for a short while, and then spoke in a trembling, barely audible voice. "One abomination comes to mind." Asterion smiled. "One, just one. Ah, you wound my pride." Then, however, the smile slowly drained from his face. A cold wind blew across the dark hall, and suddenly a cold and sinister chill permeated the air. The darkness surrounding them suddenly seemed much deeper, much darker, much more frightening. The weave of forbidden runes carved into the walls seemed to dance a maddening dance. Cassie took an involuntary step back. In the silence that enveloped them, there was suddenly a quiet rustle, and a deep, heavy sigh resounded from the depths of the hall, as if something vast and horrible was waking up from slumber. As Asterion turned slowly, a subtle frown appearing on his face, a whisper that sounded like broken glass resounded from behind him. "Who calls upon me?" Cassie shivered, and there, surrounded by darkness, stood the thing she had summoned. The being appeared human, or at least human-shaped. It was a man wearing tattered clothes, his face a mass of scars that looked to have been inflicted by his own nails. His dirty hair fell like rotten seaweed, obscuring the ghastly scars and the jagged band of dark metal resting on his head like a tarnished crown. In his hand he was holding the hilt of a graceful jian that seemed to have been cut from a single slab of pristine, flawlessly white jade. It was the darkest horror of the great river. It was the Mad Prince. Chapter 2986. A memory most dreadful. Looking around the vast hall, the corrupted titan that wore a human face, the Mad Prince, inhaled deeply, a distant hint of lucidity finding its way into his dark, frightening eyes. Then his dreadful gaze fell on Cassie, and his cracked lips twisted into a dark, demented smile. Torment. The Mad Prince let out a small, grating laugh. "So you were the one who made it out in the end?" "Ah, it seems I lost then, the little game we played. How vexing." He groaned and clawed at his face, blood spilling from the deep cuts, only to reverse its flow and crawl back under his skin. A moment later. "How vile!" His hoarse voice hid the undertones of a rabid growl within it, making Cassie take another step back. Asterion, meanwhile, was studying the Mad Prince with a somber expression. His easy smile was gone, and his golden eyes were cold and ruthless, void of the usual glint of amusement. He frowned. "What kind of demon is this?" "Rimno, Orko-o." The Mad Prince turned his head slowly, meeting Asterion's gaze with an utter lack of emotion. Then he grinned brightly. "The best kind." He laughed again and then took a step, circling Asterion while staring at him with a friendly curiosity. The tip of his jian dragged on the floor behind him, filling the dark hall with a loud, grinding, unnerving screech. "What kind of ghoul is this?" "Ah, the worst kind." The Mad Prince stopped abruptly and stared at Asterion, his grin widening. "You dare peer into my mind, brave man? Oh, but I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise it all." Asterion's frown deepened. He didn't seem particularly threatened by the Mad Prince, however. His gaze turned wary when he glanced at the abomination's jade sword. It was no surprise that sword was the sin of Solace, after all, the cursed blade that infected everyone it cut with insidious madness. The Dreamspawn was a creature of the mind, so a weapon that destroyed the mind was a unique threat to him. Still staring at Asterion, the Mad Prince asked in a cold tone, "Nephis?" Cassie finally spoke, barely preventing her voice from shaking. "She is alive." The Mad Prince exhaled slowly. Good, that is good, that is wonderful. I haven't failed completely then, after all. He laughed. I guess the little wretch escaped becoming me. Somehow. How truly unexpected. Well, no surprise. He is me, after all. With that, the Mad Prince shifted his gaze to Cassie and smiled. So to what do I owe the pleasure of meeting you again? Dear Torment, you have summoned me here with your powers. That means that you want something from me, doesn't it? Do you want me to play a game with the ghoul? His smile widened, and his lightless eyes shone with boundless madness. Ah, but what if I don't want to? What if I want to have a bit of fun with you instead? I haven't heard you scream in so long, dear Torment. You had grown so quiet back then, near the end. Won't you sing for me again? Cassie pursed her lips, struggling to prevent herself from shuddering. You might not want to help me. She paused for a moment, looking at him with a grim expression. Then she smiled chillingly and pointed at Asterion. But that man, he is trying to kill Nephis. In fact, he has harmed her horribly already. He's trying to ruin everything you achieved. The Mad Prince shifted his dreadful gaze back to Asterion. When he spoke, his voice sounded languid. Is that so? He remained silent for a short while, his smile growing slowly, a boundless, harrowing madness igniting in his eyes. That won't do. That won't do at all. The Mad Prince grinned and said, his voice brimming with a dark, deadly, ugly obsession, because she is mine. His words carried with them the weight of a demented, dire conviction. As the echo of his hoarse, unpleasant voice resounded in the darkness seemed to resonate and shroud him like a harrowing mantle. His subtle presence suddenly grew, filling the vast hall. It was so overwhelming, in fact, that its pressure felt like a physical force, pushing Cassie back and making the ancient stones groan. A cold wind swept the dark expanse, making her hair dance. The runes inscribed on the ancient walls of the ebony tower were obscured by shadows, and the shadows danced as well, moving in demented frenzy, flowing like a dark whirlpool to celebrate the wrath of their lord. The Mad Prince smiled. Begone, ghoul. A moment later he was already upon Asterion, the white blade of his graceful sword moving with the speed of lightning, with the weight of a mountain. Cassie lowered her stance, but was still thrown back by the shockwave of their clash. I must hurry. By then her aspect had already reached every soldier of the great army of humanity, most of the awakened alive today in the world, and therefore the core of Asterion's power, but not all of it. Out there in the wide expanse of the dream realm and the desolate reaches of the waking world, billions of mundane people carried the idea of him in their minds. They were the true strength of the hunger domain, and if Cassie were to have hope of defeating Asterion, she had to reach them all as well. So she extended her will far away to the few people who had been with her from the very beginning. She also reached above to the last floor of the ebony tower, and below, where something peculiar was happening to the soldiers she had already marked, something was happening underground. There, the scent of blood overwhelmed Cassie's senses. The Mad Prince and the Dreamspawn had clashed in the Hall of Forbidden Runes, where a Supreme had just been born. And at the same time, another Supreme was being born at the lowest point of the ebony tower. Regaining her balance with the help of the quiet dancer, Cassie froze for a moment. Mordred, Chapter 29:8-7. The king is dead. On the penultimate floor of the ebony tower, the Prince of Madness had clashed with Asterion, the Dreamspawn, the demon of hunger. The obsidian walls of the ancient tower groaned and shook from the dire ferocity of their confrontation. The forces unleashed by each blow were fearsome enough to obliterate both awakened and masters, and very few saints would withstand them without being grievously wounded. A net of cracks was slowly spreading across the floor of the great hall, and across its distant ceiling as well. Cassie could barely endure the burden of being caught in the violent storm of their battle, her body still in the process of being transformed into that of a Supreme Unfair. The transformation had happened almost instantly for Sunny and Nephis, but those two were unique, each in their own way. Sunny was a shadow who could take the form of a human, while Nephis was a being woven out of pure light and flame. For both of them, mortal flesh was merely a shell that contained their true essence. It was a form they took, not the natural foundation of their existence. The rest, like Cassie, had to endure the wondrous process of being reforged and reborn as a more perfect being before truly becoming supreme. Luckily, the Mad Prince was fully occupying Asterion. For now, at least, so the eldest Supreme had no time to squash the newest one before she was fully reborn. Despite that, Cassie doubted that the unhinged horror she had manifested into existence was going to defeat the dream spawn. In fact, she was confident that he would not. Asterion was supreme, after all, and could therefore freely express his will. More than that, all of humanity belonged to his domain, making the weight of his will so much more terrifying. However, there was a reason why Cassie had summoned the Mad Prince, and it was not only the fact that he was the most terrifying corrupted creature she could think of. It was also because of the fact that the Mad Prince flawlessly countered Asterion's most fearsome powers. Asterion's greatest weapon was his ability to manipulate minds by twisting them, but the Mad Prince's mind was already twisted beyond description. He was completely and utterly deranged, so there was no manipulating him. Not predictably, at least, because one needed to know how the victim would react in order to control them. On top of that, his mind contained chilling horrors that even Asterion had to be wary of, making reading his thoughts a difficult and perilous task. More than that, the Mad Prince was wielding the Sin of Solace, a cursed sword created to poison minds. And since Asterion's true form was that of an idea, he was uniquely susceptible to being destroyed by the gorgeous Jade Blade, so he could not simply ignore the adversary attacks, knowing that his physical manifestation would be simply rebuilt anew, like he had done in the battle against Mordred. Instead, he had to be wary of being cut by the pristine white blade of the Sin of Solace and avoid it at all costs. Therefore, Asterion could not express most of his power as a sovereign in the battle against the Mad Prince. He was denied his aspect and forced to fight the berserk corrupted Titan as no more than an immensely strong supreme beast, Presmal Bean Obenbik Klo, and the corrupted Titan in question was ancient beyond belief, was powerful beyond measure, and wielded his cursed blade with the profane skill of a sword saint. So Cassie believed that the Mad Prince would buy her plenty of time, at least, and using that time, she was going to destroy the Hunger Domain. The white blade of the Sin of Solace sliced the fabric of reality apart, falling down with impossible speed to bite into Asterion's neck. The Mad Prince was not aiming to behead the dream spawn, though. He was cunning enough to know that trying to kill Asterion was meaningless. All he wanted to do was leave a small cut on his adversary. Because for the Sin of Solace, it did not matter how deep the wounds delivered by its gorgeous blade was. A small cut was just as lethal as a fatal wound, because it poisoned the mind of the victim all the same, and it was far easier to deliver a small cut than to deal a killing blow. The white blade of the Sin of Solace was stopped by the vibrant scarlet steel of the sword Asterion wielded, though the sword that was Morgan of Valor, the Princess of War. Morgan had the ability to store powerful enchantments within her body, and that held true even now that she had assumed the form of a sword. Asterion had neglected using this aspect of his living weapon before, but now he called upon it. He called upon his will as well, making the world itself turn against the Mad Prince. The Sin of Solace was pushed aside, and Asterion's sword rushed toward the Mad Prince's heart, leaving him no chance to deflect the blow and no opportunity to evade it. The Mad Prince didn't try. Instead, he crumbled into a torrent of shadows, and a moment later 7 abominable titans assaulted Asterion from all sides. Only one of them wielded the graceful white blade, though. Asterion evaded most of the blows, deflected a few, and pushed forward toward one of the Mad Prince's incarnations. His hand shot forward, his fingers piercing the abominable avatar's neck. In the next moment, he tore out the creature's throat, sending a torrent of blood raining down. The Mad Prince laughed. The loss of an incarnation and the pain of one of his avatars being destroyed did not seem to faze him at all. In fact, his voice was full of demented glee, as if he was enjoying the agony a great deal. He attacked Astarion again. A moment later, the ebony tower quaked again, and deep underground, in the basement, Mordred opened his eyes. Chapter 298:8. Long Live the King. Silence and darkness reigned in the empty underground hall. The mirror that had stood at its center was broken now, its shards scattered across the floor. The mirror was gone. The man who used to be the king of nothing was gone as well. There was no body left in his wake, and no trace of his existence remained, as if he had never existed at all. There was only the bloodied mirror shard that the man who had become the king of nothing was still holding in his hand. It was hard to tell whose blood was smeared across the cold glass. He was sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, breathing evenly. His eyes were closed and his face was emotionless. Behind the expressionless mask, however, raged a dark and dire storm. After decades spent shattered and incomplete, Mordred had killed and absorbed the last shard of himself, finally becoming whole once again. Becoming who he used to be. A human. But what kind of human was he? The Mordred who had roamed the perilous expanse of the dream realm, dreaming of vengeance as he committed all kinds of vile and unforgivable acts, was gone now. The meek and compassionate Mordred, who had spent most of his life in a beautiful mirage conjured for him by the great mirror, was gone as well in their place. A man who was neither compassionate nor entirely heartless remained, slowly coming to terms with his newfound ability to feel all the things that a person was supposed to feel. The burden of that ability was like a curse. Mordred remembered both of his lives, and was tormented by the memories of both, because now he could feel the guilt and regret for the things he had done. He could feel the pain and sorrow of what had been done to him as well. It was funny. Mordred's flaw was to be shattered, and now he was not shattered anymore. However, that did not mean that he was free of his flaw. If one took a porcelain vase and broke it, then glued the pieces together, was the vase flawless? No. The marks of having been broken remained on its surface, marring it forever. The same went for Mordred. Even if he had assembled the shards of himself into a complete person once more, the scars of having been shattered would always remain, shaping him and dictating the terms of his existence. He could never escape his flaw. His entire life had been shaped by it, and all he could do now was learn how to live as a flawed vessel. Mordred had to contend with the heavy burden of his past, which he was able to experience in all its bitter vibrancy for the first time, and with the dark expanse of his future as well. On top of that, he had to contend with becoming supreme. It was strange. Mordred was a mere awakened only a year ago, but at the same time he remembered being a sovereign. His memories of ruling the mirror domain were fragmented and woefully incomplete, but he did remember it. The dire authority of bending the world to his will, the inhuman state of being torn about millions of vessels. Granted, he was not much of a supreme at the moment. All his vessels were gone. His reflections were gone as well. He only had one soul core left. His domain was destroyed, and all that remained of his kingdom was its king. A king who ruled nobody and had nothing. Hearing the sound of footsteps rushing down the stairs, Mordred sighed and opened his eyes. His eyes, which had reflected the world back on itself once, were now tired, dull, and somber. The soldiers of the hunger domain were coming to kill him. And unlike the previous king of nothing, Mordred was not immortal. How hateful. A moment later, the warriors burst into the underground chamber. There were dozens of them. Some of them were powerful, and some of them weren't. Mordred wasn't clear what their purpose here was. Were they pursuing his brother, hoping to kill the great beast he had become? Or were they searching for Mordred himself, hoping to kill him and end the profane life of the king of nothing that way? It doesn't matter, I suppose. His voice was quiet and aloof. The soldiers of the hunger domain were led by a familiar face, an old and hateful face that had played a vile role in the memories Mordred inherited from his brother, thanks to the dire grace of Song of the Fallen. It was Saint Jest, the man who had done the dirty work for the Valor clan once. Seeing his expression told Mordred all he needed to know about their purpose. It seemed that they had not expected to meet him here at all. As soon as old Jest noticed Mordred, his face contorted. He froze for a split second and then barked, "Everyone, close your eyes." But it was too late. By the time Jest shut his eyes, he was already surrounded by nothing except screams and the sound of blood spilling to the floor. Only a few moments later, however, did the screams stop, because there was no one left to scream anymore. A dead silence enveloped him like a cloak and made him shiver. In that silence, he heard a calm voice. "Open your eyes, old man. You're Ewen." Lord Jest gritted his teeth, knowing that he was not going to escape this time. He lingered for a few moments, then sighed and opened his eyes, looking at the man standing in front of him with a crooked smile. "I thought you were on your way to the grave, kid. But you seem quite well," Mordred smiled faintly. "This is my grave." He studied the old man standing in front of him for a short while, then said evenly, "Jest of Clan Dagonet, if memory serves, you were in charge of the ambush that destroyed my original body. It happened right here on the Chained Isles all those years ago. And yet here we are. Funny how life is sometimes, isn't it?" Jest stared at him for a moment, then chuckled. "Life is the funniest thing indeed. It's all one big, horrible joke, the worst joke ever." He remained silent for a bit before asking in a calm tone, "I'm not making it out of here alive, am I?" Mordred studied him for a while. Eventually he said, "You've been very loyal to my family, haven't you?" "Surely such loyalty should be rewarded." "Ah, but what about blind loyalty?" "Blind loyalty is quite different. While loyalty is a virtue, blind loyalty is simply vile." Jest stared at him for a while, then raised his chin slightly. He inhaled deeply and looked Mordred in the eye. It wasn't blind. Mordred met his gaze, his expression growing cold and ruthless. Then he took a step forward, patted Jest on the shoulder, and walked past him. "Live a little longer, old man." As Mordred took a few steps away, Jest blinked and then asked in a bewildered tone, "You're not going to kill me?" "But why?" Mordred shrugged. "Maybe I simply don't have a reason to kill you." He stopped, looked back, and smiled. "Perhaps I want to pay a visit to your family and make you watch them die first. Who knows?" Jest gritted his teeth. "Curse you." Mordred shrugged, then looked up and spoke into the air as if addressing someone. "Cassia, is that you?" He paused for a moment and then asked in a quiet, mournful tone, "You knew, didn't you, about what was going to happen to us?" Mordred chuckled and shook his head. "Somehow I find it hard to believe, but it doesn't really matter, I suppose. What is it that you want me to do?" He remained motionless for a moment, then sighed. "Oh, that. Well, sure, that can be arranged." The corpses of the soldiers of the Hunger Domain littered the floor around him, surrounded by a pool of blood. Mordred disappeared into the reflections glistening on the surface of that pool. A moment later, he appeared on the deck of the night garden. The living hull of the Titanic ship tried to swallow him, but he simply bent and brought his fist on the ancient wood, shattering it. The defenders of the great citadel, the saints of Night, their patriarch, and the rest were already surrounding him by then. Facing them, Mordred smiled pleasantly. "Good day, gentlemen. I feel like I must warn you, there are two ways to settle this situation, a pleasant one and a gruesome one. The choice is yours. I will settle for the former. But I do hope that you'll choose the latter." Chapter 298-9, Prison Riot. Cassie had called out to Mordred. She was calling out to the others as well. In the spacious corridors of Mirage Castle, a fierce battle was only growing more perilous as more and more of its defenders poured inside from the outer walls. Effie and the other prisoners of the Dream Spawn, whom she had freed, were steadily carving a path toward the throne room, where the gateway was located. There were close to 100 of them. Most were seasoned warriors and veterans of the nightmare spell. But they were also all in a sorry state, having endured weeks or even months of physical and mental torture. It almost seemed as if it was pure willpower that moved their exhausted bodies instead of physical effort, and that as soon as their willpower reached its limit, they would fall. They were only able to keep fighting because Saint Athena, raised by wolves, led them into battle. There was nothing lofty or poetic about that statement. She was simply using her ascended ability to augment their bodies with a semblance of her own dire strength. She was also the tip of the spear, serving as both the shield of their advance and a sledgehammer that broke through the hastily assembled battle formations of the enemy. Effie had finally replenished enough essence to summon her armor, which covered her body like a second layer of skin. She couldn't quite use a spear effectively with one hand, and neither could she hold up a shield, but her divine spear was missing anyway, and her body was hardier than any shield could be. So Effie summoned a short sword instead. Now she moved swiftly through a hurricane of steel, abandoning all pretense of defense in favor of pure offense. Countless blows rained down on her, sliding powerlessly off her armor. Even those attacks that managed to breach or bypass it simply bounced off her impenetrable skin, leaving no mark on it. Every time she lashed back at the thralls of the Dreamspawn, however, someone fell down. Effie was using that flat side of her sword, not wishing to spill an ocean of blood by cutting her own people down. Her inhuman strength was more than sufficient to topple even battle-hardened masters in one blow, dazed or unconscious. But a battle was a battle. There had never been a real battle where nobody lost their life. And people were losing their lives now, too, more than she cared to count. Damn that vile bastard. Effie slammed an enemy soldier into the wall, causing him to crumple and fall to the floor like a broken doll. Blood flowed out of his mouth. But he was breathing, at least. His face was familiar. All their faces were familiar. In fact, Effie had commanded these soldiers in the past, leading them in the elaborate task of protecting the streets of Bastion. This one seemed to be the last one in this particular chamber. She leaned on the cracked wall, breathing heavily, and raised a hand to wipe the sweat off her brow. It was only when a dull pain pulsed in her stump that she remembered that her hand was missing. Effie stared at the stump for a few moments, then used her teeth to tighten the leather cord tied around her mangled arm. "Thane, how is it?" The sounds of battle still resounded from somewhere far behind them, as well as from the sides. The eccentric saint appeared by her side out of nowhere, having by some miracle found time to wash his face and tidy up his clothes in the middle of all this chaos. His voice was tense. "The rear guard is retreating. There are too many thralls entering through the main gate. We have taken the library, and the Eastern Service staircase is about to fall into our hands." Effie remained silent for a moment, then nodded. "Good. Once we take the staircase, we can pull our people back through the library and make our way to the gallery of the Petitioner's Path, attack them from two sides. It's a straight line to the throne room from there." She pushed herself off the wall and inhaled deeply. "Come, we must push forward." The escaped prisoners readied themselves and then advanced into the clangor of steel. As the battle continued and they drew closer and closer to the throne room, at some point, Effie suddenly heard a voice whispering into her ear. "Effie." She deflected a blow with her sword, sent the enemy flying with a slam of her shoulder, and grinned. "Cassie, hell, you are alive after all. I didn't think I'd ever hear your voice again." She lunged forward, enduring a barrage of blows to dismantle the formation of Asterian's thralls. At the same time, she thought, "Listen, the situation, well, I guess you already know. How are things on your end?" There was a long pause, and then Cassie's voice resounded again. "I will explain later. For now, I need your help." Effie blocked a devastating blow of an enchanted halberd with her forearm, feeling a pulse of sharp pain radiate from her stump. She didn't feel too well. "Really? Ah, damn it. I sort of hoped that you'll help me instead." The edge of her sword cut the shaft of the halberd, and a moment later, the flat of its blade connected with her opponent's helmet. He toppled like a cut tree. "Still, what do you need me to do, apart from taking Bastion from the Dreamspawn?" "That is," Cassie answered quietly, "I need you to become a conduit of my will. I need you to do it willingly." Effie did not entirely understand what she meant, but if Cassie was asking, it had to be important. "Sure. I'll be a conduit of your will." "Is that all?" There was a long stretch of silence. And then Cassie's voice resounded again, growing harder to distinguish. "Be wary of the thing in the throne room." Effie cursed under her breath. That was not ominous at all. They made it to the gates of the throne room. The defenders gave them hell in front of them, stalling Effie and the men who followed her. But it was of no use, since they were only meant to be a diversion. The second group of prisoners should have already reached the throne room gallery and was about to make its descent. They were going to attack the last defenders from the rear. Cassie's warning hinted that things were not going to go according to plan, though, in the end, Effie had to deal with the final group of thralls herself. She met a very familiar person there as well. Her husband was the one commanding them. He was putting up one hell of a fight as well, enough to make a grown woman feel proud of her life choices. "Honey, I love you. I really do. But we are going to have a very, very long conversation about this when everything is over." Subdue him. Her warriors finally overcame the defenders and managed to bring them down, those of them who were still alive, at least. Her husband, too, was pushed to the ground and tied up. He looked at her with a desperate expression. "Effie." "Don't, Lord Astarion." She looked at him for a few moments, then turned away with a pained expression. "That damn dream spawn is going to answer for this. Thane, how long can the rear guard hold out?" St. Thane hesitated for a bit, then shook his head. Not long. Effie studied the gate. The second group should have already passed through them from the other side. The fact that they had not appeared meant that there was something protecting Bastion apart from the thralls she and the prisoners had defeated. A saint or something worse? Effie took a deep breath. In truth, she didn't feel too hot. In fact, she was barely standing. Her condition had already been dreadful when she escaped from the dungeon, and immediately diving into a fierce battle did not make it any better. Her soldiers were not the only ones who kept moving on nothing but sheer willpower. Could she take out a saint in this condition? The answer was obvious. She would if she had to. Thane? Before Effie could finish the sentence, something rolled out slowly of the half-opened gate. Her expression turned somber. It was a head, a severed head of one of the prisoners who were supposed to take the throne room. Effie sighed, then looked at her soldiers. "Listen up, men. Split into 2 teams. One team will watch the prisoners, the other will join the rear guard and hold out for as long as they can. Meanwhile, I will pay a visit to the throne room and sort out whoever is waiting for us. There, understood. Go." She remained motionless for a few moments, then tightened her tourniquet and walked through the gate. There an older gentleman in neat clothes was sitting on the steps of the throne, surrounded by a horrid mess of severed bodies and spilled blood. Effie frowned. "Huh, I know you." The old man looked at her silently, making her frown deepen. "Aren't you Sebastian, the old butler of the Valor family?" The old man smiled. "Indeed, that is what I am called." Effie studied him carefully, using her intuition to figure out his rank and class. Most awakened developed a gut feeling for these things over time, if they lived long enough, albeit it was not always precise. "So what? Have you been a hidden saint all along?" Goodness gracious, what a cliché. The old butler chuckled. "A saint? No, not quite." Effie's expression turned somber. The man was claiming not to be a saint, and by judging by his tone, he didn't mean that he was a mere master. He couldn't be a sovereign, though, which meant the old butler nodded. "I'd have to be a human to be a saint, but I am not, even though a few parts of me came from humans. Initially, I was a homunculus, created by Lord Warden to protect his family. Oh, but of course young Master Anvil modified me extensively later on." Effie blinked a few times, then tilted her head a little. "You're a supreme demon, aren't you? Rather, you are a golem equal in strength to a supreme demon." The homunculus shrugged. Effie remained silent for a bit, then gritted her teeth and spat. "Are you kidding me? Then what the hell were you doing when we were defending Bastion from Mordred?" He looked at her with a hint of reproach. "Even if Lord Warden is gone, my task is to protect the Valor family, Lady Athena. Young Master Mordred is a part of the Valor family, as is young Lady Morgan. I couldn't intrude on their spat, could I?" Effie stared at the golem in disbelief, reminding herself that the thing in front of her was not technically alive or even sentient, let alone sapient. It was merely a masterful imitation of a living being, only slightly different from the echoes the spellsmiths of Clan Valor used to create. In fact, even if it was more powerful, it was in many senses more primitive than those echoes. If there was a conflict between reality and the tenets imbued into its enchantments by Warden of Valor, it could not think of a way to resolve it, so it could do nothing while Mordred and Morgan were trying to kill each other. Glancing at the gruesome carpet of severed bodies littering the floor, Effie inhaled deeply. Now, let's be reasonable, old man. Let's talk it out. You say that your task is to protect the Valor family, right? Then why are you helping Asterion destroy it? The old butler smiled. Lord Asterion only means well. Lord Asterion will save Valor. Young master and young lady will be safe under the benevolent care of Lord Asterion. He is a benefactor of the Valor family. Effie studied him for a few long moments, then let out a tired sigh. You know what? Fuck being reasonable. Being reasonable has never worked out well for me anyway. She rolled her shoulders and pointed to a golden weapon lying on the stone steps near the homunculus. That's my spear, bastard. A wolfish grin twisted her bloodied lips. I suggest you hand it over yourself. Chapter 2990. Cherry on top. A terrible pain pierced Cassie's empty eye socket as she aimed her gaze at the hunger domain. The great army of humanity had already become caught in the web of her aspect. The awakened, the masters, the saints, even their supreme ruler himself. All of them were marked by her power, with no hope of escape, and so Cassie looked upon the world with a million eyes. She felt the wind caress her myriad faces. She heard a myriad of noises and smelled a myriad of scents, but above it all, she sensed a vast galaxy of memories. A whole universe was hidden here on the chained isles contained within the minds of mortal men and women who had come here to wage war. These memories were her target. Cassie reached into the memories of Asterion's thralls, beginning to erase those of them that contained him or the mention of his name from their contaminated minds, just like she had done to Yutra and other patients of the quarantine facility, only on a much grander scale. The great army of the Hunger Domain represented the core of his power, and she could reach it due to how close the soldiers were to her. She shared the senses of a soldier, and then marked everyone whom the soldier perceived. Then she marked everyone whom those people perceived as well. Just like that, the entire army became entangled in the web of her aspect at a terrifying speed. The strain on Cassie was tremendous, but well within what her supreme mind could handle. She concentrated on the memories of a few key individuals, while at the same time attacking the memories of everyone else. As long as the Mad Prince lasted long enough against Asterion, she was going to cleanse them of all of the insidious hex. But that alone was not enough. She needed to erase him from the minds of all people, everywhere, and reaching countless humans all across the vast expanse of the dream realm, as well as on the other side of the real boundary in the waking world, was not an easy task even for her. It was partially possible because Cassie was sharing the senses of Asterion himself, and Asterion was connected to all his thralls, just like Sunny was connected to his shades. Cassie found that she could follow that connection to the enthralled people no matter where or how far they were, but it was a slow and inefficient process. She had to contend against Asterion's fearsome mental defenses to access it, after all. So she needed something else, something more. She needed someone to serve as a conduit of her will, helping it spread in places far removed from the chained isles. One of these people was Effie, who was currently fighting to retake Bastion, one of the major population centers of humanity, and one connected to most Citadel cities in the east as well. With Effie's help, Cassie's powers washed over Bastion like a ghostly tide. But she needed more. She needed Jet and Kai. Where are they? Cassie activated the marks she had left on them once, wanting to experience the world from their point of view. There was no dungeon full of prisoners in the Jade Palace, so Jet and Kai could not recruit a small army of driven subordinates to take over Ravenheart. However, if anything, their situation was far better than Effie's. That was because they were together, and neither of them had been driven to the threshold of death by starvation. Kai was missing his tongue, but he still had both hands. Jet, meanwhile, was at the absolute peak of her strength. They also had a powerful supreme devil keeping them company for Alvmo, so their journey to the gateway of the Jade Palace had gone smoothly until they reached the great hall where the gateway was located. That was there. Jet slowed down, an uneasy expression appearing on her face. Fiend froze in the spot and grew tense as well. Kai was the last to sense something, frowning with a somber glint in his tired eyes. In front of them, the gate leading to the great hall was partially open, bright light pouring out of it. A sense of chilling, oppressive cold permeated the air. Fiend raised one of his steel hands and looked at it in discomfort. A thin layer of frost was forming on the surface of the black metal, sapping the warmth from it. The infernal flames burning in his eyes seemed to dim. Jet and Kai glanced at each other, then carefully moved forward. As they crept closer to the gate, a gust of frigid wind washed over them, making Kai shiver. A deep sound reached them a few moments later. It was as if something enormous was breathing there in the gateway hall. Jet, who had just returned from the frozen wastelands west of Ravenheart, looked ahead with a hint of grim wariness in her icy blue eyes. Eventually, they reached the gate and looked inside, and then Jet took an involuntary step back. By the dead gods. What did that madman do? Her voice was a barely audible whisper. There, in front of them, a vast hall was illuminated by bright light pouring through colossal windows. There was something lying on the stone floor in front of the gateway. It was a jade board with black squares carved into its surface and a single white figure resting in the middle of the black field. It was Ariel's game only. The second of the remaining figures was missing. Instead, an enormous, radiant white dragon was curled around the gateway, its head resting on the floor. It seemed to be sleeping, and yet Jet felt a terror as she had never felt it before after throwing a single glance at the magnificent, abominable beast. Knowing not to look directly at great and awful beings of the dream realm, Jet tore her gaze away and looked at Kai with an odd mix of grim apprehension and dismay in her eyes. She knew what the creature was, of course. It was one of the two white figures that had remained sealed within Ariel's game. That dragon was a cursed devil, a fallen god of the ancient past. Jet tried to force out a smile. Was Sunny right about you? Damn it, Kai. Why is there always a dragon anywhere you go? He looked at her somberly, unable to respond. Jet sighed, then shook her head. Listen, I have a very high opinion of our abilities, but we are not defeating a cursed devil. We won't even be able to scratch its scales. So, she hesitated. I don't even understand why the Dreamspawn did not take this thing with him to the war, considering that he had managed to enthrall it. Then again, perhaps he can't really control it that well. But he probably really wants to eat this dragon after he's done devouring humanity. This is his dessert, I think. Jet wanted to say something else to Kai, but at that moment both of them froze, because Cassie's voice resounded in their heads. Jet cursed under her breath. It is nice to hear from you, Cassie. But taking the Jade Palace might prove a problem. The two of them remained silent, looking at each other with grim expressions. What Cassie was asking of them was vital. It was the best chance to defeat Asterion they could receive, and most likely would ever be able to receive. And considering that failing to get rid of Asterion meant the end of everything, the stakes were as high as they could get. However, everything came crashing down in the face of reality. Neither Jet nor Kai was strong enough to face a cursed being in battle, and even with their own supreme devil, the chances of defeating the loathsome dragon were so slim that they might as well have been zero. That was what Jet thought. But before she could express her opinion, Kai had already turned away and walked through the gate of the gateway hall. His figure blurred, and a moment later, a magnificent dragon with scales the color of midnight sky stepped onto the stone floor of the vast hall. He was visibly smaller than the ancient creature slumbering in its depths, but still enormous, dwarfing Jet with his size. The black dragon opened his mouth and let out a deafening, defiant, thunderous roar. "What are you doing? Damn it!" Jet turned into mist hiding behind the wing of the opened gate. Deep in the brightly lit hall, the cursed devil opened one enormous eye, looking at the source of disturbance with an eerie alien madness burning in the depths of his bestial pupils. The tyrannical cold suddenly grew a dozen times more oppressive, so much so that even Jet felt it despite her ghostly form. Kai peered down at the dragon calmly, then opened his wings and soared into the air. His graceful figure smashed through the enormous round window of the gateway hall, rising into the snowy sky in a storm of crystal shards. A moment later, surrounded by a hurricane of snow and indescribable dread, the white dragon gave chase, and a moment after that, Jet and Fiend were left alone in the great hall of the Jade Palace, still shivering from the deadly cold. Chapter 2991, First of Many. Cassie called out to Effie and watched her drag her starved body into a deadly battle against a supreme demon. At the same time, she called out to Jet and Kai, watching Kai lead a fallen god away from the Jade Palace in a suicidal pursuit. At the same time, she called out to Rain, wishing to make sure that the young woman was safe in the middle of a devastating confrontation between the Mad Prince and the Dream Spawn, which was happening just one flight of stairs below the archway hall of the Ebony Tower. However, to her surprise, Rain wasn't there for a moment. Cassie's heart seemed to stop beating. But then she found the Princess of Shadows again. Rain was leaning on a white stone wall, breathing heavily. Around her, mangled bodies littered the floor behind her. The skull of a dead dragon stared at the sky with empty eye sockets. That was the ivory tower. Rain? How did you... Rain flinched. But then Cassie knew how. She had taught the young woman how to repair the enchantment of the archway herself. She just had not expected that it could be done so swiftly. How did you repair the runic circle so fast? At the entrance of the ivory tower, a pale smile illuminated Rain's exhausted face. Aiel asked the Ebony Tower to help me restore it to how it was meant to be. Strangely enough, it worked. When I started painting the runes, it felt like the stones themselves were guiding my brush. Cassie spent a heartbeat digesting the information. She wanted to ask why Rain had felt the need to leave, but the answer was obvious. The battle seemed lost, and Cassie herself had planned to escape. Or perhaps Rain had wanted to help in any way she could and made a desperate choice to leave the Ebony Tower for that reason. I am not a complete fool, you know. I wasn't trying to besiege the Ivory Island all by myself, however. It seemed like the King of Nothing had already killed everyone here, and the Dream Spawn himself had left the Ivory Tower behind to join the battle. So I thought that it would be empty. Rain's face darkened, although it was not as empty as I had thought. Plenty of corpses, but more than a few skilled soldiers as well. They are all there inside the tower, asleep. Cassie drew a shallow breath, asleep. Rain pushed herself off the wall and took a step forward, cautiously making her way into the ivory tower. Yes, it was me. I put them to sleep. She reached the great hall of the ancient citadel, where Hope's chains lay on the floor, forming the gateway. Around them, dozens of figures were sprawled on the floor, fast asleep. Rain swayed slightly. It's a funny thing. I thought that I wouldn't be able to assign all of them epithets. But you know, my ascended ability showed me that things have spirits, and places have spirits as well. Even collectives of living beings do sometimes. So that gave me an idea. I assigned a name to this group of people, and then added an epithet to that name, and voila. She pointed to the slumbering soldiers. Somehow, that worked as well. Rain's voice sounded strained, as if she was on the verge of essence exhaustion. But she was safe. For now, Cassie asked the next question carefully. So what are you going to do? She knew what she wanted Rain to do, needed her to do, really. But that was going to put the young woman at risk, if she could do it at all. If she wanted to use the gateway to flee the dream realm instead, Cassie was not going to hint at a different possibility. Rain smiled weakly. What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to steal a great citadel from beneath a sovereign. She took a deep breath. All I have to do is destroy the soul mark, tethering him to the gateway of the ivory tower, right? Granted, an ascended like me has no way of achieving that. But I am not an ordinary ascended, am I? My heart is supposed to be bonded deeply to the world, whatever that means, and I can speak to ancient towers so. She took a step toward the vast circle of chains. Perhaps this will work somehow, too. Cassie hoped that it would. For both their sakes, it's done then. Bastion, Ravenheart, the Night Garden, the Ivory Tower, all four of the great citadels were on the verge of changing hands. Had the potential to change hands at least, robbing Asterion of some of his power in the middle of a perilous battle. Sadly, while the citadels did make him stronger, the true source of his power was people, not the lands they populated. And even if those great citadels were conquered, the people inhabiting them would still be subjects of the Hunger Domain. It was Cassie's job to liberate them from that burden. And she was already close to snatching the first few victims from Asterion's claws. The shockwave of a particularly devastating collision between the two swords, one flawlessly white, the other vibrant red, slammed into Cassie like a wall of concrete moving at the speed of sound. She withstood it with a quiet grunt and staggered, her back pressing against the wall of the forbidden hall. The 6 remaining incarnations of the Mad Prince had fused into 3, changing in the process. One suddenly seemed to be cast out of impregnable metal, infernal flames burning in his chest. He fought fiercely and ferociously, abandoning self-preservation in favor of unadulterated aggression. The other moved steadily and methodically, his body as solid and grounded as unbreakable stone. The third one was like a venomous serpent, elusive and unpredictable, lashing out of the darkness with the lightning-fast strikes of his cursed sword. The one wielding the sin of solace was the blade of the guillotine, while the other 2 were meant to restrain Asterion and were therefore worse off. The Dreamspawn had not escaped unscathed from the vicious battle despite his dire advantage in raw power, or rather, despite his ability to express his power far more effectively by bending the world to fit its intent. However, it was the incarnations of the Mad Prince that looked like they had been through the meat grinder. Asterion was simply too fast, too strong, too aware. He was less experienced and skilled than the Mad Prince, but made up for it with the help of his will. The Mad Prince did not seem to mind, though, enduring the gruesome wounds the Dreamspawn dealt him with a gleeful grin. As one of his incarnations was sent flying back, a fountain of blood escaping from the jagged hole in his side, the other 2 pressed the attack. Asterion sent one staggering back with a crushing strike of his palm and at the same time raised his sword to block the sin of solace. However, the moment the white jade of the cursed blade touched the scarlet steel of Asterion's sword, it simply passed through it. It all happened in the blink of an eye, not leaving the Dreamspawn any time to react. His sword rippled and let the sin of solace pass, then turned into a stream of liquid metal and escaped from Asterion's grip. The torrent of liquid metal rushed across the floor, and at the same time the cursed sword plunged into Asterion's chest, cleaving through his collarbone and ribcage. That was Morgan, regaining her senses. The plague purged from her mind by Cassie's power. She was the first. A split second after escaping Asterion's grasp, she assumed her human form and rolled across the floor, slamming into the wall and looking around with a dazed expression. Morgan was the first, but she wasn't going to be the last. Cassie concentrated, knowing that time was running out. Asterion, meanwhile, looked down at the graceful white blade extending brutally from his mangled chest. In the next moment, he grabbed the blade with his bare hand and pulled its wielder closer. His fist flashed, and the Mad Prince's skull exploded into a gruesome cloud. One more incarnation was gone. Most importantly, it was the incarnation that had been wielding the sin of solace. The Mad Prince was not alarmed, though, chuckling as his headless body toppled to the floor. A shadow separated itself from the corpse, becoming the third incarnation a heartbeat later. The sin of solace was already crumbling into a whirlwind of black sparks, having been dismissed, and then summoned again, falling into the hand of the fresh avatar. The avatar was grinning. "Oh my, having trouble with a disloyal sword, are you?" He laughed. You have my sympathy, ghoul. Ah, I know that feeling well. The terrifying battle raged on, shaking the very foundation of the ebony tower. The foundation of the hunger domain was quaking, too. Chapter 2992, Never Let Me Go. Sunny braved the labyrinth of broken time, guided by the thread of Ananke's essence silk. His only companion on this perilous journey was the vile spawn of the thieving bird who was now his shadow. Friolv, them, as they searched for a way back to the present. Vile's vocabulary gradually expanded. Now, apart from vile, damn, and crap, he could also say fool, bastard, wretch, hell, and scum. Oh, and damnation, of course. That one seemed to be his favorite. Damnation, damnation. Sunny covered his face with a palm and groaned. He didn't try to be a bad influence on the devil child, he really didn't. Hell, it was all that wretched little bastard's fault. Sunny was really not such a foul-mouthed scumbag, after all. He was willing to bet that the damn fool was pulling this crap on purpose just to make him angry. Otherwise, where would Vile pick up all these profanities? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess, with a progenitor like the thieving bird. It was no surprise that the young devil was learning all the wrong things despite being in such an illustrious company. It was entertaining, at least. Without Vile, Sunny might have gone mad a long time ago, not the least because there was no time in the maze of broken eternity, and therefore neither a long ago nor a one day soon. Sunny had long lost track of time. They drifted through the alien and unfathomable darkness that hid between moments, following the thread of silver silk. Without it, retracing his steps would have been all but impossible. Sometimes they emerged from the maze in the places and moments of time that Sunny and the thieving bird had traveled through during their battle. Some of these places were safe, allowing them to rest. Some were fraught with peril, so Sunny tried to leave them behind as soon as possible before he might have wanted to stay back and explore the different eras of the great river. But now there was a sense of deep anxiety in his heart. He wanted to find Nephis. He was worried about her, considering that she had been left entirely alone in the maze of eternity. He was also worried about what she was thinking about now that she seemed to have remembered him. The prospect of meeting her as himself, not the Lord of Shadows, filled him both with excitement and dread, so the closer they drew to the present, the slower their progress became. But they did continue forward, and in the end, Sunny found her. It seemed that Ananke had attached a thread of essence silk to Nephis as well, and Nephis was following it back to the heart of the estuary just like Sunny. Eventually their paths crossed, and they both arrived at the same fragment of time. It was Verge. Not the vibrant and thriving Verge as it had been before the defilement, but the desolate city of bones it had become after the defilement was destroyed. A deep night enveloped the great river. Its currents were already gone, but the thieving bird had not stolen the suns yet, so the water shone with a radiant, iridescent glow. Sensing Neph's presence, Sunny dismissed Vile and walked in the direction where she stood on the edge of the water, looking downstream with a distant expression on her face. Sunny stopped a few steps away and remained silent, not knowing what to say. Eventually, he attempted to smile. "Hey, Neph, it's done. I killed that loathsome thieving bird." He paused for a moment and then scratched his head awkwardly. Well, and then it escaped. So the hateful bird is at large somewhere out there now. I have no idea where it went. Nephis remained still for a long while, then turned to look at him. Her face was expressionless. As always, in fact, it was even more expressionless than it usually was. But Sunny could feel the dire turmoil of conflicting emotions raging beneath her calm facade. Nephis seemed overjoyed, hurt, sorrowful, happy. He did not know. She studied him for a long while. Then she said quietly, her voice betraying a kind of weakness he had never seen her show before, "You left me." Sunny looked away. Sadly, Verge was the worst place for him to look upon. This was where he had abandoned Nephis and his friends, after all. This city, which was buried under a thick layer of bones, was more or less a monument to his sin. Sunny turned to Nephis and remained silent for a few moments. "But I came back. That has to account for something, doesn't it?" She did not answer and faced the beautiful expanse of radiant water. After a long while, Nephis said evenly, "You always leave me." She sighed heavily. In the dark city. During the chain of nightmares, and here in Verge again. Sonny looked at her, a hint of old pain appearing in his eyes. That's not fair. His quiet voice was raw. "You left me too, Nephis." "You left me first." Nephis inhaled deeply, then looked at him. Her face betrayed a strange expression. Was it fear? Was it longing? Sonny did not know. He knew her better than anyone else in the world, and yet now he couldn't tell what she felt, what she was thinking about, what she was going to say. Nephis exhaled and then nodded slowly. "Yes, I did. Perhaps I shouldn't have done that. But..." A frail smile appeared on her face. "I would do it again, Sonny, because that was the only way I knew how to ensure that you would stay alive." Sonny smiled bitterly, and then turned away with a quiet laugh. He looked at the glowing expanse of the great river. "Me too." He sighed. "I would do it again, too, because I needed to leave in order to come back to you." Sonny smiled. "I am quite a selfish person, you know, just like you." While he finished speaking, Nephis took a step forward and locked him in a tight, desperate embrace. She buried her face in his shoulder. "Sonny, is it you? Is this really you?" He remained motionless for a moment, then wrapped his hands around her. "Of course it's me. Who else would I be?" Nephis took a deep breath. She remained silent for a long while. In the end, she said, "Thank you for coming back, Sonny." She hugged him tighter and then spoke in a slow, hesitant tone. "Never leave, promise." Nephis fell silent for a moment. "Can you promise to never leave me again?" Sonny smiled and looked up, cradling her in his arms. Eventually, he nodded. "I promise." He paused for a moment and then laughed. "Nephis, all the gods and all the demons in the world won't be able to make me leave you again. So don't you leave me behind either." The eastern horizon ignited with a beautiful golden radiance by then. The suns were rising above the great river, promising a new day. But Sonny and Nephis were not meant to witness this dawn. Theirs was a different path, a path through the broken eternity that led to a world drowning in darkness. The darkness was cold and dangerous, but they were going to brave it side by side, because they were lost in the darkness together.